reconvene meeting number 55. Dinner will be here at roughly 6 o'clock. We're tentatively scheduled to go till midnight tonight, as per usual. Oh.
I didn't like it at all.
Last night was really good. You missed it.
What was it?
And what else was I going to say? Oh, it's
ignoring me.
National Anti-Bullying Day. So I have lots of pink on, as does our first speaker. And Mr. Sims.
When you're ready, are you finished with your?
Finished my announcements, yes.
Okay. Just a quick point of order. We have this thing called, and I didn't describe it as such. Others did. The Sims plan or the Sims protocol. Protocol. Yes, thank you, Tom. I prefer Sims protocol procedure. Okay. Well, it's the Sim. As describes many things in my life, it's the Sims something. And last night we had a little bit of a shouting match, and I apologize because I added to that, and we descended into a mild form of chaos. Some people were here. I don't recall all of us being here, but I think the way this Sims thing works, this is odd now that I'm talking about it on television, but the way this works is we say point of order and we pause for anyone to say, no, I don't give unanimous consent. And I'm looking to my colleagues. That's usually how it goes. Last night there was a little back and forth. I think that just got a little bit of a hand. So I just wanted to say maybe we should get into, if we're going to use this thing, we should say point of order and then wait and then do our submission that way to provide a bit of order. Just a recommendation.
Okay.
Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry? Oh, welcome. Oh, yes. And I was telling the block we had, Elizabeth May was here last night, and the committee was very generous at using the Sims procedure to allowing her to make some points. So I hope the committee will be equally generous with the block today so they get some input. So when something comes up in the debate, quand quelque chose arise pendant le débat.
Something arises during the debate.
Something you want to input, then just signal, and we'll make sure the speaker agrees to let the floor go for a short intervention. And that's the way we've been operating. It's been very cooperative. So, Mr. Lukiski.
Just a question, actually, not a point of order. But David, are you going to be speaking at all after John? The only reason I'm asking, I got a phone call that I would return now if somebody's going to speak for more than 5 minutes. It won't take me that long for the call.
Tom, it's extremely rare that I speak for more than 5 minutes.
I can speak for
Yeah, you can take a 10-minute speech and
don't fall for it. I'll hold the floor.
All right, good.
Don't fall for garden strips.
It'll be close.
It doesn't work to your work.
No, I mean, I'll speak to anybody who...
We'll let you back in, Tom.
That might be Xavier's opportunity to get involved.
Okay, so last night we were captivated by Mr. Nader, and we will continue that now. How many hours later?
Yes.
16 hours later.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, initially, I was not planning to return to retake the floor, but I did make certain commitments yesterday as I was going through of different pieces of information that I might return to the committee to provide that information. So I wasn't planning to be here, and so I'm probably messing with Luam and Kelly's proc schedule, but I am happy to be here and revisit a couple of the points that were raised yesterday. One of those points is when we were talking about private members' bills and how we vote on them, starting from the back row and then moving forward, which I think is an important show in which we can allow backbenchers, individual MPs to vote without the queue from the party members. And I questioned myself, and the committee seemed to be somewhat interested, so I thought I'd return with the answer of when that came into being. And so my staff, being the good researchers that they are, Keith Mitchell sitting behind me, found the citation in O'Brien and Bosk, and it comes from page 576, note 316, saying, see the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented to the House on November 26, 1997, journals page 270, and concurred in on November 4th, 1998, journals page 1238. Prior to concurrence in this report, votes were taken in the same manner, but starting with the front row. C24th report of the Standing Committee on House Management presented to the House on February 14th, 1992. Journals, page 1025, and concurred in on April 29, 1992, Journals, page 1337. See also Standing Committee on House Management, Minutes and Proceedings and Evidence, February 14, 1992, issue number 24, page 17. Prior to 1992, votes were taken along party lines unless a member sought and received unanimous consent to have the vote taken row by row. So that is where that comes from. It is from this committee's 13th report of the 35th Parliament, second session. And it was actually a subcommittee on private members' business that made the instruction, made the recommendation during that Parliament. There were a number of issues in the subcommittee report dealing with private members' business. Relatively extensive report, but it was item number 5 of that report that made that recommendation, and that recommendation is, and I'll quote from it, that recorded divisions on private members' business begin with the sponsor of the item if he or she is present, and then proceed beginning with the back row on the sponsor side of the House, and then the back row on the other side. So that's where that comes from. It is from 1998 that it came into being. So it's in the great scheme of parliamentary history, a relatively early or recent invention. And prior to 1992, private members' business was done by party line. So I think when we're talking about the independence of individual members, this is one symbolic but I think important method. And I think if we've seen items in this Parliament, items in previous Parliaments, where an individual piece of legislation on private members' business is undertaken along non-party lines, we see members standing and not standing as the rows go on. So that was the first point I wanted to bring back to the committee. The second point relates to my previous attendance at the committee. I walked us through a bit of a history of the election of the Speaker in the Ontario Legislature, and I didn't get a chance to talk about the House of Commons here. I'm not going to talk about it in depth, other than an interesting point I came across which I wasn't aware of. I was reviewing Senator Forsey's treatise on confidence of the House, and I wanted to point out that initially the election of the Speaker was seen as a confidence measure of the government of the day. So even prior to the speech from the throne, the election of the Speaker was seen as a confidence matter. So I wanted to bring that back to the committee as well. And finally, earlier today, Mr. Chair,
Sort of confidence.
oh, before 1986, before it was done as a private or secret ballot. Final point I wanted to make, I spoke with the real parliamentary expert in my family, my 2.5-year-old daughter, and she loves the idea of a playground on the Hill, Mr. Chair. And so I think that, in all honesty, I think that is something that would be a worthwhile undertaking for this committee and for the House of Commons. With that, I wanted to bring my comments to a close for the time being, and Sorry? Through the private sector. Private sector playground. I would point out I am sitting next to Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis and I are current colleagues, but we're actually former classmates as well. We're both graduates of the Arthur Kruger College of Public Affairs at Carleton University, the first two BPAMers elected to Parliament. We do. I'm a couple years older than Mr. Jennis, but we were contemporaries at the time. So with that.
But I should interject, just for the reputation of the program, not everybody who graduates is a conservative. There were a few Liberals and New Democrats in our class, but clearly they need to pull out their socks.
There is in fact a Toronto City Councillor, Joe Cressy, who is a New Democrat who is also a graduate of our program. So we do have BPAMers across this country. But I do yield the floor now, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your indulgence.
Well, I'm going to try and get you added to the committee as the only person that's supporting my playground.
I'm shocked by that.
The next person on the list was Mr. Richards, and he's not here, so we will go to Mr. Graham. Mr. David Graham, you're up.
I'm up, apparently. Tell me you're back. I don't have a whole lot to say at the moment. I just want to remind everybody of why we're here, which is to have a conversation. It is to have a conversation. If you look at the motion that has given us this conversation, which we've covered an enormous number of points, as it is 544 o'clock and 42 minutes and 38 seconds. We've been here some time. It doesn't even, was that?
Who made that happen? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
On division. No.
You did, because you keep talking.
I agree with that. You did it because
Do it twice a week. You wanted to do it 24/7.
the motion is to have a conversation to expand on an existing study. The letter from the minister provides input to that study. I think that's an important point because the motion doesn't actually refer to the letter. Nowhere does the motion change any standing orders. It's to discuss options. And I say, as I've said many times before, if we're going to have a filibuster, the appropriate time to do it, and I have no problem with filibusters, no proposal would prevent them. It may change the structure somewhat, but it would never stop them from happening. The appropriate time to do it is at the report stage. Really, did.
Against the legislation if it eliminates filibusters. Is that what you're saying?
The proposal in the discussion paper doesn't do
No.
filibusters.
You just said you support filibuster. Are you saying that if there's a piece of legislation that opposes eliminating them, that you won't vote for it?
I'm not here to abolish filibuster. That's not my position. That's not what I'm here for. The ideas that I've heard have been to allow somebody to speak again, but if somebody else wants to speak, that they're guaranteed a chance to get the floor. And I think that's an important point. It's important to have opportunities for everybody to have a chance at the floor. So I say again, I want a conversation, not a filibuster. This is a one-sided conversation that is not getting us forward, although everybody's putting really interesting ideas on the table, so maybe we don't need the study. We can go straight from the filibuster to a report. That'd be great.
We want witnesses.
But that's correct. I do want witnesses. I think witnesses are very important. I want to see what the best practices are. Are we out to lunch, or is there actually really good merit in the stuff that's being discussed? I want to know. I want to go through all the remaining ideas from the Standing Order 51 debate. There's over 100 and something ideas in there. A lot of them are very interesting. Some of them more entertaining. But I want to have that conversation. Tom, I defer to you. I wanted to make sure I put that back on the record one more time. I hope you had a good phone call. And you're on.
Love having a conversation.
Mr. Lukowski.
And thank you for David for keeping your comments short. And thank you to my colleague, Mr. Nader, for ceding his time. I'll spend a little bit of time, perhaps a few hours, on giving my impressions on a number of different themes, and I'll call them themes for the time being. I want to first start with my interpretation, my observations on how we got here. Then I want to talk a little bit about what we might be able to do collectively to get beyond this impasse. And lastly, I want to make a few observations as to some historical perspectives on what might be happening if the government gets its way on unilaterally changing the standing orders, because I believe that is the essence of the situation. That besides the sham or the cover that the government has by saying that they want to have a discussion, their true intent is to make the changes that they believe would best benefit themselves. And that, of course, is why opposition members are so outraged and why we're in the middle of this filibuster. But as I understand the course of action that took us to where we are today is the fact that, as David quite correctly pointed out, the government introduced what they call a discussion paper, ostensibly to engage with all members of Parliament on potential changes to the standing order. Well, if that was true, and if we were to take the government on good faith that they actually and honestly and sincerely wanted to have a discussion, I wouldn't have any problems with that. I would take no issue with that. But unfortunately, their little facade was exposed very quickly, because literally within hours, my friend Mr. Sims brought forward a motion dutifully translated in both official languages to this committee, imposing a deadline of June the 2nd for proposed changes. Now, quite obviously, this was orchestrated, and quite obviously, for anyone who understands how this place works, it was orchestrated through the PMO. and the government House Leader and Mr. Sims, being good soldiers and loyal soldiers, did as they were instructed. But because all opposition members could see through this little facade very quickly and with great clarity, they raised up their collective voices to oppose what the government was intending. And then, as my learned colleague and friend Mr. Christopherson has noted just a few moments ago, we, as the collective opposition, would have, yes, been filibustering, would have been carrying on this debate for a considerable length of time, but the government determined and used their majority to ensure that the debate would not suspend at the end of a normal 2-hour committee rotation, but it would continue on until the debate collapsed. So in other words, Mr. Chair, it is well known to, I think, all parliamentarians at this point in time that the government themselves caused this filibuster to take place. I certainly hope that the government understands at this point in time, after 60-some hours of discussion, that there is no will, absolutely no will, on behalf of the opposition to end this filibuster under the current circumstances. We all recognize what's at stake here. We recognize that if the government has its way, and if this debate collapses, prior to June the 2nd, there will be a vote taken in this committee, and of course, with the majority being held by the government, a report will be tabled with suggested or proposed changes or recommendations coming from this committee that will be ultimately for the sole benefit of the government and not to parliamentarians themselves. That's why we're here. I get that. I understand that. I don't agree with it, quite obviously. But I would like to point out to members of the government probably a few things that they've heard from other members who have sat at this table for the last 60-some hours, and that is to try and impress upon the government how dangerous a precedent that they are attempting to set. I noted last night when I made a brief intervention on a debate on privilege in the House, my friend and my colleague, the government, or the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, continued to say what the Prime Minister actually echoed today, and what I've heard other government members say on occasion, and that is to say that the government wants to modernize Parliament, that the reason for the discussion paper was because the government wants to modernize Parliament. I would like to impress upon my colleagues on the government side that the government has no right to modernize Parliament. Parliament modernizes itself.
Hear, hear.
The government has no role and no right to arbitrarily and unilaterally take any steps to change the standing orders for what they call efficiency and modernization. That is singularly the role of Parliament. It has been that way for decades. It has been that way for generations. And I'll speak to that. I'll give a bit of a historical perspective a little later on this evening to illustrate and to underscore my point. But let me now change gears just a little bit and tell you what I would really like to discuss this afternoon and this evening. And that is to try and sincerely find a way, or at least offer some potential solutions to get us beyond this impasse. Because this is not going to end. the opposition is not going to give up and let the debate collapse. We simply will not allow that to happen. Now, Mr. Christopherson, who knows me well, better than probably anyone here, except for maybe Mr. Sims, knows that all during the time that we sat together on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in the last Parliament, and I, of course, was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and was taking the lead on almost every discussion on motions or government bills, knows one or two things about me. The primary thing he knows is that when I give my word is my bond. And Mr. Christopherson and I, on many occasions, rightfully so, being on opposite sides of the table, would disagree, sometimes vehemently. But he also knows that on occasion, not frequently, but on occasion, when either Mr. Christopherson or his colleague, Craig Scott, who I miss dearly, frankly, and I want to take a moment to say that sometimes I hope we can all recognize the value of parliamentarians who are not members of our own political party.
Here.
And I recall on several occasions Mr. Scott making an eloquent, comprehensive, intelligent, and compelling argument that I agreed with. And on occasions, not frequently, but on occasion, I changed the position that I held, and on occasion the government agreed and changed our position because of the arguments presented by the members opposite. And Mr. Christopherson realizes that. And when Craig Scott lost in the last election, I sent him a quick email telling him how sorry I was that he had lost, because I said, and I believe I'm quoting accurately, Parliament has been diminished by your absence.
Well put.
And I believe that to be very, very true. But my overarching point is that when usually it was Mr. Christopherson and I negotiating or trying to do some horse trading, finding a solution to a problem that was before us to try and get a resolve to an impasse, on occasion, we were able to come to an agreement. And if I gave my word to Mr. Christopherson, I made sure that that was held. On a couple of occasions, one I can remember particularly, we had agreed to curtail debate at the following meeting, when all of a sudden, before we got to that point, the bells started ringing because our government had forced a vote on something. Mr. Christopherson, quite rightfully, took that as an indication that perhaps I wasn't being sincere in my commitment because it interrupted the proceedings of the committee. We came back to the committee, and Mr. Christopherson, in his inevitable style, seized the floor and proceeded to raise a little hell, as the song goes, and took me to task. I, of course, got my hackles up and assured him that it was not of my doing, that I did not break my word, and at the end of the day, at best, we agreed to disagree, but the point is, the following day, Mr. Christopherson, to his immense credit, apologized, recognized the fact that I did not break my word, I would not break my word, and it was outside of my ambit that the vote was forced. I use that only as illustration, colleagues, to say that when I say that we will not give up this fight, that is a word that I give to you, and I am not prepared to break that, as I have not broken my word to other colleagues in the past. We will continue to filibuster until hopefully we can reach an impasse, or I should say reach a resolution to this impasse. I'll be giving a few solutions, potential solutions to you, but I am quite sincere when I say I would like to find a way out of this. I don't know if the government wants to find a way out. I'm not sure what their motivation is. All I know is what is occurring now serves no one, serves absolutely no one. And I can't understand the motivation of the government to allow this to continue, because there are some pretty simple solutions to get beyond where we are now. I read a few of the comments made by colleagues in the previous 60 hours. I read with great interest my colleague Mr. Christofferson and some of the points that he was making in one of his earlier interventions. And I found again some commonality between Mr. Christofferson and I, because Mr. Christofferson, as all of you know now, comes from a union background. So do I. My father was the Western Canadian head of the United Steelworkers of Canada. He, in fact, mentored Ken Newman, who is now the head of the Canadian Union, who is well known, I know, to David and others in the NDP movement. And I have a great appreciation for union movements, even though I disagree on many occasions with some of the tactics that they use and some of the positions that they espouse. But I understand the need for unions better than most. But I was most proud of my father, who was well respected, very well respected in the union movement, for what he told me, what he felt was his greatest accomplishment. One day, many, many, many years ago, when my father was still alive. And he said, when I asked him about what he felt would be his legacy, this was when my dad was in ill health and had retired from the union movement because of his poor health. And we were having one of those rare moments when a father and a son can truly bond, when both know that death is imminent. And I asked my father what he felt his legacy would be and what his greatest accomplishment would be, because he loved talking about the union movement. And I wanted to engage him. I wanted to take his mind off the obvious pain and discomfort that he was in. And he told me, and I was not aware of this until he told me, that he believed his greatest accomplishment was, in all the years that he headed up the United Steelworkers of America Union, and in Saskatchewan, the largest negotiating and bargaining unit was at a steel mill called IPSCO, now called Everett's. He believed his greatest accomplishment is that his union never went on strike. And I found that odd. But then he went on to say many of the things that David had said in his intervention. Strikes aren't things that the unions want to do. Strikes are things that they believe they have to do as a matter of last resort. And if you can negotiate a settlement for your members without the need to go on strike, everyone, both the employer and the unions, are better served. And that's what he was most proud of. And he never had a strike. He had the ability to successfully negotiate contract after contract after contract with his employers, his union's employers, without a strike ever occurring. At the time, IPSCO was owned by a private individual called Jack Turvey. And Jack Turvey, David may be aware of the history of Jack Turvey, a very colorful individual, an entrepreneur who made $1 million, lost $1 million, made $1 million, and lost $1 million, probably 2 or 3 times. But he built a steel mill in Regina, Saskatchewan, the heart of the prairies, where no one thought a steel mill had any right to be built. And it became the largest single employer, and still is to this day, in the province of Saskatchewan. Well, Jack was a tough old character, tough negotiator, but he and my father got along extremely well. And I recall, and this is a bit of an aside, but it's, I think, worth relating to this group, they had a bit of a tradition that whenever they successfully completed a negotiation, they would retire to Jack Turvey's private rail car. What that was a fully restored 1920-something CN or CP rail car that served as a dining room slash bar lounge. And Jack Turvey spent tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of completely restoring this to its original ornate state with massive glass chandeliers, ornate china and flatware, a beautifully hand-carved mahogany table, the finest spirits, wines, and liqueurs that money could buy. And he entertained many of his clients at IPSCO in that rail car. It was well known within the confines of Regina and throughout the province. In fact, I believe at one point in time, school children actually got tours of that on a regular basis just to see what it looked like. But it wasn't just for show, because Jack, as I said, used that for entertainment purposes, and at the successful conclusion of negotiations, he would invite members of the negotiating teams on both sides, both management and union, back to this rail car, and they would complete their successful negotiations with a fine catered dinner and more than a few drinks, to the point where a standard method of operation was, following the conclusion of their drinks, Mr. Turvey would make sure that there was at least cabs and not chauffeured limousines to take all of the combatants home, because no one at that point in time was in a position to drive. But I point that out because I believe that there can be successful negotiations, not just in the relationship between employers and unions, but I believe there can be negotiations and successful negotiations here in Parliament. It does not happen often, particularly when there is a majority government. We all recognize that. We all know that majority governments can do pretty much anything they want to do in terms of changing legislation, passing legislation. And that is their right. They were elected to do so. There, of course, is a role for opposition parties. I hope that this government, as most governments before it, recognizes the role of opposition parties. And I hope that the Canadian public recognizes the benefits that Parliament and Canadians receive by having strong and principled opposition parties. But I again reiterate, where government does not have the right is to change the rules that govern parliamentarians. And that is where I take great umbrage when the Prime Minister or others stand in the House of Commons and, following the talking points, which states the government wants to modernize Parliament. The government does not have a right to modernize Parliament. Only Parliament itself can modernize itself. Only Parliament itself can change its own rules. And there have been countless examples of this over the years. We've talked about them here. I've talked about them in the House. I've lived the experience. I've given examples how in the previous Parliament, when I chaired an all-party committee that was charged with the responsibility of examining the standing orders, making recommendations to the standing orders, we had an all-party agreement that no changes would be made unless we had unanimity. And this was a long-standing tradition. Now, Mr. Sims, in my last intervention, pointed out that the McGraw Commission didn't have unanimity as part of their mandate. I agree with that. However, as I pointed out to Mr. Sims, the McGraw Commission did employ unanimity as part of their process. As the report itself stated, not one vote was required to change a standing order. In other words, complete consensus was achieved, even though that wasn't in their mandate. And why? Because all of the parliamentarians understood, as I understand, as Mr. Christopherson understands, as all members of the opposition understand, that there must be unanimity when dealing with the rules of the House that affect all of us. There cannot be one party determining what the rules will be. There cannot be one party saying, well, we'd like to change the rules because we believe it would benefit us. Not only is that short-sighted, that is an insult to Parliament itself. And I cannot fully understand why members of the government side can't comprehend that very basic tenet. Now, I appreciate the fact that my colleagues opposite are studiously looking at their BlackBerries and their iPads and perhaps playing solitaire at the time, are silent because they have been giving marching orders. They've been told that this is what is going to happen. Now, David and I have had a couple of discussions. I think David may be on to something, his theory of why we are here, because it makes no sense, not only to myself, to many Canadians who I've spoken with about this filibuster that's occurring. And it's either one of two things, as David surmises. It's either that the government doesn't really know what it's doing, which is possible, or there's a master plan at work that this will continue and the government will allow opposition members to carry the debate until such time that the government wishes to invoke closure, and their rationale will be this impasse is delaying proper implementation of government business, and we have to do this. We do not want to take this draconian step, but we have to make sure that Parliament continues to operate as it should, and we have a deadline, we have a calendar in front of us. And that would allow the government to rationalize bringing down closure and get their desired results and achieve the changes that you want to see in the standing order. But as I know, as Mr. Christopherson knows, and I think every parliamentarian, even on the government, knows, if that is the plan and if that is the course of action the government wants to take place, this place, Parliament, will start to disintegrate very, very quickly. There will be a price to pay for that. There will be a price to pay. Of course, that would further allow the government to say, because the House is in such disarray, we have no choice but to prorogue. And then they will have fully achieved all of their goals. They'll see an early end to Parliament. With changes to the standing order under their belt, they'll be able to come back at some later date in the fall with a new throne speech, hitting the reset button, and in their opinion, all of this will be forgotten. But I can assure you, it will not have been forgotten. And if you think that there's been some procedural tactics being used over the course of the last few days to perhaps put a bit of a crimp into the government's style, where votes have been taken at inopportune times for the government, you ain't seen nothing yet. Because there are procedures that will remain in place that are of avail to the opposition, and I can assure you, and once again I give you my word, that we will utilize every procedural tactic at our employ and at our ability to prevent the government from moving forward and trying to achieve their legislative agenda. it will leave us with no choice but to do that. It's not a course of action that I think I or anyone else on the official opposition side would like to take, but we will be forced into it because we can simply not allow the democratic will of Parliament to be usurped, if that is the plan of the government. I truly hope it is not. One thing again I offer up to my colleagues on the government side is to beseech of them, to implore them to consider what the consequences of some of these changes may mean, not only for Parliament, but for themselves. I did a little research looking at the results of the last election and found that there were 35 Liberal members of Parliament who won their seats by less than 5% of the vote. Some cases less than 1%. Primarily, they won those 35 seats, in my opinion at least, because the New Democratic vote imploded. The progressive vote, as it is called, I believe, picked a political pony to back in the last election, and they picked the current Prime Minister. I believe that they took a look at the two, at the time, opposition parties, the two considered to be quote-unquote progressive parties, and they determined that the Liberals were more progressive on a number of different policy fronts. Electoral reform being one, legalization of marijuana on another, running modest deficits being a third, and I believe they thought that the New Democratic Party leader, Mr. Mulcair, was taking too centrist an approach. And being true progressives, they then felt the only way to defeat the Stephen Harper government is to strategically vote Liberal, even though many of them may have been New Democratic voters for all of their adult lives. And it worked. A complete surprise to some, perhaps a bit of a surprise to others, but certainly no surprise to learned and experienced political leaders and observers that the Conservative government was defeated. Consistent polling over the previous 12 to 24 months indicated that the Conservative Party could not get beyond the 30% or 32% mark. It was just a matter of which of the two other opposition parties were going to be able to coalesce the voters behind them. It turned out it was the Liberals. Mr. Trudeau's personal appeal, I think, obviously played a great part in that, and to that I give him credit. But the reality is that many of the same appeals that the Liberals had in the last election campaign, and much of the personal appeal that Mr. Trudeau had, is starting to wane, starting to wear a little thin. And I would suggest to members of the government side that if the NDP vote comes back home and returns to its normal home, and they get anywhere close there to their traditional voting patterns and percentages, those 35 Liberal MPs who won by a very narrow margin, and there's a couple of them sitting at this table, may be on the outside looking in after the next federal election, which could mean we would have either a minority government or, if the tables turn dramatically, a majority government, but with the Liberals in opposition. It still could be a minority government with the Liberals in opposition. And as I pointed out before, and many of my colleagues have pointed out before, the wise strategic parliamentarian would understand that be careful of what you wish for, because you might just get it. If, in fact, these changes are enacted and the Liberals came back in 2019 as the opposition, what would they think then? I can guarantee you, if the tables were reversed and the Conservatives were trying to employ these tactics, members of the Liberal Party, rightfully so, would be outraged and would be using anything within their powers to try and prevent these tactics from being employed. But for some reason, unbeknownst to me, those strategic masterminds in the PMO have determined that for whatever reasons, this is the course of action that they wish to take. This is the road that they wish to travel. I hope, and I sincerely mean this, I hope at some point in time that I've come to the realization, I come to the understanding, someone explains to me the rationale behind all of this, because it just simply doesn't make any sense except for the theories that Mr. Christopherson has. And the more I think about it, the more I think he's probably right, that this is part of the master plan. But you know, it doesn't need to be this way, because one of the many dangers of what the government attempts or appears to be attempting to do is the either intended or unintended consequences of their actions. What I mean by that is there have been many times in history where changes have been enacted in Parliament to the standing orders, and they were intended to be either temporary or they were intended to be an act or a change that was never to be really utilized or employed. Before I get into the historical references, let me point out something that's current before us. An argument that the government forwards, that their proposed change to the standing orders requiring a Prime Minister's question period once a week does not necessarily mean that the Prime Minister will only show up one day a week. He will show up for other days. Well, I guarantee members opposite, and history has proven this to be true time and time again. Once a precedent is set and once a standing order has changed, requiring the Prime Minister to show up one day a week for a Prime Minister's question period, but not referring to any other day of the week, over time, that will evolve where future Prime Ministers, and perhaps even this one, will take it upon themselves to only show up on Wednesdays, because that is the only requirement in the standing orders that speaks to question period in the Prime Minister. And mark my words, that would happen. And how would the opposition, if they were the Liberals, like it? If they only had access to a Conservative Prime Minister or a New Democratic Party Prime Minister one day a week? How would they feel if they could only question the Prime Minister of the day one day a week? I would suggest to the members opposite, if they want to truly make this something appealing, perhaps they could come up with some sort of a standing order that says the Prime Minister, in addition to appearing one day a week, actually has to answer a direct question and give a direct answer, because we haven't seen that yet. We've seen on 2 occasions the Prime Minister show up on Wednesdays, and to his credit, stand up and answer every question, or at least talk in response to every question, but there have been no answers. I mean, the one that, quite frankly, is right now wearing very thin and is insulting the intelligence not only of parliamentarians but of Canadians is the Prime Minister's repeated talking points on the question of the Billionaire Island Christmas holiday. And the questions have been quite direct to the Prime Minister, and he doesn't answer them directly. He'll give his standard talking point. This was a private vacation, and we will look forward to answering any questions that the Office of the Ethics Commissioner may have of us and of me. Well, today, the questions from the opposition, both from the NDP and ourselves, became even more direct, asking the Prime Minister to answer a simple question. Have you met with the Ethics Commissioner yet? What would possibly prevent the Prime Minister from saying, yes, I have, or no, I haven't, but I plan to in the near future? But he still gives out the same shop-worn, tired talking point. We will fully comply and work with the Ethics Commissioner. Well, Mr. Chair, that to me suggests that I don't think the Prime Minister has met with the Ethics Commissioner. And if not, why not? Well, perhaps because he's stalling, he's stonewalling. He doesn't want to meet because he knows that he would have to give her the direct answers that he's not giving to Parliament or to Canadians. We know now that someone was misled. Someone was misled with the revelation that there was an alternative mode of transportation to get the Prime Minister to the Aga Khan's Island. Originally, and for many question periods in a row, the Prime Minister said the only method of transportation was through private helicopter, and in extenuating circumstances, I'm sure that the Ethics Commissioner would agree that no protocols were breached and no laws were broken. Except we know now that there was alternative modes of transportation. And to add to the mix, now the Prime Minister is suggesting, well, the RCMP determines my method of transportation for security reasons. Really? Can you show us perhaps some correspondence, some emails, some verification of that? If there is such verification, why would the Prime Minister not want to share that with Parliament and with Canadians? Why foster this culture of mistrust? Because I know how Canadians react when the Prime Minister, or any politician for that matter, doesn't answer a direct and very simple question. We saw that firsthand, Mr. Chair, in the last Parliament, when under questioning from Mr. Mulcair to the Prime Minister of the day on Senator Duffy, the Prime Minister, much to my chagrin and others, kept with the talking points. When I felt and others felt he could just simply diffuse the situation by saying, I never instructed Mike Duffy to do anything, but he just kept following the same talking points because the strategic advisors, the communications smart guys, feel, no, keep to the script. How'd that work out for him? Don't vary from the script. And David asked a question, I'll answer. Not very well.
Yeah.
Not very well.
That's how I recall it. It didn't go well.
And that's what's happening here.
Exactly.
Canadians want answers. Look, if the Prime Minister did nothing wrong, just say so. If he's met with the Ethics Commissioner, say so. He doesn't have to divulge the content of their conversations. We'll wait until we read the report from the Ethics Commissioner. But what harm does it do to answer a direct question on, have you met with the Ethics Commissioner?
That's right.
It does no harm whatsoever. In fact, I would suggest, and I would argue, it would comfort Canadians that yes, he has, that an investigation is going to get to the bottom of this. And if the Prime Minister has done nothing wrong, as he continually states, then just say so. You're not going to be breaching any confidence of the Ethics Commissioner by saying whether or not you have met with her. And if, in fact, the RCM police were the ones saying, Mr. Prime Minister, For security reasons, we believe you must take this private method of transportation, otherwise security protocols will be breached. Fine. So I believe what is the natural course of action to take from now, I'm sure that the NDP have felt the same way, is for members of the opposition to simply write a letter to the Commissioner of the RCM Police and ask, can you provide documentation that demonstrates that you had advised the Prime Minister to take that private helicopter? I don't believe that any security provisions would be breached by the RCMP admitting to either advising the Prime Minister thusly or not. If it's standard protocol, we all know, for an example, that Prime Ministers are required to take secure aircraft when traveling. They are prevented from taking commercial airlines. We know that. Well, why do we know that? The RCMP has admitted that. And I'm sure the RCMP, if asked, would respond by telling us exactly what they advised the Prime Minister. Or was it a fact that the Prime Minister determined himself that he would take this private helicopter and simply advise the RCMP of his course of action? We need to know that. Why? Not to begrudge the Prime Minister from taking a private vacation, which he is certainly entitled to do so, but now we want to know if the Prime Minister misled Parliament and misled Canadians. He has stated on the record that it was because the RCMP advised him for security reasons to take this private aircraft. Is it true? Then the Prime Minister should have no difficulty in proving it.
That's right.
But if it is not true, then Canadians will be rightfully outraged. And parliamentarians will have more than just a simple case of privilege. Mm-hmm. We will have much more than that. Yeah. We will have a documented case where the Prime Minister deliberately misled Parliament. Now, I know the term deliberately misled is not considered parliamentary language in the House of Commons, but in fact, if the Prime Minister did not receive instructions or advice from the RCMP that he must take, in their opinion, a private aircraft, that is a serious breach of privilege, and there will be consequences. Not only will there be consequences from a parliamentary procedural standpoint, there will be political consequences, I can assure all members. So back to my point on the Prime Minister's question period being 1 day a week, if members of the government wanted to ensure that they included a standing order that required the Prime Minister to give direct answers to direct questions if he had the ability to do so, that would be a welcome change, one that I would certainly support, but I don't see that happening. And beyond that, Mr. Chair, now that the Prime Minister has on 2 separate occasions answered every question put to him.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais faire un appel au règlement.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise a point of order.
Okay, for
Fine with me, yes.
Mr. Xavier Barcelou to la floor.
Oui. Bien. Monsieur le Président, ça me fait plaisir d'être en...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to address the committee today because we often don't have the opportunity to address any committees. I know that my colleague had a lot to say, and I would like to personally thank him for allowing me to take the floor because we don't often have the opportunity, and the time that we have to speak on committees is extremely limited, if we have any at all. The only exception is the Democratic Reform Committee, which allowed at the time to which allowed the Bloc Québécois to sit on the committee. But besides that one, since the last Parliament, there is no committee that we have been able to be part of. It represents an important problem for us because every time there is a bill that is presented, every time we have issues to raise, we are not able to do so adequately. We are not able to be heard. We are often unable to make amendments. It happens on occasion that we can, but it is infrequent. Not nearly as often as we would like. This can present difficulties for MPs because we are MPs just like the other MPs in the House of Commons, which is to say that we were elected by the citizens of our ridings. We are 11 members in the House of Commons in that situation. I believe there are now 12 because there's a former Liberal who is now sitting as an independent. Even though we have the same mandate from the people in our riding, which is to represent them at the House of Commons, to represent them here, there is an injustice because we are not able to represent those citizens in the same way that other members are able to. I think that is something that the committee should examine the issue and ensure that if there are changes being made to the standing orders, it should be taken into account that MPs be able to raise issues in all committees, not just the committees that are under the authority of the House. For example, committees that change democratic rules. I understand that in the previous case, to change the way that we vote, I appreciate that there was an openness to having us sit on the committee and to take the floor. I believe it was essential when we change the rules of a democracy. When people are not invited to the table, it is a denial of democracy because those individuals are part of democracy as well. When it comes to what concerns us, I think we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about changing the standing orders. And when we talk about changing the standing orders of the House of Commons, evidently, this is a structural element. This is an essential part of how Parliament works. And so, if we're changing the opinion of parliamentarians, it's important for the vision of every parliamentarian to be heard in this matter. And so I appreciate that this committee has given me the chance to speak. But I'm only having the opportunity to speak now, and I don't think it's enough. I think that other opportunities to take the floor should be presented at other committees. I don't think we should institute an automatic attribution of members to a committee. Of course, there are independents or because you don't want to recognize us as having official party status. There's many committees with only 10 members. We wouldn't be able to sit on all the committees, but I think we should keep the possibility open for MPs who are independents to be able to sit on those committees regardless of what the committee is and to be able to participate in a real way as the member was elected to the House, regardless of whether there were 11 elected under the same banner. I think everyone should be able to have the opportunity to participate in the democratic life of Parliament. I am convinced that all of the parties, all of those considered independents, would be able to agree amongst themselves who would sit on those committees. For example, if there was a committee on the environment, I'm convinced that Ms. May, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, to not name her, I believe that she would be an individual who would be a regular member sitting on that committee, and that there would be room for us on other committees. And if a member is interested in a particular Charette committee, I think it would be a positive thing for them to sit. We're talking about multiple points of view, having the points of view of all parties. I think it would be interesting for the House and for all members to proceed in this way. In a document that was made public and that we received in our offices, there was a document from the government that indicated where it wanted to go in terms of changes. Among those changes, there was one that talked about sitting 4 days a week rather than 5. That's an interesting avenue to explore, but there are risks. It contains risks because, first of all, we know that it's important for every member to be able to have some time in their ridings. It's also important to be able to have enough time to deal with what's happening on the Hill. And in order to have enough time on the Hill, it means that if we sit 4 days a week, does that mean that members considered as independents will lose questions? Because currently how it works is that every MP considered independent has 1 question a week. And so the Bloc has 10 members and that has 10 questions a week. The Green Party has 1 member, has 1 question a week. However, those members should not lose the opportunity to ask their questions during that week. Because if that happens, well, there are very few questions that those MPs are able to ask. That would mean that those MPs would be able to ask fewer questions. The current system is completely, in my opinion, not working well. Also, it's not fair for parties to not be recognized if there's 10 of them. I think if there are 10 MPs, 5 MPs, 4 MPs, 2 MPs, 1 MP, parties should be recognized in the House. Because in the orientation document that was given to us, we talk about the London principle. London is an example where they don't always sit 5 days a week. The Prime Minister goes once a week to answer questions like what's being put forward in this document. But in London, as soon as there are 2 MPs, the party is recognized. Here, you need 12. And yet, in Great Britain, the population is 60 million, and here we have 35 million. If we want to talk about a comparison, it seems to me that once you have 1 MP, they should be recognized. If we use pure equivalency between the populations of both countries, being recognized means the opportunity to ask more questions. When there's a question period where there's hundreds of questions that could be raised, well, at least the party that can't ask questions, well, they can't even be added to the orders of the day, and they can't even comment on what's happening. It's absolutely essential for all parties to be able to speak every day on issues that are central, because these are issues for our society. When people can't be heard, we don't hear the point of view that they represent. Sitting 4 days a week leads us to understand in the document that it would be possible that there would be more sitting weeks to compensate the number of hours that the government would be sitting. That's something that we could look at, but we're asking the question, what would happen with riding weeks? When the House is not sitting, what does that mean? Would we be having fewer riding weeks? It's important to have those riding weeks, especially for MPs whose ridings are very large. Currently, sometimes, June 24th is a time when the House of Commons sits, and we think it's inconceivable as MPs for Quebec because that's Quebec's national holiday. It's an extremely important day for Quebecers where all Quebecers celebrate and all citizens expect to have a member for their riding present, to be able to meet them and to celebrate them and to share that important moment. For us, it would be essential that June 24th be set aside in order to recognize that day so that Quebec MPs can attend. I'm sure that MPs from Quebec in this room will recognize that the national holiday is a very important date. Also, in this document, there was the possibility of broadening membership of committees, but committees take time. It requires preparation time. When an MP is considered an independent, if they're invited to sit on a committee, well, that time is demanding. We often say that time is money. Financial resources are required for those MPs because those MPs don't have additional resources to get ready for committee sessions. Sitting on the committee requires taking on additional responsibilities, which means that a budget must follow. If there is a change where independents could sit on committees, members of recognized parties could be recognized at different degrees. For example, recognizing a parliamentary group, recognizing a party, recognizing parties as with a lower threshold. Well, a budget must be made available at that lower threshold because MPs won't be able to take on more work without having financial resources in order to be able to get that work done. That is the most important thing that we're talking about today, additional financial resources, are absolutely essential when it comes to the Bloc Québécois. They have to cut in their riding offices' resources in order to be able to get their parliamentary work done. That means that they're not working on equal footing with other MPs, because other MPs can serve their citizens in their ridings, and they don't have to amputate part of their riding budget in order to do their parliamentary work. That's what's happening now, and it's hard for our MPs. I think it's important for everyone to be able to give service that makes sense in their ridings as well as on the Hill, when it comes to both research and following up on parliamentary matters. Another aspect is electronic voting. We look at that with a certain amount of interest, but there's a certain amount of ambiguity in the document as to how this electronic voting would work. MPs could continue to work in their ridings at all times and vote electronically, or they could keep working in the House. What would security measures look like to make sure that someone who's in their riding to have the right context for that bill? What could we do to make sure that that MP is the one that's actually voting? Because it doesn't seem right if somebody who is traveling be able to vote and we can't verify their identity. I think the security system would have to be extremely solid, and we would need proof, real proof, that it would be effective. And when it comes to electronic voting as well, whether you like it or not, there's a whole background, a whole context to the way we vote now. The way voting is done now is an important symbol for many people. And as that symbol is important for many people, I think it would be important at certain times if we change the way we vote. The vote should still be done in a traditional way at important moments. For example, if we're voting on the speech from the throne or the budget, I think it would be important to vote this way because it's part of our tradition and our history, just as the pages and the Speaker of the House are dressed a certain way. I think that the vote should be done traditionally at certain important moments. And then when it comes to sitting 4 days a week, perhaps on Thursday, when it comes to electronic voting, we're not sure what we think of the whole thing. However, it's important to discuss it. And it's a good idea to raise the idea in the committee and to discuss it. One thing that is of concern to us in the document which was presented, it has to do with time allocation. It seems that the government would be able to use time allocation more easily. The House would be required to take a position on certain issues and make sure that certain parliamentarians will be able to cut short debate in the House as well as at committee. That's a concern for us because currently the way things work is that there are many bills that we are unable to even talk about. We can't debate them in the House. That's a problem. In other parliaments around the world, I can think of the National Assembly of Quebec, an independent member from the time that a single member has the right to speak. They can talk about all of the bills that are put forward. They can speak. I don't think it's right if there is a bill that's tabled. It's not right for all MPs to not be heard. If there are 10 MPs from one party, it's not true that we're not a big enough group to take the floor. There are some parliamentary groups that might have 12 MPs. If we had two more, as a party, we'd be able to take the floor on many issues. I don't think that this way of doing things really works. It's important for changes to be made on this point. If we allocate or do time allocation more easily, I don't think it's a good idea. I think that this time allocation could undermine MPs who already have a hard time being able to take the floor. And when it comes to time allocation, traditionally we've always voted against time allocation motions because we think it's a way for the government to cut the debate short. Cutting the debate short is a dangerous thing. MPs need to be able to raise their points of view. There are 338 members in the House. I think having 330 MPs talking about a bill is perhaps not the end of the world. It might even be interesting to hear what every MP has to say about those bills. Some may come from the same party, but that doesn't mean they all have the same point of view, because when people vote, they vote for a member. That's how our system works. And it's important to recognize that.
I'm listening intently or trying to the comments by my colleague from the bloc, but with the conversations going on, I'm having difficulty even with an earpiece listening. And I would like to make sure I listen to all of his comments, so I would ask the people who are not at this table to please, if you have a conversation, to take it outside. If that's possible.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry for the
Fiske.
interruption. Excusez-moi.
Oh, thank you. That was appropriate. Mr. Barcelou?
OK. Donc, on a des grosses inquiétudes au niveau des...
We have serious concerns when it comes to time allocation. We cannot take this lightly, because when we muzzle parliamentarians, it means we want to prevent them from expressing themselves. And why are we elected? It is to make sure that we are able to express ourselves. Using this type of measure raises doubts, and we want to see what form this is going to take, because this is a dangerous tool. We need to be very careful with it. Democracy means giving everybody the chance to speak, and preventing people from speaking on issues means that we are undermining democracy directly. We see in the document that there is concern from the government about motions. Sometimes we don't follow the agenda as set by the government or other parties. I think it's important to be able to keep the opportunity of presenting motions like this alive when there are emergency debates, when something is happening and it's urgent. It's important for the Parliament to be able to discuss it. As you know, sometimes if there's a terrorist attack, if there's a major crisis happening when it comes to access to food, there are many circumstances that can mean that the Parliament may need to discuss a situation. And it's not always something that is convenient to the government, but even if it's not convenient, that opportunity needs to be available, because the opposition has to be able to hold the government to account. Yes, it is part of the role of Parliament to perhaps make the government uncomfortable from time to time. It doesn't mean that we're putting the government in the hot seat, that we're acting badly. I think it means that the opposition is making sure that transparency is upheld. And also, there is mention in this document.
Well, how could I put it? About the possibility for the Prime Minister to be in attendance only one day a week. Now, being there one day a week for the Prime Minister is problematic in our view. Now, as you know, the House sits 5 days a week. The Prime Minister has a seat reserved for him in the House, and sometimes on certain occasions or opportunities he may be absent, but question period lasts rather an hour a day. If the Prime Minister can't be in the chamber for an hour a day, well, there are 24 hours in a day, and there are 5 days in a sitting week. So that's a lot of hours. It's not exaggerated for the Prime Minister to be there for that amount of time. If you calculate the number of hours there are in a week, when if to ask the Prime Minister be in the House for 5 hours is not an exaggeration. So I think the Prime Minister needs to be held to account. He talked about transparency. He needs to be there, as ministers have to be in the House, as often as possible, because many times the ministers are absent as well. The questions are put to ministers as well, so they need to be there. Something else that I wanted to share with the committee here, it deals with private members' business. Now, as you know, there are motions that are tabled by parties, motions tabled, but in fact, independent members, when they table a bill, and the same process exists for all members when it comes to private members' business. But there's very little time available to debate those bills. Now, we think that there should be more time set aside to debate private members' bills. We think this is important because it's all fine and well for the parties and the government to have more weight in the matter, if you will. These are important bills, and oftentimes there are important points and breakthroughs, if you will. Oftentimes, private members' bills are not partisan. All members have different ideas, and some have ideas that are consistent with their party lines. And so there may sometimes be a trend for private members' business to be more partisan, but oftentimes They're not, and it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be debated and considered. So we think that there should be more time set aside for private members' bills, for consideration of private members' bills. There are many members who don't even have an opportunity to table a bill. That's my case in this Parliament. Throughout the entirety of my mandate, I won't even have an opportunity to table a bill because my name came up after 200. And so I doubt that I'll have an opportunity to put forth a bill. And so I will have been a member of Parliament for 4 years without having an opportunity to introduce a private member's bill. And that's not normal, in my opinion. It's not something that it should exist. But that's the system that we're currently dealing with. Now, something else that is of concern to us is the fact that votes often take place during the day. Now, members have to work in their Ottawa offices, and the votes occur sporadically. Now, when you know that there's a vote immediately after question period, if we're in our offices, we have to return to the House. Sometimes there's another vote. So we spend an entire day where we can't even focus on our files. For the large parties, well, they have an army of staff and officials behind them working for them. But in smaller parties, what happens is that members have to take up more work. And when there are 5, 6, 8, or 10 votes in the same day at different times of the day, well, the result is we spend our time going back and forth between our offices and the House, and we can't advance any of the files from our constituency offices. We have fewer resources, and so what that means is that we're more penalized than other members of Parliament. So we think that it's important that those members should be considered. Now, I don't have any concrete proposals to put forth at this point in time, but I think it's important to better plan the day for members of Parliament, because sometimes we also meet with members of associations that come in from our ridings or represent other organizations across the province of Quebec. If there's a specific association, the poultry producers, for example, the dairy or the pork producers, there are all kinds of associations that come to meet with us, and I've just mentioned a couple here, but if they come, we've made an appointment with them, and then we can't meet them because their votes spread throughout the day. Well, it's difficult for us to have productive meetings with these associations. So we need to be in a better position to better plan our agendas. Now, that is an interesting idea. We need to look at how that can unfold in reality, and we have a duty to examine that. Now, the same is also true when it comes to questions and questions being answered. I mentioned that the Prime Minister needs to be in the House, but the Prime Minister should be required to answer questions, but ministers as well. They are in the House to answer questions. Many times where we get an answer from a parliamentary secretary, there are many of them who are very dedicated to their work, who are very interested in the files that they've been given, but the parliamentary secretary isn't the one who's making the final decision. It's the minister who makes the final decision. And the minister is the one who's held accountable at the end of the day. So the minister must be there to answer questions during question period when members have questions for him or her. That's a very basic point, in my opinion. Now, I'm not sure if there couldn't be a mechanism to require the person who is questioned to actually answer the question, because oftentimes someone stands up who answers a question who doesn't even know the file. They simply read from a paper. And at the end of the day, it doesn't advance the debate. It doesn't enable the public to familiarize themselves with the debate. So we have to ask the question 7, 8, 10, or 15 times. And oftentimes, it's difficult to get an answer. And sometimes we don't even get an answer from the minister or the prime minister. Imagine if it's another member of parliament or a parliamentary secretary. So we hope that an answer will be provided. There are occasions where we do get answers, but to my mind, it's important for the minister to be in the chamber. And it needs to be specified in the standing orders that the ministers must be in attendance, not just the prime minister. Now, this week, we talked about omnibus bills. This matter came up because we know the previous government was highly specialized in omnibus bills, but we've discovered that the current government also appears to particularly like those types of bills. There was C-29. We discovered something that affected the Consumer Protection Act, and that would have created a situation where the banks weren't subject to it, etc. So omnibus bills should be limited. So if a bill deals with a different subject matter, a different department, it should be required to be in a separate bill. We shouldn't be dealing with bills that affect 2 or 3 or 400 different themes in one bill. Now, earlier, I mentioned the fact that we are a smaller political party. We have fewer resources. It's more difficult for us to go through these documents. So imagine our situation when there's a bill with 300 or 400, up to 600 pages, fewer resources. It's difficult for us to have a comprehensive position on the bill because it too interests people in our ridings. So I think that for that reason, there should be limits on the size of bills. Now, I don't know how something like that can be translated into regulations or the standing orders because some bills are highly complex, or it's important to ensure that there aren't any poison pills that are slipped into the bill as well, because sometimes when there are those little poison pills that are in bills, it doesn't enhance the reputation of the government. When we talk about that in our ridings to Canadians and people, they're not happy with it. So the government shouldn't be doing things like that. Now, when it comes to debate in the chamber, there is a problem at present, as I mentioned, with respect to limited time for private members' business. On certain occasions, we can't even speak. So there is a procedure that is used to allocate time, 20 minutes into 2 10-minute periods. The time can be split. But perhaps what could be considered as well is an opportunity to break the 10-minute periods down to 4 or 5-minute periods of time if we wanted to enable smaller parties or smaller groups of independents to speak, because having an opportunity to speak is important. It becomes a bit challenging when it comes to question and comments on those short periods of time, but because the speaker also needs to take questions and make comments. But I'm simply putting forth that humble submission because I think that is something that should be considered. There need to be ways to give more time to all members. Sometimes in a 20-minute slot, people repeat themselves, and if more people had an opportunity to speak during that time slot, it would be more constructive. So that could be something that is taken into consideration. Now, another irritant takes me back to question period. During question period, we are systematically put at the end as a block. Now, we understand that the larger party should have an opportunity to speak earlier. I think that's part of the protocol, and that is okay. However, just having the last 2 questions or the last question of the day is very difficult because it's hard to maintain the public's attention. People are tired, they fatigue, they're very attentive at the start, but if over time people are less attentive, if they're watching on TV, for example, well, it's the case for our viewing audience, for journalists, and it's important to diversify opinions that are expressed during question period. So members of other parties should have an opportunity to ask questions before the final slots during question period. So that way, well, we could think about putting some in after the first block of leaders' round questions, because we start off with the official opposition asking questions, the second party. Perhaps at that point, some of the independent questions could be put in. That might be a more balanced approach. And then when it comes to the number of questions, well, at present, I think that it's completely unfair to look at the situation that we find ourselves in. We need to have more resources. Some parties have millions of dollars for research, and we've got zero in terms of a budget for that. A party, well, I think there's one party that has some 30-odd members. We've got 10. So we have a third of the members that they have, but we are far from having a third of their budget or financial resources available to us. So I think that there are some major changes that need to be made in that regard. I think it would be essential for us to have an opportunity to speak on the same footing with others.
A bit quieter. It's hard for the interpreters are having a hard time. So that'd be very helpful. Sorry to continue.
Well, I'll wrap up my comments on that by saying that some will perhaps say that, well, yes, but there are fewer of you. That's the way things have always worked. But fewer members of parliament doesn't mean less of a voice. As some people have mentioned this earlier, the current government didn't have 70% of the vote, and it represents more than that in the House of Commons. So if, for example, we were to look at 2011, we got 23% of the vote in Quebec and 4 of the 74 seats. So our representation in the House didn't represent our popular vote. And when there's difference there, then that affects the resources that we're given. So it's not fair when it comes to the number of people who actually voted for us. So I think that needs to be taken into account because we can't just look at the number of members elected. We need to look at the percentage of votes for each group. In the last election, some 800,000 people voted for members of the Bloc Québécois. 800,000 people is a large number. So when 800,000 people vote for a specific political party, out of 8 million people, even if it's not exactly 8 million, but that's more or less the population of the province of Quebec, we know that the Bloc Québécois, as an independentist party, represents 40% of people because 40% support independentist parties from Quebec. And so we need to have the resources that correspond to that position and that situation. Now, I'm not just preaching for my own parish. Some will say, yes, but you only have 10 members of parliament. Before you had 4, but you know the NDP had 9 in one case. The Conservative Party was reduced to 2 in the past. That can happen to any party, and it's normal for the financial resources to be decreased when there are fewer members of parliament, the time allocated for speaking as well, but there isn't a proportional system. There needs an element of scale that needs to be factored in. Well, how could I put it? That it needs to be taken into account. There needs to be more proportionality, and that's not the way things worked. And so it's profoundly unjust for all the people who voted for us. So essentially, those are the points that I wanted to raise here with you, Mr. Chairman, with the committee members. I hope that you will you have heard my comments, and I hope that we'll have an opportunity to be invited back on other occasions because we do have significant other contributions to make to this committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Mr. Lukiski and the rest of the committee members for allowing the member time. I think it's a very great benefit to us to hear what the representatives, the 800,000 people that voted for the Bloc Québécois, wanted to input into this process. So thank you very much, and we look forward to more of the same. So merci. Mr. Lukiski.
A question for you, Chair, before I resume my intervention. What is your normal practice when supper is served? Do you have a formal break, or does
we've just been carrying
go up and
we've just been carrying on? But I mean, if you want to get yours, before you speak, go ahead.
If we could take a 5-minute break, so I can try and at least see what's on the menu.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank
Suspend for dinner for 5 minutes ish.
What is on the menu, David?
everyone got some food. Thank you, Mr. Lukiski. And Mr. Graham notified me that when we started at 4:30, we were at hour number 544. Tom, you had mentioned some hours, so
Here.
That's the time since the beginning of the of March 21st. So it's 546 o'clock on March 21st.
They're incurring these costs.
I understand.
okay. And so as we proceed, if people in the room, the interpreters thanked us for keeping the level of the noise down because they have very thin walls there, and it is disruptive to them. So they appreciate it. If we could carry on with that, that would be helpful. Merci. Mr. Lukiski, you're on. And thank you, Mr. Barcelo, for your intervention earlier.
Yes, I want to concur with our chair and underscore that I was very appreciative to hear from the Bloc Québécois. I did not know that they would be appearing tonight, but I was more than pleased to cede some of my time to hear the perspective from another political party. And I think that also underscores the essence of what we're discussing here, that the rules of this place, the standing orders of this place, affect all of us, whether we be in government, the official opposition, the recognized third party, an independent, or a single member wanting to speak and have his voice heard. The rules apply to everyone equally. And I stress the term equally because it does not give more benefits to the government simply because it has more members of parliament. The rules that we observe, the standing orders which guide us in our daily actions, apply to every single parliamentarian equally. And in fact, they have been designed and entrenched and codified so that they not only guide us equally, but benefit us equally. So we're all playing by the same rules. I'm sure in the hours that preceded my intervention, there have been examples and analogies as to sporting ventures where how unfair it would appear if two football teams took the field, but only one of them could set the rules by which they play. That's what's happening here. At least that's the attempt that the government is trying to do here. They are setting the rules, or attempting to, that would benefit themselves. Now, my colleague from the Bloc Québécois went over a number of the problems and the issues that his party has with the discussion paper. I will go over some of those myself because I share some of those concerns. But once again, I speak directly to my colleagues on the government side of this table and suggest to them that some of these proposed changes could in fact end up as an all-party agreement if in fact we were afforded that ability to begin with. I think it highly possible, if not probable, in fact, Mr. Chair, that if the government simply said that they would abide by the same tradition and convention that other parliaments before them have done when observing potential changes to the standing orders, that is, unanimity must be observed, then I think we could have a fruitful discussion. I honestly do. I have some thoughts on electronic voting, for an example. I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and I believe the term stand and be counted was done for a reason, but in terms of efficiency, there is an argument to be made for electronic voting. It certainly happened in other jurisdictions, and I think that would be a worthy and worthwhile debate. But under the terms of reference that the government has imposed upon us, that being no equality amongst members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and no unanimity is going to be required, I will simply not engage in that debate because it's worthless. Why should I or any other parliamentarian subject themselves to a reasoned and rational debate when in fact you know at the end of the day that your words will not only be unheeded, they will be ignored? it would be totally irrelevant because the government has its mind made up what changes they would like to make to the standing orders. Now, colleagues, in years past, and I'm talking decades past, any proposed changes to the standing orders caused an uproar not just in Parliament, but in Canada itself. To give you all a bit of a history lesson, for those of you who don't know, closure was introduced by the Sir Robert Borden government back in 1913. And it was in response to the Naval Aid Bill. Back in 1913, the Prime Minister at the time was called upon by Lord Admiral Winston Churchill to update the Royal Naval Fleet. And so Prime Minister Borden decided that a $35 million investment would be required to do just that. Now, as I'm sure everyone can appreciate, $35 million in 1913 was a lot of money and consequently sparked a vigorous debate amongst all parliamentarians. Seeing that this debate would be going on for perhaps an interminable amount of time, the Prime Minister and his party at the time, Progressive Conservatives, introduced closure. And that simply introduction of a standing order that would offer to the government, in a majority situation, the opportunity to shut down debate in order to pass a piece of legislation infuriated not only the parliamentarians, but Canadians at large. This was called not only unprecedented, but draconian, dictatorial. It was called an assault on democracy. And these were words not from parliamentarians themselves, but from members of the media and Canadians. And the debate raged on, and I use the term raged, I think, quite appropriately. It was visceral in its intensity. I was told that Canadians from across Canada would make their way to Ottawa merely to sit in the gallery to listen to the debate as it raged on. This was something that was completely unprecedented, and in the views of most Canadians, and certainly the majority of parliamentarians, unnecessary. Because until that time in history, there were no limits on debate. And some debates went on for months. Now, at the time, parliamentarians of all political backgrounds, I think, were held in a little bit more esteem than they are now. And they were considered to be learned people, respected people, who were, regardless again of political affiliation, working tirelessly on behalf of all Canadians. And debate was an important part of the function of establishing laws and legislative initiatives that would benefit Canada, who at the time, of course, was literally still in its infancy. And Canadians were quite comfortable with the fact that debate could go on for months and months without resolution, because they felt that was the appropriate course of action to take when trying to determine an appropriate law to be passed. So when Prime Minister Borden introduced this concept of closure, it was something that took most political observers aback. And most Canadians viewed it as a highly undesirable course of action for that government to take. Nonetheless, in order to pass the naval bill, Borden pursued, and in fact, if memory serves me correctly, enacted closure on 19 separate occasions to get the bill passed, whipped his caucus, and it was passed. But because of the uproar from Canadians, or to use a term more closely associated with today's generation, the blowback was so intense that closure was never really again utilized for a number of decades, because no politician, no political party wanted to run the risk that Borden did and incur the wrath of the general electorate. So closure, while it was still on the books, was simply not used. The next time it came into the forefront, and the next time Canadians became aware of closure and were similarly outraged, was in the 1956 Great Pipeline debate, where the Liberal government of the day wanted to ensure that the Trans-Canada Pipeline taking Alberta crude to eastern Canada was built. But there was a timeline, a deadline, which it had to be completed. And the debate seemed to be never-ending. So once again, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, I believe, was the Prime Minister at the time, enacted closure to get that debate completed and the bill passed. And as I said, similar to what happened in 1913, there was great outcry from not just politicians, but from, yes, go ahead.
1954?
1956.
So that would probably be Louis Saint Laurent, not Sir Wilfrid
Saint Laurent,
Laurier.
did I say Laurier? I should say Saint Laurent. Thank you very much for the correction. But nonetheless, there was no appetite for closure. But because it was on the books, Saint Laurent was able to utilize it. I point that out for a reason, because I mentioned earlier in my intervention that what we do now will have repercussions, will have consequences. It may not be apparent to individuals at the time, but any action causes a reaction. And even though closure was not intended to be enacted after 1913, it was, because it was available to the government of the day. Now, fast forward from 1956 to 1969, when time allocation was first introduced by the current Prime Minister's father, Pierre Trudeau. And it again was hotly debated, but not quite as, the reaction was not quite as visceral as it was in 56, and certainly not as much as it was in 1913, because by that time Canadians had been somewhat acclimatized to the fact that parliaments had the ability to close debate or shut down debate. But Prime Minister Trudeau, the elder, again whipped his caucus, and time allocation was something that came on the books as a standing order. But I note with great interest, and I point out to committee members, that prior to that, in the 5 years prior to the introduction and the approval and ultimate passage of time allocation as a parliamentary tool, a number of different parliamentary procedural committees had discussed this very concept. And on 5 different occasions, all party committees decided not to approve time allocation. Why? Because they didn't have unanimous consent. So I'm underscoring that because it has been a long-standing tradition. Whether or not a special committee on parliamentary reform is constructed, whether or not a all-party committee is formed to examine potential changes to the standing orders each and every time throughout history. All parliamentarians agreed that they must have unanimous consent. That is, until now. Make no mistake, what this government is attempting to do is to shut down the ability for the opposition to prevent changes to the standing order by not agreeing to unanimous consent and merely allowing a parliamentary committee of which they have a majority to determine what standing orders should be changed. Mr. Chair, that's, in my view, not a discussion, as this government continually brays that they want to have a discussion. That is not a conversation, because a conversation has to be two ways, and you have to be able to listen and accept arguments from both sides and both points of view. This is merely a totalitarian attempt by this government to unilaterally impose their will on the opposition under the guise of a parliamentary committee. Now, I would suggest to my honourable colleagues on the government side that this has the potential to be extremely problematic for them from an electoral standpoint. This heavy-handed, ham-handed attempt by the government to curtail the opposition's ability to affect the rules of this place will be seen as dictatorial, as draconian, and they very well could end up paying the price for that. I talked a little earlier in my intervention of how many of the Liberals were elected by a very small margin in the last election, and how they have disappointed a lot of the progressive voters by their actions to date. They have greatly disappointed progressives who were looking forward to a government who followed through in their commitment to electoral reform. They were very disappointed with a government who said that they would respect the will of provincial and environmental jurisdictions by approving pipelines. They were disappointed, to say the least, that the government made a number of promises and they have not fulfilled them. The two I'd mentioned, plus the fact that the modest $10 billion deficits have now mushroomed into a $30 billion deficit. So there is a host of progressive voters, I would suggest, throughout Canada, from coast to coast to coast and to the Fourth Coast, that will be looking to rethink their position and rethink their support with Liberals because of these disappointments. And I would suggest that this course of action is only going to add to the frustration and to the disappointment of those progressive voters, and I believe that that will translate itself into votes, but it won't be votes for Liberals. I would also suggest to members at this committee that one of the benefits of being elected is that backbenchers in a truly enlightened government have the respect of their party. And I would humbly suggest that that respect has not been afforded anyone at this table. You know as well as I do that you have been instructed to follow a certain course of action to ensure that, at the very least, this filibuster continues. And I suspect, although I will probably never be able to prove with any certainty, that many of you, in your heart of hearts, disagree with the approach your government is taking. I can speak from experience that in the previous Parliament, and I think most of my colleagues, if they were being completely honest, would agree, that there were initiatives that our government in the past engaged in that many of us did not agree with. But we only have ourselves to blame if we were silent. We can always fall back on the old tried and true adage, well, we were just following party discipline. We wanted to be loyal. That's all well and good, and I agree with party discipline. I agree with having a united front, because if you didn't, it would prove to be politically disastrous for any political party. However, there comes a time when every single parliamentarian, every single citizen has to say, stop. Because I believe that every Canadian knows the difference between right and wrong. We know that intuitively. And it is simply wrong to try and impose the will of the government, the tyranny of the majority, upon the political process, the standing orders that guide us all. And I believe that if members of the government, many of whom are sitting at this table, would speak honestly, they would agree with that statement. Not that that's going to have any influence on the outcome, but I can tell you this. Having run successfully for election on 5 different occasions, I know what it's like to go back to my constituency and try and explain to constituents a course of action that my government took that was not appreciated. You can spin as long and as much as you want, but the reality is constituents know when a course of action taken was wrong. I heard it loud and clear in the last election, in the lead up to the last campaign, how members, luckily for me, did not blame me, but my voters blamed the Prime Minister and blamed the government. And frankly, if I had been in any other region of Canada except for the prairies, there's a good chance I would not have been reelected, simply because voters wanted to express their displeasure at the actions of our government. So the first individuals on the government side who are going to potentially experience some real heartache from this action, combined with the actions what your government has done before, are backbenchers, and you will be asked, why didn't you stand up and say no? Now, to credit the current government and to the members of the Liberal Party, on a few occasions I've been very pleased to see government members stand up in opposition to their marching orders, usually with respect to private members' bills. I think that's extremely positive. I think that's healthy. But this is something that goes beyond just a private member's bill. This is something, if there was to be a point in time when government backbenchers said, no, we don't agree with this course of action, this is the time. This is the time. Because trust me, if some of these changes go through, and if you are successful in your re-election bids, at one point in time in your future, you will be sitting in the opposition benches, and you will have to live with the changes that you brought down yourselves, and it will not be very pretty. I would also suggest that if the government simply agreed to this long-standing tradition of unanimous consent being required, that the government might be pleasantly surprised on the reactions of some of the points that you put up for discussion. And I think that more than anything else, this impasse that we currently are seized with would be completely eliminated. And I think there could be a fruitful discussion on potential changes. I can let members of the government know that in the previous Parliament during the discussions of our all-party committee. Many of the items that you've raised in your discussion paper were raised and discussed by our committee. And it wasn't that all of them were opposed vehemently. In some cases, there may have been one party who had some objections for some particular reason. And in that case, we took that standing order proposal off the table. But there was some intelligent, reasoned, and rational discussion, and arguments were being made that did sway from time to time the opinions of others. I think that could be the case here. But it will not take place if the government continues to take the position that they do not require or request unanimous consent. Simply put, if the government wants to continue down this road, and it appears that they are doing just that, that members of the opposition will have no choice but to continue our opposition, and not just continue our tactics such as filibusters, but to increase in intensity our opposition in other tactical ways, in other procedural ways. If this government, my colleague is quite right, Mr. Arnold is quite right, we have no choice to do that. We have to be able to show our displeasure as vociferously and as pointedly as we can to try and underscore the importance of what we are discussing. It is not enough simply to say that this is an issue that most Canadians aren't concerned with. It's inside baseball. That may be true, but it affects Canadians nonetheless, because it affects how their elected members of Parliament have the ability to do their jobs. In other words, it is undercutting the ability of any opposition party to be an effective opposition. There have been countless examples throughout history where, because of a competent opposition party, potentially damaging and destructive legislation was stopped, was prevented. But unfortunately, this government, when it talks about efficiency, wants the standing orders to be efficient only for themselves, to remove roadblocks from their way, to prevent opposition parties from having the ability to slow down and, in some cases, delay and prevent legislation from crossing the finish line. I'm all for efficiency, but I'm certainly not for a form of dictatorship, and that seems to be the considered approach of this government. Let's look at a couple of examples of this discussion paper. One of the apparently more innocuous suggestions of the government was to change the length of time a government is required to respond to written order questions from 45 to 65 days. Or, as the government puts it in the discussion paper, put an upper limit so that a government is required to respond between 45 and 65 days. The rationale is that, well, the 65-day upper limit would give the government more time to give a more considered and thorough response. And to that, I say balderdash. I've been in this place for close to 14 years, and I was in government for 9. And I saw questions coming from the opposition which caused us to respond, in some cases, in 50 to 100 pages for one question. I made reference in my last intervention that to prove a point, I stood in the House and read one of the opposition Liberal parties into the record. It took me 17 minutes to read it into the record. That was one question. So I made a suggestion that perhaps we ought to put some rules around the type of questions that can be asked. So it prevents opposition parties from abusing their right to ask written questions. Because not only did it take countless public servants days upon days upon days to develop answers, then it had to be translated into both official languages, photocopied, and presented. And the cost to our government was enormous. I did a calculation and found out that literally tens of millions of dollars were being spent to respond to opposition questions, many of which were frankly dilatory. They were simply done to try and put a monkey wrench into the government operations by taking skilled professionals away from their jobs into responding to a question. It was obstructionist at its very core. And so I appealed to the Prime Minister at that time that perhaps we should take a look at changing, or at least a review of the standing orders, because I think we could save the taxpayer millions of dollars. The Prime Minister said, well, it sounds like an interesting concept. Send me a memo, as he normally said to members who had ideas he felt worth exploring. I did. I sent it to them, and we had a discussion. And what that discussion ensued in was that the Prime Minister made it crystal clear to me that any standing order changes had to be done for the right reasons. He didn't talk about unanimous consent at that time. That was something I brought forward on my own initiative when we assembled the committee. But his marching orders to me was very clear. If the standing order changes proposed by the committee make sense, fine. But we, and we meaning the government, are not to introduce proposals that would effectively impinge upon the rights of opposition parties. And that surprised me, frankly, because the Prime Minister was a very wise, some would say brilliant, political tactician, and there would be some changes to the standing orders which haven't been included in this discussion paper, but I certainly considered that certainly would have hamstrung the opposition. And the Prime Minister wanted none of it, because he understood more than anyone else, I believe, in our party, why the standing orders were put in place to begin with. And at the heart of everything else you can say about the Prime Minister, he understood what democracy meant. And he knew that since we had a majority, if we wished, we could change the standing orders in a number of different areas that would have benefited us greatly and completely remove the ability of opposition members to hold us to account. And he would have no part of it. Therefore, when at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I raised the fact that we were legislatively obligated to study the standing orders between the 60th and 90th day of the new Parliament, as all parliaments are, I suggested, why don't we go a step further? And rather than have a day of debate in the House, we actually do something about it and see if we can agree upon changes that would make the standing orders better, clean up some of the more arcane items contained in the standing orders at that time, and hopefully make the House of Commons a better place in which to work and to act. The opposition members agreed, and at our first meeting, I brought forward a proposal. And this was not something that came from the PMO. This was something that I felt, based on my conversations with the Prime Minister, would be appropriate. And I was the one who suggested that we consider changes to the standing order, but do so in a manner that if any proposed change was objected to for any reason by any member of the committee, that proposal was off the table for discussion. We didn't even debate it. We didn't try and convince other members of the worthiness of the proposed change. We just took it off. And you know something? That was probably one of the best functioning committees that I've been on. It was actually a subcommittee. All of the members of the committee went back to their caucuses. They consulted with them extensively as to some of the proposed changes that our caucus members would like to see. Then we came back to the table, put our respective proposed changes on the table, and went from there. And I could tell you, quite honestly, that in our caucus of the previous Parliament, some of the changes you've got in your discussion paper were suggested. There wasn't many, but there was a couple of people who recommended we go to a 4-day week. Well, you've got that in yours. There were some who talked about electronic voting. There's a lot of other discussion about areas that would really hamstring the opposition, and as I said, I just didn't entertain those. I mentioned this in the last intervention, Mr. Chair, but I'll say it again because we have some new members at the table. I do want to give a couple of examples of what I speak. In the last Parliament, there was only 7 or 8 members who were not part of recognized parties. By that I mean they didn't have 12 members of the caucus, so they weren't recognized. Ms. May was there representing the Green Party. I think there was 2 or 3 members of the Bloc Québécois, a couple of members of some other Quebec sovereigntist associations and political parties. But in total, there was only, I believe, 8 of them. Well, on 2 or 3 occasions during the last Parliament, the 3 major parties came to agreement on some motions. Normally it would be something like, what time do we rise, or we ask for UC on something that the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP could agree upon. But on 2 or 3 occasions, when we introduced the motion asking for unanimous consent, 1 or more of the 7 or 8, what we should call independent members, said no. So, of course, what happens? Well, you have to stand 5, which they did, and that forced a vote. We ultimately got approval of the motion we introduced, but it took an hour out of our time. 30-minute bells, and you have to go through a vote. So it delayed the government from its own legislative agenda for an hour. Some may say that's not a big deal. Well, it is a big deal if it happens frequently. This government is seeing what happens if you have unwanted or unnecessary votes. Your legislative agenda is getting thrown off the tracks. And we're doing that by design. But I digress. Back to the issue of the day. So some suggested, look, the Stand 5 provision was put into place several decades ago when there was far fewer members of Parliament than there are at the time. So from an inflationary viewpoint, one could make the argument if the Stand 5 provision was in place when there was only 180 members, and now there's over 300 members, wouldn't it make sense to change the standing orders to say that you have to stand 10 to force a vote? Well, what would stand 10 do? In that political environment, stand 10 would have prevented Ms. May, the Bloc members, and the other independent members from ever being able to force a vote. We didn't introduce it. I would not allow that to be even discussed at the all-party committee. Because based on my conversation with the Prime Minister, I knew what he would say. No. Quite frankly, I was a little fearful if I allowed it to be discussed at the committee, I'd be hauled on the carpet, but I didn't do it because I knew that's what he didn't want to do. And I also knew it was not the right thing to do. How could we, the tyranny of the majority, be obstructing the ability of individual and independent members of Parliament from doing the job, doing what they felt was necessary to represent their constituents? It simply wasn't right. So we didn't go beyond that point. I also made mention in my last intervention, another, if you want to talk about numbers, scenario, was on Standing Order 56.1, which we used successfully on a number of occasions when both the Liberals were the official opposition and when the NDP were the official opposition. For the benefit of those of you at this table who are new and may not know what 56.1 is, basically means that if a government introduces a motion asking for unanimous consent and consent is denied, they can then reintroduce the same motion under the rubric of 56(1). And if 25 members do not stand, the motion is deemed approved. So what we would do on occasion, we would wait until a Friday morning when attendance is traditionally lower than it is normally. We would even put some advanced scouts into the opposition lounges to see how many members were sitting and perhaps not in Parliament or sitting in their seats. Because a lot of times on Friday mornings, we all know it, unless your whip has got pretty good discipline, members don't tend to show up. So we'd wait until we thought we could win, because there wasn't 25 members to oppose. We'd bring in 56(1) on a motion, and what you know, we got it passed, where we otherwise wouldn't have got it passed. Well, some of our caucus suggested, you know, the opposition is on to us now. Their whips are never going to let less than 20 people or 25 people be in attendance at any time. You'll never get this done again. So a member who shall remain nameless, who was actually defeated in the last election, perhaps it was a good thing, suggested, why not change the provision from 25 to 35 or 40? Then probably we'd get a 56(1) passed at every time. If nothing else, it would inflame the opposition members, because they would have to have more of their people staying in Ottawa on a Friday. Didn't let it happen. I simply would not entertain that, and that never came up for discussion in our party committee, because it wasn't right. And because I knew the Prime Minister wouldn't accept that. So those are just two examples of what one party could do with the majority to change standing orders to the absolute destruction of democracy. And I choose my words very carefully here. And I don't want to engage in hyperbole. But what members of the government are attempting to do is exactly that. The Westminster Forum of Government was established by very learned individuals, and for a reason. Because they recognized the usefulness of Parliament as a decision-making body, but also they recognized the ability of opposition members to contribute to that process. And by negating the ability of opposition members to hold the government to account is a very, very dangerous thing to do.
Point of order.
Certainly.
Mr. Christopherson.
Thanks, Chair. I thank my honourable friend for his observations, and he's got great experience and reflects that in his comments. Chair, I was wondering through you if I could, let me put it this way, am I correct, ask the member a question, am I correct in extrapolating the argument that you're making to include the fact that if it actually was a give and take discussion, like a real discussion, as we had in the past, as you're alluding to, that if that's really where we were here, not only would we have an opportunity to have a healthy and wholesome debate around the proposals of the government, but it would equally afford the opposition an opportunity to put items on the floor too. Right now, the only thing we're focusing on is the demand list in that discussion paper from the government. And yet it would seem to me that what would be most productive, based on the history that you're reflecting on, and I was part of those discussions at different times throughout different parliaments, if we had that kind of understanding where we were really going to respect one another and nobody was reserving the right to say, well, if I lose the debate, I'm going to ram through the result I want anyway. If that was removed, would it not, in that healthy environment, provide an opportunity for members of the opposition to put front and center and to have equal weight of consideration changes that we think would improve the business of Parliament and the representation that we're all here to give, as opposed to right now, we're reduced to one discussion paper, the demands of the government, and their position is, yeah, you can have all the discussion you want, but if we don't like the result, we're going to use our majority vote and ram it through. Would the honourable member agree that by going to a process that allows that kind of respect, where nobody's reserving the right to ram through a result if they're not happy with fair discussions, that would actually lead to new ideas from the opposition, given the fact that the opposition has positive contributions to make to our Parliament as well as the government? So I just pose that question to my honourable friend.
It's an excellent point, and you're exactly right, David. The process what I established was that each party would have the opportunity to bring forward a shopping list of proposed changes. As I mentioned earlier, all of the members of that committee, of which your current parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader, was a member, went back to their caucuses, held a fulsome discussion on changes they would like to recommend, and came back to the table. And some of the changes that were enacted, frankly, were recommended by members of the opposition, as you well know, David. And in fact, had we not been sidetracked by other priorities at the committee, I think there would have been a number of changes that went beyond what we already did, and that was approved by all members. Historically, that's what has always happened. And it has ended up with numerous changes over the years being made to the standing orders, but always benefiting the way in which Parliament operates. And why? Why has it improved, in other words, the method in which we operate? Because all parliamentarians agreed to it. They all saw the benefits. They all saw the rationale behind a change being implemented and agreed that it would improve not just the efficiency of Parliament, but it would improve the democratic process under which we all operate. That's why throughout history, when this issue of the standing orders is examined, it goes almost without saying that unanimous consent must not only be sought, but received. As an example, I listened with great interest to my colleague from the Bloc Québécois and their perspective on what they would like to see with respect to the discussion paper brought forward by the government. That's healthy. Whether or not the government agrees with any of their perspectives, whether or not opposition members agree with any of their perspectives, the mere fact that they have the ability to express them and present an argument is healthy for democracy. Yet for some reason, this government seems hell-bent on denying members of the opposition the ability to discuss in a meaningful way changes that might benefit all of us. And I just can't get my head around that. I just simply don't understand that. Perhaps if some member of the government wants to take the floor, I would gladly cede my time if you can simply explain to me why seeking unanimous consent is not a laudable goal and objective. As I said at the outset, the position of the government continues to maintain is that they, as a government, want to modernize Parliament. They do not have that right. Only Parliament has the right to modernize itself. Hear, hear. And the government is not Parliament. We are, as we sit around this table. And I have, having gone through this exercise before, can assure members of the government, from my experience, dealing with parliamentarians from all political backgrounds over the course of the last 14 years, when a discussion comes to standing orders, there is a willingness from all political perspectives to get it right, to make changes, if necessary, that strengthen, not inhibit, our ability to do our jobs. I know that I've spoken with many very learned procedural experts about the standing orders over the course of the last number of years, because that was my job. I had to know these things.
Sorry, point of order.
Yeah.
Just before you go on to that next point, I wondered if I could just ask my colleague a question.
Yeah, just before you do, I'd just like to welcome Candice Bergen, official opposition House Leader, and Marjolaine Boutin-Sweet, the NDP whip, to the discussions tonight. It's great to have you in the room.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Ms.
I
Bergen.
appreciate that welcome.
Ms. Bergen,
Well-
go ahead.
Before you go on to your next point, I just want to go back to your point about the fact that it isn't the government's right to be able to change the rules of Parliament just because they have the ability to do so in terms of the majority. And I mean, I'm thinking about how this all started. I remember, I guess now it's going to be about 3 weeks ago when I received an email from Ms. Chagger, my colleague Bardish, and she said it was on a Friday. It was late on a Friday afternoon, and she said, "Just a heads up, I'm going to be releasing my discussion paper around possible changes to the standing orders, and I wanted to let you know and let you have a copy." And I thought that was great. I said thank you, and basically within 20 minutes, half an hour, I had a copy, and I think immediately she released it publicly. So that was the Friday before the break week, and we all went back to our ridings. I was reading it, but I knew in my mind, I thought we had some time to look at it, to digest it, and then there would be kind of a process laid out on how we would work together. And just to give context, there's certainly things that we do kind of in public, like in the chamber, and that's more political. But usually when we have discussions kind of behind closed doors, we really are very, keeping our word is really important in those backroom discussions. So, I mean, and I'm not saying that she told me this wouldn't happen, but there was an indication that this was going to be kind of a proper process whereby we'd be able to look at the possible changes and then talk about where we would go from there. And so it was only a few days later that I got word that Scott Sims had put the notice here that they would be bringing this motion to Proc, and then it became very clear that what I thought would be a process wouldn't be a process. So, I mean, and everybody here will know what happened. Then we started asking questions in question period. Proc, the Conservatives brought a motion forward that would ask Mr. Scott Reid put this motion forward that would ask that there would be a consensus before changes were made. And we kind of started the public discussion around this in hopes that we would be able to persuade the government that they were on the wrong path. And as we tried to have the discussions, whether it was during Q&A in question period, whether it was what was happening here in Proc, we just seemed to we kept hitting a brick wall, not being able to make. For my point, I felt I wasn't able to make Ms. Chagger understand what she was trying to do. And I wasn't wanting to in any way insult her. She's got a ton of experience in different sectors. But when you're a new MP and you're immediately put into cabinet, you don't even get the benefit. Like sitting around a committee like this, you will learn so much. Absolutely. And she never had the benefit of being able to do that and that historical benefit and experience. Yeah. So I kind of chalked it up to that she just didn't quite get how things worked. Yeah. But it's been clear to me since then, and since she had come forward in the last week and said, hey, this is about, we have a campaign platform that we believe that we have a mandate to fulfill. And so, and she's saying Conservatives won't have a veto on it, which I think is sort of interesting because she's not saying Conservatives and NDP and Bloc and Ms. May. There's a little bit of a conquer and divide tactic going on, or divide and conquer tactic going on there. But such is politics. But she said, listen, the Conservatives won't have a veto on our campaign platform. And I'm trying to maintain and explain to her that the Prime Minister actually is not entitled to make a promise that he doesn't have he has the power, but it's not within his purview to complete. He's not entitled to make that promise. Just because a hockey team wins the Stanley Cup and gets to hold that cup up and travel around the country and be the Stanley Cup champions, they can't say, oh, And because our team is really strong on defense, we're now changing the rules of hockey and making it really good for teams that have a strong defense. That's not the way the Hockey League is set up.
That's right.
Now, certainly if all the teams come together and the commissioner and there's agreements, hey, the rules of hockey can change. But the winner of the Stanley Cup doesn't get to make those changes. So, Tom, I wonder if you can help explain that. And I don't know, maybe a lot of our Liberal colleagues do understand that, and they're in a position where they aren't able to persuade their leadership of that fact. But it's so vital. This isn't just about legislation that we don't like. A lot of times there's legislation we don't like. We have speakers. At some point the government moves time allocation. We don't put frivolous motions up. We recognize, hey, we put up the best fight we could with the tools we had. The legislation's going to pass. We've seen lots of legislation go forward. But this is different than legislation. This isn't about scoring a goal on the ice. This is about changing the rules of the theater that we're in. And so, Tom, I mean, I think with your experience and where you've been and how long you've been here, this is what I'm feeling frustrated about, that we can't seem to get across to the Liberals. And I don't know whether it's through some of my other colleagues or how the colleagues across the way feel about it. But this is what's challenging. As much as the Prime Minister wants to be able to fulfill some of these things, and frankly, he could fulfill them without changing the standing orders. Right. I mean, he can show up every Wednesday and answer all the questions. I'm sure this point's been made. But, you know, is this stubbornness and is this almost obstruction on the part of the government? Or, Tom, do you think that they're just not really understanding the difference? Thanks very much for that time.
Thank you. To be honest, I believe that members opposite, particularly backbench members, understand completely what's at stake here. And as I said before, and I firmly believe this, and this is not to insult any members opposite, because I have great respect and great regard for many members of, particularly of the Liberal Party, who I've come to know through committee and through other personal interactions. This is not any of their doing. This is not a desire that has been brought upon the government House Leader from backbenchers clamoring for changes to standing orders. This was purely and simply an initiative brought down from the PMO. They're the ones orchestrating this. We all know that. I don't belabor the point. Goodness knows that when we were in government, we had many initiatives that the PMO wanted to bring forward, and on many occasions we followed through with it, but this is different. This goes beyond, as Candace said, any particular piece of legislation which the government in a majority configuration has the absolute right to bring forward. This was about changing the rules of the game, and Candace, just before you came in, I said, I'm sure that many speakers before me have used the sporting analogy, and I used a different one. I didn't use hockey, I used football. But the winning team doesn't have the right to change the rules. That's not the way the game is played. Someone would equate politics to a big game, but nonetheless, it just simply cannot work that way. Let me give you another perspective that perhaps you hadn't thought of. I gave you a brief history of how closure came into effect. That was in 1913. Wasn't used again, to my knowledge, at least it wasn't used extensively, and I don't think it was used at all until 1956 during the Great Pipeline debate. And then time allocation was brought in 1969, and one of the great ironies there, the outcry from opposition members about the unilateral attempt by the Trudeau government at the time to bring in time allocation was so intense, they had to use closure to pass the time allocation bill. But think of this. Had Parliament not enacted closure in 1913, what would be the situation today? Well, I can certainly recall vividly when we were in Parliament, because we used time allocation over 100 times to speed through legislation, and I can once again vividly recall the many arguments coming from both of the opposition parties, our government wouldn't have had the ability to do so. We'd be still debating and looking for consensus somehow. But what this government is trying to do goes far beyond simple closure or time allocation. It goes far beyond that. I would also suggest that it would be wise of members of the opposite party, the government, who sit on this committee, if they have not already done so, to seek out some independent procedural advice from experts in parliamentary procedure. Some of you, perhaps not all of you, but some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the late Jerry Yanover, who was a brilliant procedural expert. We have one of our own in our caucus by the name of John Holtby, and between those two, they knew more about procedure than probably any two human beings that I'm aware of. And I can assure members opposite of one thing. If Jerry Yanover was alive today, he would be advising you to stop what you're doing. Stop it. In fact, one of your more learned former colleagues, Mr. Paul Szabo, has had some extremely critical comments about your attempts to change the standing orders. I'm sure all of you are aware of those comments that appeared in the Hill Times, I believe, just today. Derek Lee, another former Liberal member of Parliament, again, a very learned procedural expert.
Wrote a book on part of our procedures.
He most certainly did. He opposes what you're attempting to do. So it's not just the opposition members who are trying to prevent you from doing something because we feel, well, it would harm us politically. We're talking about people who have studied procedure all their lives, all their adult lives, who have written publications, who are acknowledged as experts in the field, and who are liberals in some cases, are saying this is wrong. What you are trying to do absolutely is wrong. And you know that yourselves. I'm not asking you to admit it here because you are the loyal soldiers. You're going to follow instructions, but you know in your hearts this is wrong.
We need to start talking about what's right.
What is necessary? Yeah, what is right? Absolutely, Mel. Wayne Easter, another one of your long-time and learned colleagues, yesterday, in comment about the privilege motion before the House, made comments to that effect as well. Let's just get together and do things that are right for Parliament. We are willing to talk at any time. I can assure you that Candace, as our House leader, has offered on several occasions to sit down and see if we can hammer out some sort of an agreement here. I don't particularly like coming and filibustering for hours on end, but I will, as all of my colleagues will, because we have to. Because if we don't, that will allow your government to unilaterally change the standing orders by pumping it through a committee report. We simply can't allow that to happen. And I firmly believe, that anyone who has a solid knowledge of parliamentary procedure would agree with us. We've talked about the Paul Szabos and the Derek Lees, and there are many, many others. Consult them. If you don't believe me, don't take my word for it. I don't expect you to, but consult some of these procedural experts. Get their opinions, and you will find that they do not agree with the approach you are trying to take.
They got 2 weeks now. They can go consult with their constituents. I think they'll get some interesting feedback from their constituents.
Have a town hall meeting and say, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to change the rules of the way Parliament operates unilaterally. See how that goes over. It won't. Of course, I'm sure that's not how you would wordsmith it, but nonetheless, those Canadians who are following this debate, and there seems to be more and more of them on a daily basis, are agreeing with the position of the collective opposition This is not a conservative-led initiative to oppose what you're trying to do. This is not something the NDP solely is trying to do, not something the Bloc and the Green are trying to do on their own. In fact, how many times can you find an issue which galvanizes the entire opposition, as this has done? Very rarely.
They succeeded there.
Yeah, if that's what you're looking for, good on you. Good on you. You've done a very bang-up job.
You guys are together. That's great.
Well, David, listen, I respect you. You know that. I like you. And you can laugh about this now. You were one of the ones who got elected by a very skinny margin. You don't need this. You do not need this. Philomena, I believe you're one of the others. You do not need this as well. But that's not for me to coach you on how you plan to form your re-election strategy. All I'm suggesting to you from experience is this would not be helpful. This will not be helpful. So think about that. But also think about the fact that we don't have to be here. We can get out of this if you want to. Very simply by observing the tradition that has guided parliamentarians for centuries. And that is to say, let us all come together, sit down, and discuss what is the art of the possible. What would make Parliament a stronger, more modern, more efficient institution? Well, you've thrown out some examples, some of which I think I could be persuaded to accept. I would like to listen to some arguments. Some I disagree with. And I would like to be able to debate those and present the arguments that I have of why I believe this is a faulty way of thinking. I started a few moments ago to talk about one of the proposed changes on providing answers to written questions on the order paper. From 45 days firm to an upper limit of 65 days. All that does is prevent the government from being accountable by 20 additional days. It is in itself an obstructionist tactic. I have seen questions for 9 years while in government, extensive questions, and we were always able to answer within 45 days. And in the extreme situation where a government was not able to respond in 45 days, there are provisions to ask for exemptions and extensions. So you don't have to change the standing orders to gain 20 extra days, because all that would allow you to do is delay being accountable to the opposition and to Canadians by 20 additional days. And we all know what happens if Parliament dissolves or adjourns and a question has not been presented back, has not been tabled, the response has not been tabled in the Parliament. It doesn't get tabled over the summertime or over the Christmas break. It can't be tabled until Parliament resumes. So there are many opportunities for the government, by merely extending the ability to delay an answer for 20 days, to delay it for several months. And if it was a question that could have very severe and significant political problems for a government, say on procurement or some other issue where the government would find itself to be politically vulnerable, having an extra 20 days is a big deal. And that's why I feel that that suggestion was made, not because the government would be better positioned to give a more fulsome and detailed answer. It's simply because it gives you more time to delay. I could not agree with that, but I'd love to have that debate and provide evidence to suggest that your suggestion is wrong-headed. But we don't have that ability because of your, not just reluctance, but because of your obstinance to agree to a tradition that has guided parliamentarians since Canada was formed as a nation, and that is having unanimous consent when dealing with the rules of Parliament themselves. I look at some of the items contained in your discussion paper. Well, as Candace has pointed out, many of them do not require a change to the standing order. We've talked extensively about the proposal to codify a Prime Minister's question period. Why do you need to codify it? He can do as he's done for the last couple of Wednesdays, just show up, stand up, and give such non-answers that frustrate the heck out of the opposition, but he at least is there. You don't need to codify that. And the consequence of that, as I mentioned earlier, would be that in future governments, I will guarantee you, the prime ministers of those future governments would look at that and say, well, the requirement is that he shows up once a day, and that's all I'm going to do, or my prime minister is going to do. Any action has a reaction, and that is what the reaction would be. As I point out once again, for emphasis, if we were the government of the day and our prime minister only showed up once a day or once a week, you would be furious. When Prime Minister Harper showed up 3 days a week, you were furious. But that's what you're attempting to do. Or if not, that's the consequence of what you are attempting to do. And think about that. Think about prorogation. Why do you have to codify that? Your suggestion is any government who wishes to prorogue must give some justification for doing so. Well, everyone does that now in some fashion. And prorogation is not a dirty word. In fact, it's quite common, both at the provincial level and at the federal level. And in fact, it can be quite useful. In this government's life cycle, you're just about halfway through your 4-year term. I fully expect, if you don't do it prior to the adjournment of this House, that over the course of the summer, your Prime Minister will prorogue. Will delay the resumption of Parliament until probably sometime later in October, and at that time you would come back with a throne speech. You would have hit the reset button, and you will outline to Parliament and to Canadians your plans for the last half of your term. That's natural. That's normal. I would take no issue with that whatsoever. But why do you have to entrench that? Because once you do, the manner in which you present it could be abused by future governments and future prime ministers. It is not necessary. In fact, it is dangerous. I keep stressing that word, and I mean what I say. Many of these changes are dangerous to parliaments, not just now, but in the future. I find it interesting that you have a section on time allocation. I told you the history of time allocation and how it was first introduced by Pierre Trudeau and the great furor that that caused, and how he had to enact closure to get the time allocation provision codified. That's something that, frankly, not only is worrisome, but it speaks to the fact that that government, in its attempt to ensure that it had all of the benefits before them that they already had as a majority government, decided to change the rules to make it even more difficult for opposition members to express the problems that they had with individual pieces of legislation. I find even more worrisome in your discussion paper talking about how you want to put time limitations on interventions at committee. As some have said before me, This filibuster is about you're attempting to deny us the right to filibuster. And that's what it is. You're trying to handicap and kneecap members of the opposition. Why? Because you don't find it convenient, because you find it decidedly inconvenient that you might have to put up with the opposition denying you the ability to pass legislation in the time frame of which you wish. It's a very apt way of putting it, David. And that's simply not acceptable. And it shouldn't be acceptable to any parliamentarian, regardless of political affiliation or political stripes. So I once again offer that if any member on the government side of this table can explain to me why not asking for unanimous consent, based on the historical perspectives and conventions and traditions that we have seen, why that is a good thing to do, I'd be more than willing to cede my time and listen with rapt attention. The only difficulty is you won't be able to explain it because there is no good reason. The reason is not good. The reason is that this will benefit you and only you. It will benefit only the Liberal Party. Even more basic than that, it'll benefit Liberals, not just the Liberal Party. Mr. Chair, I know that regardless of what I say and regardless of what my colleagues say and how passionate and how articulate our arguments may be, that we will get no acceptance from members opposite, and I don't expect any. I'm certainly not trying to persuade them to change their minds at this table. If there is a change of heart, that can only come from people with a slightly higher pay bracket than my colleagues on the opposite side. But I sincerely hope that we can get to that point. As Mr. Christopherson said, perhaps this 2-week constituency time, when all members are back in their ridings, celebrating Easter for some and celebrating their religions, celebrating their time with their families and their friends, and talking to constituents, hopefully that time away from this place will allow cooler heads to prevail. I know, as I'd mentioned earlier, our House Leader has reached out on several occasions to the Government House Leader. But the frustration that we have is the fact that those overtures have been not just rebuffed, but they've been ignored. And I can tell you, it's not just members of the opposition who are feeling frustrated during question period when legitimate questions are answered with the same lame and banal talking points that we've heard for the last month and a half. Canadians are getting very frustrated as well. And if you have a valid point, if your rationale is sound, there should be no difficulty on behalf of the government to express that rationale, to explain to Canadians why you're taking the position that you're taking. But you have not presented that position whatsoever. You've got talking points. We want to have a conversation. We want to have a discussion. Well, we're having one now, and it's going to go on for a while. But it's not a discussion as most Canadians would interpret it. To Canadians, to your typical Canadian, a discussion is where both sides are heard and both sides can make arguments that are reasonable and rational. And hopefully, at the end of a discussion, there can be an agreement. It doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen, obviously, in Parliament much of the time. And the best that at times we can say is that, well, we agree to disagree, but at least discussions are intended to have an intelligent discourse of ideas being transferred from one side to the other. That is not the case here. It simply doesn't matter what we say, what we suggest, what we recommend. It doesn't matter what overtures we make. It doesn't matter if we are willing to compromise. The inflexibility of this government is astounding. I honestly believe that if the government agreed to unanimity requirements on standing order changes, some of the suggestions that the government would make would probably be accepted by members of the opposition. And to the point made by my colleague, Mr. Christopherson, I would like to think that we, as individual members of opposition parties, could make some useful suggestions that might be accepted by the government. I won't suggest that the standing orders should be considered a living document, but there have been multiple changes, numerous changes over the years that benefits parliamentarians, that improves the operation of Parliament, that increases the efficiency of Parliament, that the current government seems so fixated on, but it has always been done with all parliamentarians coming together and agreeing upon them. It just stands to reason. Common sense alone dictates that if all parliamentarians agree upon a proposed course of action, it's probably the right course of action. There will be times in the life of any majority government when the government feels compelled to use all of the procedural tactics at its avail to push through legislation. Procedures such as time allocation and closure, I understand that. I was a part of a government that used it. I take no issue with those because that is the way that parliaments have operated now for the last 70 years. But I do take exception and great umbrage to the current attempt to change the rules so dramatically and so profoundly that it would tilt the playing field, if we're using a sporting analogy, one way and one way only. Look it, I do not profess to be the leading expert on procedures and parliamentary practices, but I know some stuff. I learned a little bit over my 9 years in that position.
I would say you qualify as an expert, actually.
And I can assure you that those far more learned than I would take great exception to what you're attempting to do. We've given examples upon examples already this evening. And once again, I beseech you, if you want to do something meaningful about this so-called discussion paper debate, during your 2-week constituency break, seek out, either in your own riding or across your region or across the country, procedural experts, and ask them, who are aware of what is happening right now, I can guarantee you that, ask them their opinion. If you can find one, acknowledged procedural expert in any jurisdiction in this country who believes what you are doing is proper, bring it back to this committee. But you will not be able to find even one, because simply what you are attempting to do is an affront to every parliamentarian not on the government side. I mentioned in my intervention last night in Parliament that if I had one thing to say to members of the government through the Speaker, it would be simply shame on you. I've never said that before in my 14 years, although I started, as most parliamentarians do, as a highly partisan member who would want to scrap with the members opposite at the drop of a hat. I have found that I have certainly become less partisan as the years have gone by, and I find great satisfaction when I am able to work with members opposite. I found that when I was a member of the government. I find that now as a member of the opposition. And there have been times when that has occurred. David and I have both experienced that. And it is truly satisfying.
It's interesting and it's positive.
It is positive, David. It's positive, it's satisfying. It reaffirms my belief that what we do means something, and we are all working on behalf of Canadians. As a bit of an aside, let me give you two quick examples of how your government and certain ministers in your government have shown to me that they know the difference between right and wrong. I had one occasion when I had a constituent who was in a more than just a spot of difficulty. He was in some big problems. He was a landed immigrant who had been in Canada for over 20 years. He came from Australia, but for some reason, and he readily admitted through his own inattention or perhaps negligence, never applied for citizenship or even permanent residency status. Well, he and his wife, and they had 3 kids, all born in Canada. He married a Canadian girl, had 3 young children. They had planned the trip of a lifetime to go down to Disney World for 2 weeks. Just so happened that the renewal process was coming up, and if he went down to the States, he would not be able to come back to Canada. In fact, he would have to travel back to Australia and start the process all over again. And he was beside himself. So he came to me. And I said, well, we're not in government, but I'll talk to the minister responsible, which was John McCallum at the time. And to his immense credit, and luckily I happened to catch him on a day where he was a minister in committee of the whole taking answers, so he had his entire staff in the government lobby, and I explained the situation. He said, yeah, he handed me off to his, I think his parliamentary affairs person or his chief of staff or someone. We got it done. So my constituent was able to go down in the States with his family and not worry about being prevented from returning to Canada. The minister made it happen. Another example was with your current Minister of Veterans Affairs. One of my constituents was a veteran. He was injured in Afghanistan, injured his back. When he came back to Canada and the Veterans Affairs doctors examined him, they recognized the fact that his injury was of a severity that he would have to go on pension, but not full pension, partial pension. Well, over the years, his back condition got worse. But Veterans Affairs seemed unwilling to change the status of his pension. He had multiple doctor's certificates, multiple x-rays, and proof that his condition has worsened significantly. But the doctors at VAC didn't want to change his status, so he was still on a partial pension when he really deserved a full pension because he was unable to work and in extreme pain. I went to Kent Heer, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, told him that I had a constituent in a case that I thought where the constituency was getting screwed over, and immediately he said, well, go to my office, give my staff the information, we'll see what we can do. I did that. For 2 months, nothing really happened. And I was, of course, getting pressure from my constituent who was in great pain and getting impatient, and the bills were piling up because he couldn't work anymore. And I went to the minister once again after a couple of months, and I knew that these things take time. But because I wanted to show him a willingness to work together, I said, look it, Minister, I'm going to ask you a question in question period today, and I'm going to come after you. But here's the question. So you can be prepared to give an answer. I don't want to sandbag you on this one, but I'm going to have to come after you on this. I have to make it public. He said, great, I appreciate that. He gave an answer. And to his immense credit, less than a month later, my constituent's case was reviewed and he received a full pension. And trust me, he was one of the happiest individuals I'd ever seen. But nothing made me feel better than the fact that I was able to accomplish something in consultation with a minister who was not in my own party. I got many things done when we were in government. I was able to get passports turned around in 24 hours. I was able to take care of some immigration problems. I remember my most favorite memory was during a, excuse me, during a July 1st parade in my little hometown of Regina Beach. And it's a small little community, but it's a resort town, so during the summer months, the population explodes. The static population during the winter months, the permanent residents, in other words, not cottage owners, but permanent residents, is about 1,800 people. Gets up to around 20 or 25,000 people during the summer. It's a massive, massive influx of people because it's a resort town. It's a great place to spend the summer. Well, on July 1st, we have a huge parade in terms of people watching it. Our main street is only 4 blocks long. We have sometimes 80 to 90 floats in it, so literally the tail end is bumping into the front end as they go around the circuit. But nonetheless, on a July 1st parade day 2 or 3 years ago, my wife and I, as is per our tradition, were in a golf cart with my signage on it, kind of going down Main Street from side to side, throwing out candy to the little kids. When all of a sudden, halfway down the parade route, this guy, 3 deep, jogs out onto the parade route towards my golf cart. Now I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? Is this guy going to come out and take a swing at me? I mean, what did I do to get this guy to the point where he had to rush out, which of course is not allowed, to confront me? Well, he didn't confront me in an angry way. He came up and said, and I quote, "Tom, I just wanted to shake your hand. You saved my life." And his story was, he was a small business person who had been assessed by CRA for $67,000, which he didn't feel he owed. Had he been forced to pay it, it would have bankrupted him and his company. I and my staff went to bat. I spoke with our minister. Our staff talked to CRA officials. We got the $67,000 expunged. He didn't have to pay a nickel, and he just wanted to let me know that I, in his opinion, saved his life. Those are the moments, colleagues, that make me realize that we have got the best job in the world. When we can enact that kind of positive change to people, when we can help people to that extent. And to be able to do so in collaboration with other members from different parties is something that goes beyond my limited ability to describe. Some of my, again, fondest members are, as a parliamentarian, are with my colleague David Christopherson. We will never agree on most anything when it comes to ideology or politics, but I respect the hell out of them. I recall when I got married, I think I might have been the only Conservative to send him an email of congratulations, saying, of course, that it's quite obvious the reason his wife married him is because his quiet and gentle manner. But I enjoyed working.
Was pregnant.
But it's times like that when you really think that Parliament can work. Yes, by definition, we are in an adversarial position. That is the way parliaments work. But it does not mean that from time to time we cannot come together, agree on basic tenets of democracy, agree on things that we all know are right, to help individuals, to help constituents. In this case, the constituency is our own. The government, once again I will say, the government does not have the right to modernize Parliament. Parliament must modernize itself. We are our own constituents. And for goodness sake, if we do nothing else, let us respect that, and let's deal with that in a manner that exhibits that respect. And Mr. Speaker, with that brief closing, I will see my colleague, Mr. Genesis here, who has, I know, many other words of wisdom. I will cede my time to the next speaker, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lewkowski. It's great to have your experience in 9 years on PROC. And
I have a feeling I'll be back, sure.
we wouldn't want anyone not to have a chance to say something. So, Mr. Janis, welcome to. Before we start, the next speaker, if he could just tell us how to pronounce his name.
Look, the government's been very clear on this issue, and I don't think I'll answer any questions the ethics commissioner has. But more seriously, Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. It's an honor to be back. I have to apologize to members of the committee for having to depart almost mid-sentence last time. There were many points that I had only started to make, and I know people were looking forward to me wrapping those points up the last time. I think I only talked for about 10 hours at that time, so now I've got occasion to bring some of those points to a conclusion. The only reason I could not continue the next day is because I had an event that I had committed to long in advance, an event actually at Queen's Park in Toronto, so that's why I wasn't here. And since then, I've been trying to get back on the speakers list, but my colleagues have been hogging all the glory here, to quote Ajax from Troy. So now that I've got the floor, they're not getting it back, whether they like it or not. I think it's important that we recognize that we have the opposition House Leader here, which I really appreciate. It shows the level of engagement that our caucus has with this issue in general. This is something that we are very much committed to. Our party, in terms of strengthening the role of individual members of Parliament, because that's what this is about. It's not just about the balance that exists between parties, but it's also about what the role of individual members of Parliament is. And I've got to say, just looking across the floor at some of the Liberals we have here at the committee, we've got some new members who are already very strong in terms of understanding the importance of members of Parliament expressing some degree of individuality. I want to recognize Mr. May's excellent private members bill. It was a private members bill that he proposed, that all Conservatives voted for, and that passed as a result of the support of the opposition. I think New Democrats supported it as well. The Cabinet did not support it, but he proposed it, and many members of the government supported it, and it went through to committee. And so that's just an example of the importance of members of Parliament and why we're engaged in this conversation around ensuring that there's unanimity of the parties in the study that will proceed, is to ensure that we actually can protect the role of members of Parliament. But we need to understand that that's not just a fight for a particular party. That's not just a fight for the opposition. That's actually a fight that should matter to individual members of Parliament on the government side. Members of Parliament who have good proposals to come forward, which may not reflect what the government has in mind. And our chair had an excellent private members bill on FASD that I was very pleased to support. Actually, we had people on the front bench of both the government and the official opposition that opposed that bill, and yet it almost passed because of the support of individual members of Parliament that were talking to each other, saying this is a good initiative, this is a good bill. Maybe there's some details that can be worked out at committee, but fundamentally that's a good bill. And, you know, one of the concerns I have with the government making unilateral changes to the standing orders, and by the way, if they don't like the direction that members of this committee want to go with respect to the study, they can pull you right off this committee and put somebody else on. That's something that permanent members of PROC, I think, know or should know, that it's actually not up to you, because the way our system works right now, it's entirely within the control of your whip who sits on this committee. So even if individual members sitting here on the Liberal side think we could be reasonable, we would listen to what the opposition is saying, unless we have this amendment pass, which deals with unanimity, unless we have this clarified in the language that's going forward, then it's actually really only up to the government whip to decide the outcome, because they can at any time, if they don't like proposals, opinions with respect to the standing orders coming from government members, that's it. You can't actually express your individuality on the committee in the same way because of that constant threat. And that's something that I know on the opposition side we're very aware of in terms of the risks and problems. You know, I recognize Mr. May on his excellent private members bill. You, Mr. Chair, I know Mr. Biddle voted in favor of Wynn's Law, which was a great private members bill that was brought to the House by Mr. Cooper. Well, it was initially put forward in the Senate, but it was sponsored in the House by Mr. Cooper, and there was a lot of advocacy that went on around that, and the entire opposition supported that bill, and it was able to pass through to the next stage because of a number of members of the government that realized that this was a good bill and that stood up to support it. I could mention the genetic discrimination bill, which I think almost the entire government backbench voted against certain government amendments, which would have gutted the bill, and then in favor of the bill. And these are important moments in the life of this Parliament, when some of the individuals in particular, and especially the genetic discrimination bill, almost the entire government backbench stood up, and in those moments, because sometimes it doesn't seem like the government backbench does, but in certain moments we do see this, an actual appreciation that, yes, good ideas do come from the opposition, but also that as members of Parliament, you have a critical role to represent your constituents, to advocate on behalf of your own considered judgment with respect to issues, and not to simply go along with direction that you've been given from on high. But changes to the standing orders, which don't reflect the judgment of the entire House, which don't reflect the wisdom of all parties, put that in jeopardy. Put the position not just of the opposition, not just of the Conservative Party, put the position of individual members of the government. And when we have these conversations as an opposition party, of course, we're cognizant of the fact that hopefully we'll be in government one day soon. It's looking more and more like it'll be after the next election in light of some of the things that are happening. But whether that's after the next election or the one after that, the rights that we protect in this process will also protect those members of the government who are not, those members of the government caucus, let's say, who are not in the formal sense part of the government. So these are important points that need to be made, and I hope that members of the government, even if they can't necessarily for political reasons come out and say in this committee, all right, we agree with you, let's pass this amendment and move on. Hopefully they'll at least take this back to the government House leader, to their caucus, to their Prime Minister, and say, we have an important role too in this place. This isn't just about being the backdrop for the Prime Minister. This is about representing our constituents in a constructive and meaningful way. So this is a critical part of what we're engaged in, and I invite government members to really reflect on that, to consider supporting this amendment as individuals, and to make the case back to your party, because not only would approving this amendment allow us to proceed in a constructive direction, but it would also be a way of actually preserving those rights that members of Parliament are supposed to have on all parties. Now, one of the things that I wanted to read into the record as we explore this question is, this is from Discover Canada, which is the study guide for people who are looking to become citizens of Canada. It talks about the rights and responsibilities of citizenship. And I think it's a great document, and it talks about parliamentary democracy and what the principles that need to animate parliamentary democracy are. I don't think this debate is about a possible end of democracy in Canada. I don't. But I do think that this debate is about the strength of our parliamentary institutions and really the ability of the government to move us away from our traditions of responsible parliamentary democracy towards a sort of reimagined quasi-presidential system in which we do have elections every 4 years, but effectively in between elections, all of the power is with one person, the Prime Minister. That's not what our system is supposed to have. Of course, presidential democracies around the world do have other kinds of checks and balances, but especially in a parliamentary democracy where you don't have the same kinds of external checks and balances to that center of power, it is important that you not allow that center of power, the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's office, perhaps by extension the whip, to suck all the power in. You need to make sure that Parliament maintains its strength. So here's what, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is what just from page 28, talking about parliamentary democracy of the Citizenship Guide. In Canada's parliamentary democracy, the people elect members to the House of Commons in Ottawa and to the provincial and territorial legislatures. These representatives are responsible for passing laws, approving and monitoring expenditures, and keeping the government accountable. Now, just right off the bat, we don't hear discussion in this guide, and I think it's quite right in saying that members of the opposition are responsible for approving and monitoring expenditures and keeping governments accountable. It actually says the representatives, all members of Parliament, us as well as members on the other side of the table, are responsible for doing all of these things, for passing laws, approving and monitoring expenditures, and keeping the government accountable. Cabinet ministers are responsible to the elected representatives. Hey, that's a thought. Cabinet ministers are responsible to the elected representatives, which mean they must retain the confidence of the House and have to resign if they are defeated in a non-confidence vote. Maybe we need to have a footnote here that says this is how we want it to work, right? Parliament has three parts: the sovereign, Queen or King, the Senate, and the House of Commons. Provincial legislatures comprise the Lieutenant Governor and the elected Assembly. In the federal government, the Prime Minister selects the cabinet ministers and is responsible for the operations and policy of the government. The buck is supposed to stop there on decisions of the government. That's my ad-libbing. That's not what it says. It doesn't use language that's quite that informal. The House of Commons is the representative chamber made up of members of Parliament elected by the people, traditionally every 4 years. Senators are appointed by the Governor-General on the advice of the Prime Minister and serve until age 75. Both the House of Commons and the Senate consider and review bills, proposals for new laws. No bill can become law in Canada until it has been passed by both chambers and receive royal assent granted by the Governor-General on behalf of the sovereign. Living in a democracy, Canadian citizens have the right and the responsibility to participate in making decisions that affect them. It is important for Canadians aged 18 or more to participate in their democracy by voting in federal, provincial, or territorial and municipal elections. So this is a pretty simple, straightforward, but positive, I think, description of what a parliamentary democracy actually is. And sometimes we need to sort of pinch ourselves and remind ourselves of the kind of basic civics grounding on which we are supposed to be standing, which is one in which members of Parliament are elected by their constituents directly. In fact, it was only relatively recently that party names appeared on ballots at all. Before, yes, people had affiliations with political parties, and those political parties were very important in terms of support, but you still had to rise or fall within your own constituency purely on the basis of your own name. And if people wanted to vote for the candidate of a particular political party, they had to at least know the name of that candidate in advance. This is the structure of our system, one in which members of Parliament have the, I say relatively recently, it was still before I was born. Lots of things happened before that, yes, okay. But I believe it was during the last Prime Minister Trudeau, actually, that change was made in terms of having candidate names on ballots. But I'm sure Mr. Reid will be able to correct me next time he's here. So this is the way in which members of Parliament are chosen, and they are then supposed to be holding the cabinet to account in all matters. And some of, parenthetically, I'll just say some of the electoral reform debate sort of describes our system as if we were electing parties or electing prime ministers, but we don't. We elect members of Parliament. And, yes, the proportions within the House of Commons don't exactly reflect the proportions of the popular vote, but that's because the way our system is designed, and not to say it couldn't ever change, but the way our system is presently designed is for the election of members of Parliament who then hold the government accountable. So any changes to the standing orders, I would argue, if anything, should seek to enhance that principle of the responsibility and authority of members of Parliament. And I'm going to talk later on about the discussion paper put forward by the Green Party, because it was interesting for me reading through that, because the government, a few members of the government made a point of thanking the Green Party for putting forward this discussion paper. It's actually quite savage with respect to the government's approach on this. It's very direct and very critical of so much of this exercise in terms of what the government is doing. So I think maybe if they want to praise the Green discussion paper, maybe they should read it first. I'm not, by the way, going to defend it in its entirety. I certainly disagree with certain aspects of it. Won't be a great surprise to people knowing, especially where I come from, but also my political philosophy, that I don't always agree with the Green Party on things. But I think there's some good points made in the Green Party discussion paper that really quite precisely shoot holes in the approach of this government and the way they're going about it. But I think one of the things that discussion paper looks at, and one of the things that I talk about when I talk about things that would be good changes to the standing orders, is what are those changes to the standing orders that would actually recognize and enhance the role of individual members of Parliament. And we're not going to get there if we don't actually have a process that ensures that all voices are heard in that process. If it's only the government that's heard in that process through this committee where they can put members in and pull them out at will, then we're not going to have a process that defends the rights of the opposition, but we're also not going to have a process that defends a proper understanding of the history of this place, which is not only just the history, but of the present reality, the way it's supposed to be, the way it's ideally envisioned, which is one in which members of Parliament are the ones who are elected by the people and who control the executive. That's what we mean by responsible government, right? And it was a fight to get responsible government here in Canada in the 19th century. But it is a principle that is well established and has to be maintained in every generation, in every parliament. The principle that the executive must be accountable, responsible directly to members of Parliament. And that members of Parliament, not just in theory, but in substance, should be at liberty to hold the government accountable, to challenge the government, to think differently from the government, even a government which they are part of the same caucus as. Now, Mr. Chair, it's been interesting for me following the discussion and the debate about these issues that has happened in the media ever since this discussion here in committee began, because you think you've covered all the angles of it. Having gone through the government's discussion paper a number of times, looked at different alternatives, read through the Green discussion paper, etc. But there's always new points that come out in the discussion. And for example, I listened to
Point of order.
Ms. Bergen was just taking video footage in committee proceeding right now. I believe that's
No,
not.
I'm sorry. I thank you very much for pointing that out. I'll delete it. Thank you. I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Genus.
Well, perhaps that's another issue we can consider and changes to the standing orders. Of course, I mean these proceedings are being televised, of course, but the public might have had the opportunity to see me speaking from a different camera angle that they'll now be deprived of. But that's no great loss, I think, to be fair. But as I was saying, there was a point that was made on a podcast that Althea Raj did, where Katie O'Malley was a guest, and she made, I think, a very good point about the government's approach to programming. And I've spoken before about, in broad strokes, the issue of programming, but I wanted to bring her point to the attention of the committee, because I think it's one that, again, as I sort of look for ways to persuade government members about this, it's one that I think government would do well to take on board, which is that not only does programming limit the opposition, so just in a nutshell, the process of programming is one in which the government would decide exactly on every bill at a certain stage how many days were spent debating it, not only in the House, at different stages in the House, but also in committee. And this is totally an unprecedented proposal. Governments for a long time have used some form of time allocation. Of course, every time time allocation is used, it is controversial, but there isn't time allocation in the context of committee. Committee, the government does not have the power to come in and say, committee, we're going to allocate a certain number of days or number of meetings, and you're done. Committees, as my NDP colleague Mr. McGregor is pointing out, committees are masters of their own domain. Of course, programming is a major derogation from this idea of committee autonomy, which is important for the integrity of the committee process.
Sorry, Mr. Genus, just on the programming.
Yes.
And you said it's just decided by the government. How is it decided in Westminster? Because I know when I don't know how it is, that's why I'm asking you. But when we had the Scottish Parliament here, there is programming, but it's decided by all the parties in a committee what the program is for each bill. And I was just wondering how it is in Westminster, if you know.
Yeah, I don't know all of the details in terms of how they do it in Westminster. My understanding is that they've got a number of additional committees, things like backbencher committees that actually take a more active role. I don't think anyone would argue, incidentally, that the executive is more powerful in the British system. If anything, our party leaderships here are much more powerful than in Westminster. And in Westminster, of course, we know that there are more opportunities, and it has happened, where caucuses will throw off their leader. If Mr. Sims wants to make an intervention, did you have a comment on the programming?
Yeah, I was going to let you finish, so point of order, if I could intervene. Yeah. I'm also going to, I'll speak long enough to give yourself a break. You've been in for a bit now. If you want to take a break, go ahead.
Well, that's it? No, it's only 20 minutes.
But oh, really?
If you want.
I've lost all concept of time. What can I tell you? I've been...
yeah.
Is it okay?
But you're welcome to make whatever you want.
I want to jump in on this about programming, because I went to Westminster about 3 weeks ago, and I had a lovely conversation with Margaret. I'll get her last name in a minute, but she was the House leader for Tony Blair back when, and she introduced the idea of government programming for the sake of providing finality, or at least putting a set time around bills, not at second reading. They're at report stage and third reading up to the vote. So that's what they would do. And the reason why she did this was because she was tired of the guillotining of certain bills. She wanted to debate a bill on welfare back when Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister. And she had her argument or debate done. She was in opposition. She had her debate done in 3 stages, but this, that, and this. And by the time she got to the second part of it, it was guillotine, time allocated and done. So she never got to the crux of her argument. And this is why she thought there must be a better way than this. So she went to other parliaments similar to their own. They found this thing about government programming. So they had a commission set up in 1995 to 97, and in 97, they came out, they fleshed out the idea of let's have an outline where some government bills important for passing. What we will do is that we will use it, and you know what? I'm surprised. I don't mean this facetiously, but I'm surprised you guys did. And I look at Candace because I know you were there before. I'm surprised that your government didn't look at this prior to the. Maybe you did. I don't know, because it actually is an effective way as far as if you want legislation to go through at a reasonable amount of time. By the same token, that attaining the balance where a set amount of people can be involved in the debate. You can set the time by which you do report stage and third reading. And in doing that, people with really found this issue to be so important to them, whether it was their constituency or their area of interest, that they were able to leverage time into that debate based on what they knew, their expertise, and how they were going to do this, because they were able to see it. They instituted a review, and I think in 2004, they decided it needed to be tweaked because there wasn't a lot of getting along, we'll say, as far as the House leaders were concerned. Sounds eerily familiar on occasion, but you get the idea. Yeah, sorry. But they decided that both the government and opposition, and it was also endorsed by the Liberal Democrats, who at that point been the minority partner of a coalition. They too agreed that this was a way to go for major government bills to provide programming, and the Liberal...
Parliament anyways, right?
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But
I was living in the UK at the time. There was I was doing a master's degree at the time of some epic student riots, and yeah, the Liberal Democrats were the main target because they had had some pretty aggressive promises on tuition, and tuition tripled. So it was quite a cultural experience for me to observe.
And I think 8 of them are survived. I think out of a group of about 40.
Turns out Liberals don't keep their promises in any country.
Liberal Democrats or Liberal? Yeah, right. Yeah. So basically, the former House leader of the Liberal Democrats, now he was the minority House leader. I met him when he's still elected. He's still there, from Scotland, and he described government programming as a debate amongst adults. It's how adults would structure a debate and conversation. And it's too bad we can't get to that point where we get witnesses, because I wanted to bring her and him as witnesses here. I know I'm not trying to start those fires again, but you get the idea. I was hoping to bring them over as witnesses to say that, to give an illustration from both sides of the House, actually 3 sides of the House, with the exception of the Scottish Nationalists, about how government programming could be an effective way. And we make it a, not to steal a slogan from years gone by, but make it a made in Canada solution, as it were. And whether you started at second reading or not, I don't know, but the people who have, I know how it works, and I know the machinations of it, looking at the journals of 97 to 2004 and all those years when they used it, where it was successful and not. But it would be nice to hear people at our level, politicians, who have such a genuine interest about certain issues, to come here and say, it's not that great. Because Elizabeth May knows about it as well, and she talked about this because she talked to her counterpart in Westminster, and she was not a fan of programming. But why? I don't know why she didn't like it, and I would like to I'd like to hear from that person to say, she may have a point, she may not. Maybe because she's the only Green person in Westminster, and she doesn't get her fair say. But I think it's worth looking at, and I say that because whatever evolves from this filibuster or this committee, I hope that at some point we get a chance to have a look at it for not just us, but future governments. So I think that's about it, unless, Mr. Jennings, you'd like a bigger break. But you're only 20 minutes in. As David Christopherson would say, you're merely clearing your throat.
Yeah, no, really, I am... really, but sorry, Mr. Berthold.
Just a minute, Garnet.
Just one moment, Garnet. I think it would be nice to hear a little bit of French around the table, I think, this evening. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. I was impressed by the little debate that we just saw with Mr. Sims' comments on the willingness to do something to improve rules, parliamentary rules. standing orders. From what I can see, that's what's been going on at PROC for a long time and within the House as well. But I really feel like there's a true will on all sides to discuss, to have a conversation, and to talk about to discuss various parliaments. I was listening to Mr. Sims speak, and rarely have I found him so interesting as I found him a few moments ago. Not that I don't generally find him interesting, but tonight I find him particularly interesting.
Dans mon association parlementaire Canada-Europe, donc je dois être gentil avec lui.
Well, Mr. Sims is president of my parliamentary association, so I do have to be nice to him. But I did find his comments truly interesting. This is really what we're trying to do here, and Garnett's trying to do that too. Let's have this conversation. Mr. Sims, you're passionate about what you were talking about. You want to do something. But a real leader, someone who really believes in these ideas, is going to be able to convince others without forcing them to do anything or to adopt their ideas. And I think that's the beauty of our parliamentary system, is that changes take place gradually as people accept ideas because they've been well debated, because they've been well prepared, because we've got examples of things that work well elsewhere. And I think that's a lovely way to make change to standing orders or rules. I mean, we're going to be creating legislation that affects the whole country, so we need to agree on the ground rules. You've given us some interesting ideas. We need to discuss them to see whether it is a good idea for our government and our country, and we can do that. But I do remember a sentence by Margaret Thatcher, who said, "If you have to say If you have to say that you're the government, then what kind of a government are you? How are you governing? You're not governing properly if you have to actually say, well, we are the government. Now, I think that's what we're trying to demonstrate here. Have faith in yourselves. Have faith in the members of your delegation, in each of the members on your side. Try to convince us. Try to convince the NDP that your discussion paper is worth selling to all the MPs in Parliament. I'm sure you'll be able to convince some people. That would be a good way to go about it, but that's not the way you did go about it. Anyhow, at least I'll be able to say that I spoke a bit. I know Garnett has so many things to say this evening. I don't want to take up too much of his time, but I am looking forward to hearing what it is Garnett is going to reply to Mr. Sims' comments. Once again, though, have faith in yourselves. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Berthaud. Mr. Garnett.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I completely agree with my colleague, Mr. Berthaud. He makes a good point. We can have discussions on many things, and it may be possible for us to change our views on certain things. But we cannot carry on with this study unless we are certain that our opinions will be included in the study.
To the language that I'm more comfortable in. I probably will have to cancel French lessons tomorrow as a result of this. So I can tell my French teacher I at least have been practicing.
You should just call it. She's proud.
She would be proud of you. Now, I will respond directly to the points that Mr. Sims made, but first I want to sort of set the stage on that point by making the sort of underlying philosophical argument that I wanted to make with respect to programming. And this wasn't an argument that was made explicitly by Ms. O'Malley in the podcast, but she made a point that sort of made me sort of develop, I think, what may be her thinking or may not be on the same point.
And so I have a broader concern about programming even than the potential strategic implications vis-a-vis government and opposition. That's a concern, but that's not the only concern. Ms. O'Malley pointed out in this podcast that I was listening to that programming doesn't just limit the opposition, but it limits the government, obviously, right? When you, in advance, you say there's a certain number of days that we're going to spend debating this and then studying it and then debating it again and then we have a vote. That's limiting for everybody. That's limiting for the institution. And it limits flexibility. It limits the ability to respond to new information, new events that comes forward. Now, I think that the idea of programming actually just fundamentally misunderstands what we're supposed to be doing when we study and debate a bill. Because the situation, and I think it's most evident in the situation that Mr. Sims described. He described a situation in which a person had pre-prepared a certain set of arguments, and they brought those arguments in, and they were frustrated by the fact that the argument was cut off midway through. They hadn't been able to make all the arguments that they were going to make. Okay, fair enough. But actually, the point of a debate, the point of a discussion isn't that we all come in with our arguments, deliver them, and then move on. The point of a discussion or a debate is where, yes, both sides perhaps begin with certain propositions that they want to put on the record, that they want to put forward for the discussion, and then each side responds to each other's propositions, and then there is counter-response back and forth. And eventually there is resolution of certain points, agreement, perhaps just a recognition that the differences actually relate to more fundamental philosophical differences that are not reconcilable. In that process, perhaps evidence is presented in support of one set of arguments, which is then countered by another side's arguments. And this process unfolds as arguments, as evidence, perhaps personal experience are all related and compared against each other and used in support of different arguments. But either way, that process, if done properly, is necessarily unpredictable. Because unless I know exactly the arguments that my opponents are going to bring forward, opponents isn't even the right word, but I know exactly the arguments that people on the other side of the question are going to bring forward, and I know exactly how I'm going to respond, and I know exactly how they're going to respond, that's the only way that you could possibly predict exactly how long it's going to take. Now, that is true of even a simple question that one might debate. It's that much more true in discussion about legislation. Very often it happens that legislation is brought forward. It may be that the government sees the legislation as a simple matter of housekeeping. But then the opposition has some fundamental objections to it. And then the discussion proceeds in a different direction than was initially anticipated. Or maybe the government frames the introduction of the bill in a way that the opposition didn't expect, with new original arguments, that the opposition has to then respond to. Now, this is only in the process of debate as it happens in the House of Commons, which is the unpredictable process, ideally, of refutation and counter-refutation. Unfortunately, sometimes that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, debate in the House of Commons looks more like people reading speeches and ships passing in the night. But that's not what it's supposed to be. What it's supposed to be is constructive refutation back and forth about substantive questions. If you're doing it right, you can't predict where that debate is going to go. You can estimate, but you have to have the flexibility to say, well, Mr. Berthold brought forward a point in debate on that issue, and we actually need more government speakers to respond to that point because that wasn't a point we knew would come up. Or there's a new study that's released that says something different, and we have to now evaluate and discuss that. This is particularly true in the context of committees, where committees hear from expert witnesses who may say things that are a complete surprise to members of Parliament. Sometimes we might find ourselves here in a little bit of a bubble. We have conversations with a certain set of people, a certain set of stakeholders. Pass the legislation, it goes to committee, and all of a sudden, we hear from someone from an industry that says, hey, this bill you thought
was just a slam dunk matter of housekeeping actually creates some problems for our industry. When I was a political staffer, I was a parliamentary secretary's assistant when Tony Clement was the minister. I was working with Mike Lake, who was the parliamentary secretary at the time, and we were working on anti-spam legislation. Now, nobody's pro-spam, right? I don't know anybody except perhaps the meat, but nobody's pro-spam in terms of the kind which you get in your email inbox, and something we as members of Parliament, I think, know quite a bit about. Now, when we had this issue come up at committee, though, there were people who came forward and said, actually, the way in which you're defining spam for the purposes of this legislation, it raises some questions about people that are engaged in certain kinds of marketing, even people who may have been given a referral and someone's just reaching out to an individual on the basis of a referral. And so but this legislation would catch them in the net of spam, when really what the legislation I think was most intended to target is those who were sending emails out to, hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps with a malicious intent, spyware, phishing, these kinds of things. So that's just an example of something where if you had programming in that case, you might have had the government say, okay, this is real simple. We're going to have 2 committee meetings. We're going to have, one day at report stage, one day at third reading. It's just going to sail through. And perhaps opposition parties would have agreed. They would have said, well, of course, it's a simple matter. And then all of a sudden you end up at committee and you have witnesses who say, you know what? Agree or disagree, it's actually not as simple. And then you think, well, okay, what do we do here? We've had 1 meeting, 2 meetings have been allotted, and we would like to be able to call more witnesses who can clarify, is the concern raised by this particular industry group representative of the entire industry? Are they correct? Are there things we can clarify in this legislation? We need more meetings. So it's not just a matter in that case of government using this against opposition, although that's a definite concern. But it's a matter of the institution, in that case, having potentially imposed limitations upon itself which prevent the effective deliberation on that legislation. So what do you do in that case? Well, either you just push it through, or you push it through on the basis of limited information, you try and make some kind of amendments, or perhaps you defeat the bill and you force the government to reintroduce it and program it differently. Well, that's not very productive. That's not a good use of the House's time. So there has to be a recognition in the way we structure the House that, yes, of course, we want to have discussions about how much time is spent discussing particular matters. And there are certain issues that may be more time sensitive than others. But the amount of time that is required for debate in the House, also then for study, is going to vary and change throughout the process in response to the kinds of arguments that you're having. You don't necessarily know how long it's going to take you to resolve a conversation, especially about something as complex as a bill, before that process is actually complete. So this is, I think, a point that members need to think about with respect to programming. Again, it's not just about government versus opposition, but it's about whether the institution has the breathing room to do the kind of work that Canadians expect us to do, which is conduct detailed studies of legislation. Now, so that was the underlying point that I wanted to make at this juncture on the issue of programming. But to respond more specifically to Mr. Sims' points, I always think we need to be careful about comparisons between the British system and the Canadian system, because we have countries, we have societies, we have political institutions that on face are very similar. But there are very dramatic differences in political culture that inform the way those institutions behave in practice, the way people within those institutions behave in practice. And this hit home for me in a particular way when I was a master's student in the UK, and this was right after the after the coalition between David Cameron and Nick Clegg was created. It was interesting that here we had minority governments that did not automatically seek coalitions. It was sort of presumed that they would work with opposition parties on a case-by-case basis. The presumption on the other side of the pond, so to speak, was that immediately there would be a movement towards a coalition. And perhaps you might say that this is a way in which British political culture has been influenced by observing debates and political configurations in continental Europe, where there's a prevalence of PR systems, more use of coalitions. So coalitions were sort of more seen as the normal thing in light of the experience of proximate countries. But I mean, one of the biggest differences, and this might, this reflects a lot of different aspects of their system, but the sort of greater presumption of members of Parliament acting independently from their party or their leader. And in our system, we have, for a long time, had political parties as mass membership movements that elect leaders, and then that leader then has to have a relationship with the parliamentary caucus. And that leader may not have been the choice of the parliamentary caucus. And I will resist the temptation to talk about some examples closer to home in that respect and what's happening.
Even I'll resist.
We might hope that the new leader is the one who is also the choice of the parliamentary caucus. But the point here is this is a big difference in terms of our political culture, because you have that leader who connects up with the caucus, and of course they have to work with the caucus, and the caucus can hold them accountable, and there's an interplay there. But the leader is a reflection of the will of the membership of the party. Whereas in the British system, there's a different culture around this. The British Conservative Party had just moved to a system where the caucus would, and this was an innovation, before it was the caucus selecting the leader, but the system they moved to, through which, well, sort of, I'll get to that, but sort of through which the current Prime Minister was selected, Ms. May, was that the caucus kind of winnowed the field down to 2 people, and then those people, there would be a vote among party members on who that person would be. So happened in this case, though, after all that the prospective opponent in that runoff race, prospective opponent to Prime Minister May, actually dropped out. So it was effectively the caucus, again, continuing with this tradition that made Theresa May the Prime Minister. So that creates a huge difference in terms of the dynamic that exists between members of Parliament and the leadership. And that informs every aspect of our institutions. And it's something that we have debated here in terms of the Reform Act that was discussed in the last Parliament, whether or not we should put in place rules that formalize the convention in Canada, a convention that has been used in Australia, in the UK, of having the leader potentially be removed by the caucus. But that is not a that is something that would be new as a convention in our system, and certainly I don't think there's anybody involved in active politics themselves, at least, who is proposing that caucuses should choose the leaders. I think many individual members of all of our parties would be concerned about that idea, because we have that idea of member engagement. So when we talk about the way in which our system functions, we have to take that on board, and we have to realize that the importance of strengthening members of Parliament is perhaps a more difficult task in the context of our system, recognizing that difference. So maybe in the British system you can say, party leaders can have these conversations because they necessarily have to reflect the will of their caucuses. But in our system, I think we need to actually be much more concerned about the impact that programming could have in an environment where our leaders are selected quite differently. And there's many other differences. I talked, I think, earlier in my remarks about the way in which nomination contests happen in the British system. Again, very different from the way they happen in our system. And in our system, it's sort of reflective of the geography. In the British system, it would be fairly common for a person seeking public office to interview in a number of different constituencies before being selected in one. That doesn't work as well in our system because our constituencies are so far apart that there's a greater emphasis on the immediate local experience that members of Parliament bring from their ridings because of how far apart and therefore how different our ridings are from each other. So it is not enough to say, well, we can push this through quickly, without requiring unanimity and all these things. We can just move it on through because it's the way it happens in the British Parliament. The British experience is different. It reflects different realities and different aspects of the way in which those institutions operate, even institutions that appear on face to be relatively similar. But I'll say this as well to Mr. Sims' point. In general, one other thing I was going to say first. Just we already have the ability for what he talked about to happen at an informal level. I mentioned some potential concerns about that, but at an informal level, of course, House leaders can get together and say, okay, we're going to work with our caucuses. Hopefully there's agreement to allocate a certain number of days informally, for discussion of certain bills. And when folks are getting along, that happens, right? We say, okay, we're going to let this bill collapse at the end of the day, and we're going to let it go to a vote because that's what we agreed here. We need more days on this bill, fewer days on this bill, and so on and so forth. Of course, that can happen now. And if you want to call that programming, then that's programming, I guess. But it isn't the kind of programming that's envisioned by the discussion paper. Again, a discussion paper that the government wants to be able to implement changes from entirely unilaterally. The informal process in place, I think, can work, should work. It gives the opposition options to go nuclear and not cooperate. It gives the government an ability to go nuclear by bringing in time allocation. But because of the risks associated with either of those options, the political risks, the risks of public criticism, we have an incentive to try and cooperate as much as possible. And if we're not cooperating, to make sure that it's the other side that's looking unreasonable and not us. That's the incentives that we have in place. And broadly speaking, I'm not saying changes couldn't be discussed and perhaps made with the consensus, but broadly speaking, that system works. There is an ability for both sides to ratchet up the pressure, but there are disincentives for doing so, and there is an incentive for people to cooperate. But finally, I'll say, with respect to Mr. Sims' points, of course, you can say that there are changes we should consider, and I welcome the opportunity to hear from witnesses, to maybe have some of those people that are acquainted with the British experience here, and to pose some of the questions that I've posed. Okay, but your political culture is different because of the way you select leaders, the way nominations happen, the expectations around members of Parliament, the numbers of members of Parliament. That actually makes a substantial difference when you have about twice as many members of Parliament. That changes the opportunities that exist for members of Parliament in terms of being a little bit more independent. The existence of other kinds of committees, committees of backbenchers that in a particular way hold the front bench of their parties accountable. These are differences. But I'd love to be able to proceed with this study and have the opportunity to pose those questions, to have people that were involved in the front bench from the British system, in government, in opposition, perhaps at different times in their career in both. Also to talk to people whose politics has been more characterized by activity on the backbench and perhaps found themselves to be seeing things differently from their front bench. During the coalition time in the UK, this was a particularly interesting dynamic because effectively you had, I think, some people who suspected in the Conservative Party that David Cameron really liked the coalition with the Liberal Democrats because it allowed him to govern in the way that he kind of wanted to govern anyways. And you had Conservative backbenchers that were quite unhappy with some of the decisions that coalition made. And that was part of that ongoing dynamic. During the Tony Blair government, you had the Iraq War, which, of course, was very controversial, broadly speaking, within British society, but in particular within the Labour Party. And so you had these dynamics, and we could hear about those dynamics in committee if we proceeded to those studies. We could hear from people involved in all of those different debates back and forth and ask them, how do the different aspects of your standing orders inform the way in which those front bench, back bench debates happen? How did you use the standing orders to your advantage? How perhaps were the standing orders used against you to your disadvantage? Those are all things that we could hear, that I would be very interested in hearing. I think that all of us would be very interested in hearing. And we can have that discussion as long as we agree on some ground rules. Some ground rules that say all parties will be involved in a decisive way in that decision. Not just involved in the committee hearings, but actually involved in being part of the decision. And it is right and sensible that, and it's not just one party, it's the entire opposition, is united in saying that we will not go forward unless we can agree on those basic ground rules of the discussion. And then, absolutely, we can have a discussion. We can proceed and explore these issues in a deeper way, and we should. Nobody here is saying that the standing orders...
you know,
Alistair McGregor.
I was listening with interest to what Mr. Janis was saying there, and I think like the key part of his speech centers on the word rules. And I think it's very important for all members of this committee, and indeed all parliamentarians, to sometimes take what was done in our past, our history, and use it as a guide and a roadmap. And so what I wanted to do to draw this committee's attention to what has been said about the rules, and in particular, I think Mr. Janis might be particularly interested in this. Back in 1957, March 21st, 1957, Stanley Howard Knowles gave an address to the Empire Club. And of course, Mr. Knowles, very well known, but he was introduced at the time before he delivered his speech as one of those colorful figures whose skill in opposition is of inestimable value to parliamentary life of this country. And he was also recognized that, as the chief whip of the CCF since 1944, he enjoyed length and breadth of parliamentary experience seldom equaled, and has always been in opposition, as he's always been in opposition to the government of the day. He was rarely qualified to talk to the club on the role of the opposition in Parliament. Now, Mr. Chair, if I just want to fast forward to a part of his speech which I think has a particular significance here. So I'm going to start quoting here. It must be recognized that it is the opposition's right, indeed its duty, whenever it feels strongly about any matter of public policy, whether it be something the government is proposing or concern over something the government is failing to propose, to criticize and attack the government for all it is worth. It should be recognized that it is the opposition's right to keep Parliament in session for months on end if doing what its members believe to be their duty, it chooses to do so. He goes on to say, it is the opposition's right to insist at all times on the full protection of the rules of debate. The government is entitled to that same protection, but in addition, it has its majority with which to establish its will. The opposition has only, and I emphasize this part, the opposition has only the rules for its protection. Hence, the authorities on parliamentary procedure emphasize the greater importance to the opposition of the only protection it has, the protection of the rules. Only by according such rights to the opposition is it possible to achieve anything even approaching equality of strength between the two sides. And I suggest that unless we approach equality of strength, there cannot be absolute equality, for in the end, the majority must prevail. Hence I say, unless we approach equality of strength between those who support and those who oppose the government of the day, there will not be that cut and thrust, that attack, defense, and counterattack, which, as Sir Lyman Duff put it, are the breath of life of our parliamentary institutions. And I end the quote there. I think, Mr. Chair, that no wiser words have been spoken. He really emphasized exactly how important these rules are. And I think our Liberal colleagues need to understand this is why we're going to the wall on this. There is no retreat on this side of the House. And the exit ramps, Mr. Chair, are all on the government's. They have to decide, is this committee going to be stuck in the mud for the foreseeable future? The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, arguably one of the most important committees that our Parliament has. We're backed into a corner here. We must fight for these rules. We fight not only for ourselves, we fight also for government members who may one day be in opposition. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to bring my honourable colleague's attention to those particular comments, because I think where he was going in his discussion about the rules, I think he can use history as a great roadmap going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor, for that new piece of information. Even after our 544 hours, you got something new, so that's great. It was very interesting.
Is that a precise count of hours thus far?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Up to when we started today at 4:30.
Okay. Yeah.
And using the Sims procedure, we get nice interventions like that. So.
Okay. It may well be, Mr. Chair, that we are approaching one of the longest filibusters in this country's history, if we've not already surpassed that mark. But I can think of no principle more important than preserving our institutions in terms of the responsible government dimension that is so critical to them. What better a cause for a parliamentary filibuster than Parliament itself? Now, at the same time, my NDP colleague referred to us being stuck in the mud. It's not all bad. I mean, they get the benefit of hearing my reflections on things, right? So, even the mud has certain advantages to it. So, if they choose to continue, well, on division, okay. Even if we must continue, we can still learn things along the way, if nothing else. And I'll just add maybe that this issue of preserving our institutions, of passing this amendment, it's not only miring us down here in committee, it's also an issue in the chamber, it's an issue in other committees, it's an issue that impacts a range of other policy questions. There are policy questions. This committee, I understand, and I'm not a regular member of this committee, but this committee should be proceeding as soon as possible, I think, to a study of the Elections Act. And I understand that there are some important issues with respect to the Elections Act. The Minister of Democratic Institutions has proposed a study to the committee, and I think it's one that the committee was interested in taking up, and has asked for the completion of that within a certain timeline. Now, discussions about procedure are important, but they're not the kind of thing that that are as time sensitive, at least given the timeline the Minister of Democratic Institutions had introduced. And we have all the things that are going on within the chamber as well. Cooperation between different parties is very important for moving forward in a constructive way. And I, with all due respect, I'll say that the government House Leader won't be getting my vote for the Maclean's Most Collegial Parliamentarian Award this year, because in the midst of trying to come to a resolution on this, she went on television and said, "We're not going to let the Conservatives have a veto over standing order changes." Well, you know, Mr. McGregor is many great things, but he is unfortunately not a Conservative. And maybe he will be one day. But for now, he's here representing the, you know, the NDP caucus, and Mr. Christopherson was here earlier, and they are very much fully behind this. They have, of course, a much longer history in opposition than we do. So, and you know, after the next election, we'll welcome them back to the official opposition when we retake the government. It'll be good for both of us. But they understand the importance of this as well. And I think you know, Ms. May, who is someone who agrees with the government more often than we do, more often than the NDP does, in fact, it seems, just based on the way votes have unfolded. Yet she is also standing with us. And when I talk about the Green Party discussion paper, she's taking, I think, the position as the furthest position away from the government in terms of the kinds of changes and direction that we actually need to see. So this is a discussion that's playing out in the chamber as well. But when you have the government House Leader making comments like that, saying, you know, basically drawing a line in the sand, saying we will not, effectively what she's saying is we will not do this by consensus. We will do it in a way that is unilateral. And you know, she didn't say that directly, but that is the implied direction of the comments that she's making. I don't think any party should be able to make changes unilaterally. I think they should be done on the basis of consensus. But yes, doing it on the basis of consensus means you have to listen to the opposition as well, which is something that the government House Leader thus far has not been prepared to do. However, if she agreed with us, she might have a chance at getting that Maclean's award again, and I might reconsider my vote on it. Now, there's an interesting point made by my colleague here about this issue of equality of strength between the opposition and the government. And I don't know if I agree or disagree with that, but I want to just maybe flesh out what is meant by equality of strength. Now, let's be very clear that when a party is in government, it means that they got the most seats. It means that they got, not necessarily in first past the post, but almost certainly, it means that they got the most votes in the election. And they have a legitimate democratic right to propose legislation, to bring it to a vote, in all likelihood, if they have the votes to pass that legislation, to implement the program that they have. That is legitimate. And no one here is suggesting otherwise. No one here is suggesting that on questions of policy, of course, the opposition will oppose, we will debate it, we will fight back on the basis of public interest, we will try and get the government to change their mind, to see sense, we will mobilize public support against it, we will encourage stakeholders to contact the government, we will challenge the government to reconsider aspects of their program. But ultimately, especially in a majority parliament, assuming that they maintain the confidence of that parliament and the support of their caucus, a government can pass legislation. And yet, there are some things that a government cannot do. They cannot, on their own, justly, they ought not, change things that are dealing with that underlying substructure of democracy. And one might say that policy decisions are, to some extent, actually more important than that substructure in terms of the practical impact that they have on people's lives. But that substructure is actually what guarantees the integrity of our deliberation about those policy questions into the future. So yes, in this Parliament, the government can put forward legislation, it can be debated, it will likely be passed if it's government legislation, over the objections of the opposition. But as long as they preserve the existing institutions which allow us to present our objections, which allow us to participate in the debates, and allow us to then, on a fair footing, fight the next election. But this government, it's clear, isn't actually content with just proposing legislation and policy. We see on a number of different fronts that they actually want to dramatically alter our institutions, and to do so to their own strategic advantage, and to do so without the consent of the opposition. Now, that's not what the government is elected to do. Of course, this is a government that received, I think, about 39% of the popular vote in the last election. Now, that is enough to form a majority government and to introduce policy and to pass legislation. But it is not enough to change the underlying substructure of democracy. And this is well established in our traditions and in our conventions. There are certain things that one could change about that substructure with a majority support through a referendum. And this is what we said during the electoral reform debate. 39%, without having been clear up front at all about what new electoral system was desired, was not enough to make that change unilaterally, but a referendum with 50% of the vote would have been enough to make a change to that underlying substructure of democracy. With respect to our rules here in Parliament, if there is a consensus among parties, that's been the tradition, that's been what's done in the past, and it has worked well. If we change the rules of engagement in a way that has consensus of members of Parliament, then yes, we can change that underlying substructure.
Sorry, Mr. Genius. There's just there are some new members here. I just wanted to refer to the fact that there's been a number of discussions tonight on how rules have been changed in the past. And I just want to refer anyone that doesn't know about it, that our researcher did a paper over I can't remember how many the last year, 50 years or something, and it outlined almost all the changes, major changes that have been made in the standing orders, and which times were by consensus, which were unanimous, and which weren't. There were all different types of way it was changed. So if you need to know the history, just refer to that paper. Mr. Genius.
Excellent. And that was good. You know, there is a tradition that for substantial major changes, obviously, to the standing orders, that those happen on the basis of consensus. I think there was one issue that was raised in the House in the context of debate. I think it was actually Ms. Sahota who asked me the question when I was giving a speech on this with respect to a concurrence report about a change that Mr. Reid had proposed with respect to the process by which we elect the Speaker. Now, the context of that change was, and I don't think it was quite before I was born, but I was still in elementary school, so I don't remember it too well. I was following, but it wasn't that long. Okay, but
don't remember.
5 years ago, right?
Oh, it was 5. No, yeah. No. This was the way in which the change happened was this was a change to the way in which a speaker was elected, because at one time, if I remember right, and someone may correct me, but if I remember right, the process was originally that you have runoff ballots. You have a series of ballots similar to the sort of old leadership convention style, where people would vote and then someone would be eliminated from the ballot, and then there would be further rounds of balloting. And then the movement was to a system of instant runoff voting for electing the Speaker. And there were different opinions on that across different parties. It wasn't unanimous in terms of every single member of Parliament agreeing with that change. But as I recall, there was support from every party for that change as well. So some of these things can, we can look at the history and recognize that there is a difference in terms of fundamental degree of change as well. I mean, when you're talking about successive ballots versus instant runoff being a change, I mean, there are some issues in the standing orders that that deal with something so minor, but the changes proposed in this discussion paper are very dramatic in terms of the relationship between government and opposition, and in terms of the roles of members of Parliament. We would agree that the government has a right to move forward legislation, but not to change the underlying rules. And I don't want to diminish this with a sports analogy, but I think a sports analogy is a reasonable way of understanding the idea of fairness and competition. Now, if you're watching the hockey playoffs, which the Edmonton Oilers are going to, of course, be delivering a Stanley Cup in. If you're watching those, and my colleague from Calgary, well, from Southern Alberta, we're looking forward to that matchup coming up. But more to the point, in a hockey game, people play hard. They don't in any way do what you might call is gentlemanly towards their opponents in terms of giving them a wide berth when they have the puck and so forth, right? In a hockey game, absolutely you play to win. But on the other hand, there are certain things that are just beyond the rules, and giving a hard check is maybe within the rules, but doing certain kinds of checks would not be within the rules. So obviously there are boundaries prescribed by rules. Within those rules, you do everything possible to succeed. It wouldn't be right if one team could just change the rules. One team might try and implement a different strategy within the rules. They might do something that's allowed, and the other team might say, well, whoa, that's a novel use of the rules. How come they're doing that? But if you're within the rules, then fair ball, right? Now, I think in the last Parliament, there were people that objected to the way in which Stephen Harper used the rules. And some of those people might be here in this room. And you can debate the use of those rules. Some people argue that those rules were not used in a constructive way, the use of time allocation, the use of prorogation, and some of those points have been made by my colleagues opposite. But there is a fundamental difference between playing hard within the rules and going outside the rules. And the reason we have rules is to prescribe where that line is in the midst of sometimes a very tense and a very competitive environment. Because when we're talking about policy, government legislation, these are things that matter deeply to our constituents. These are things that we believe in. And we fight hard on those issues, but we do so within the rules and in a way that respects the fact that the rules exist and that it's not fair for one side to change the rules because that would undermine the basic way in which that system is supposed to work, based on rules, based on back and forth that occurs. Now, it's interesting that the government's response to this, really it's to say, it's to not really dig into the meat of our argument in response at all, but it's to say, okay, well, we want to have a discussion, and by the way, we want to have a discussion, and let's have a discussion. Well, let's go through what happened, though, and how we got to this point, and why we are concerned about what the government's intending to do. We had a discussion. We had a debate in the House on possible standing order changes, and we had different proposals come from different members of Parliament. We had wide variation within individual political parties. We had different members of the Liberal caucus propose changes that are different from what the House Leader is proposing. I know within our Conservative caucus we had common opinions on certain questions. We had different opinions on certain questions. I've proposed some changes to the standing orders that are fairly novel in terms of switching the time when late shows and member statements occur and having ministers be required to respond to late shows. These were part of a big soup of ideas that was put out there on whatever day it was that we had this debate on the standing orders. Now, then there was sort of interest in proceeding with that and considering changes that could get consensus. But then all of a sudden we had the government bring in this discussion paper and right away ask this committee to study them with an immediate timeline for reporting them back. And so we put forward an amendment that said, okay, fair enough, you've got these ideas, but we want to make sure that there's unanimity, that there's agreement, that there's a respect for that rule of process aspect that we've talked about. And, what's striking about the government's response is, well, actually, prior to the House Leader's comments, there's a bit of a dissonance between what Mr. Sims has said and what the government House Leader has said, because Mr. Sims has said, of course, we want to get to unanimity. Of course, that is where we would like to go as a committee. But then you have the government House Leader saying, we will not let the Conservatives have a veto. So perhaps we should have Mr. Sims in the position of House Leader. I would support him in that if that was his ambition. We might see a different approach on this issue.
He didn't hear that. Say it again.
But the the problem is that if you are supportive of the idea of unanimity, then why not just pass the amendment, right? Like, why are we spending? It's like when you spend, you could spend a long time having a discussion with someone, and then at the end you suddenly realize, actually, we've agreed from the beginning, right? I mean, if the government actually thinks that we shouldn't have unanimity, thinks that these decisions should be made on consensus, well, we've been talking for over 500 hours and actually agreeing. But we just want to pass the amendment so that we know. Now, that seems to be where Mr. Sims is in terms of aspiring to unanimity, and let's just confirm that. But obviously, we can't trust the government, at least the government House Leader, when the government House Leader has said on television that we're not going to let the Conservatives, effectively the implication is we don't want the Conservatives involved in this discussion. Which is I think a really partisan way of putting it. Is, obviously we know the strategy is it's to say, okay, let's shove the Conservatives off in the corner here and pretend that it's only the Conservatives that are opposed to it. When it isn't just Conservatives, it's Greens, it's New Democrats, it's Bloc Québécois MPs, it's probably some Liberals. And certainly many ordinary Canadians who don't have any partisan affiliation are raising concerns about this. But this is the process that got us to this point. When you have the government House Leader saying these kinds of things and pushing back, on the one hand saying, we'd love to have unanimity, well, at least some members saying that, but on the other hand saying, we're actually not going to pass an amendment that would protect consensus. And we continue to see throughout this process, and this is why this amendment is so important, because it guarantees that that there's going to be consensus. We keep seeing efforts of the government to undermine our parliamentary traditions, undermine respect for our democracy, for our at least our responsible government system that we really fundamentally associate with democracy. And I could go through many issues. The most recent being the fact that the government tried to adjourn a debate on a matter of privilege without having a vote on it. And this is so important because it's relevant to all members of Parliament. And the issue in this particular case was members of the Conservative caucus that were prevented from voting because of something that happened with security. And that's, of course, very important, but you could imagine a whole host of other cases where members of Parliament would have their privilege denied, the Speaker would rule a prima facie case of privilege, but then the government would, without a vote on that question of privilege, adjourn the debate. You could imagine all kinds of cases that would negatively affect all members of Parliament. And I asked members of government to think about this. What if it was you that was prevented from voting? Or there was some other way in which your privilege was threatened? That perhaps another member had been threatening towards you, or any number of cases from which issues of privilege arise. You've been denied the right to do something that you should be able to do as members of Parliament. When these questions happen, there's an opportunity to raise questions of privilege in the House. The Speaker then says, is there some legitimacy to this case? We go forward with the prima facie case of privilege. And the government has options for ending that debate, right? They can move closure on questions of privilege. That forces then a vote on the closure and then a vote on the question of privilege. So the government can force a vote on these matters. But what the government tried to do was actually to just get rid of the question of privilege without voting on it. Fortunately, the Speaker ruled that that was an issue of privilege, that it was an issue of privilege when an issue of privilege can't be brought forward in the proper way. But even the fact that the government tried to do it, right? This was something that the Speaker acknowledged in his ruling, had no precedent, presumably because no government in the entire history of our tradition
has ever tried to get out of a discussion of a question of privilege without a vote. In the entire history, very fraught history of Westminster parliamentary democracy, this government found an abuse of the House that had not even been attempted before. And now they're wanting us to trust the goodwill that they have in the context of this process. Well, it would have been nice to see some goodwill in the context of that privilege question that came before the House. Fortunately, we had a very wise ruling from the Speaker on this, but the government attempted this, which should color, I think, legitimately color how we approach the discussion of this amendment and of this motion. This amendment provides us, if as Mr. Sims suggests, different from the government House Leader, but if, as Mr. Sims suggests, there is a desire for consensus, then give us the insurance. Because there have been a lot of things that have happened that have made us question whether we can actually rely on the goodwill, the good intentions of the government. And I'll say, I'm not to single out any particular member here, because Mr. Sims might try and work constructively throughout this whole discussion and then all of a sudden be pulled off this committee and put on the Library Committee and replaced with someone who is going to sign off on the government House Leader's point of order.
Point of order.
Is it okay if I interject? Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm already on the Library Committee.
Oh, God love you.
There's anything wrong with that, right?
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm already on the Library Committee.
Yeah.
The no meat committee.
I have nothing else to add, quite frankly.
Monsieur Genius,
Mr. Genius, just one comment about what you just said about the precedent that was attempted by this government to put an end to this privilege issue. It reminded me about the research I did on procedures and procedural changes, and I saw something that was called the tyranny of the majority. The tyranny of the majority, for people around this table, let me refresh your memories. It's the undesirable consequence of democracy through which a majority may oppress a minority if democracy is not accompanied by the recognition of certain rights to protect minorities. That's very relevant in the context of such an attempt that you described. And if we find ourselves here before the Procedures Committee, allow me, Mr. Chairman, to quote Alexis de Tocqueville. I'm sure you've heard of Mr. Tocqueville. Some of you have probably read him. He talked about democracy in America, and he was quite eloquent about the tyranny of the majority. He talked about the risk of despotism by the majority, and I'll just quote a couple of his comments. Democracies are naturally inclined to focus all social force into legislative body, which is the power that comes most directly from the people and that also participates the most with all its power. So we can see a habitual tendency which makes him gather all the power onto his own breast, which is exactly what we're seeing here within this will and this attempt to change House rules, to try to grasp all power and control all the procedures that are currently devolved to each member of Parliament here in Canada. I'll come back to my quote. This concentration of power, at the same time as it is singularly toxic to the good conduct and good governance, is based on the simple will of the majority. And to allow Mr. DeJonas to carry on, I'll end. But it says the majority itself is not all-powerful. Let's not forget about humanity, justice, and reason. In the political world, we're talking about landed rights, acquired rights. So we, members of the opposition, are trying to preserve those rights the rights that have already been acquired. And we are the last stand against the despotism of the majority. And I think that with the example that Mr. Generous just used, this attempt to put an end to a question of privilege without even allowing us to go to a vote. This is an unprecedented. We've never seen this in the Canadian Parliament before. So that allowed me to just open this little bracket and remind you that very thoughtful people have already studied this issue in the past and have well managed that type of account. The will of the majority to oppress the minority, especially when the majority has the power and every ability to do so. So it was just a little nod towards Mr. de Tocqueville, Mr. Chairman. And did Mr. Tocqueville also write about the tyranny of the minority? What does he think of that? Well, my knowledge of Mr. Tocqueville's works is not so extensive, Mr. Chairman, but I'm sure that you and I could sit down and write a book ourselves about the tyranny of the minorities. But when the tyranny of the minority is trying to simply protect itself against the tyranny of the majority, I think that that's a good tyranny, good form of tyranny. May I just reply and then may I just respond and then you could go after me? I had a thought in French in my head and now it's gone.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold, you make an excellent point. It is possible that the government received, it's true that the government received 39% of the vote, so that may be the tyranny of the minority through forming the majority. But the issue of the tyranny of the majority is factionalism and the central problem for democratic systems. Can democratic systems represent the interests and values of all of society? The common good and not just the interest of a majority and the values of the majority of the population? It's a very important question, and it's the reason for which we've got the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's the reason that we have the Senate. And the different democracies created different institutions in order to protect minorities. And House rules and standing orders also protected minority rights. So yes, it is important that we consider Mr. Tocqueville's works, as well as the Federalist newspaper that was discussing the same issue in the United States, where there are very good discussions as well. And it's very pertinent for today's discussion. Ms. Tassi.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Janis, for letting me intervene. So I'd like to just speak to this question of privilege that you're raising in the House with respect to the motion that was raised in the process there. And I feel compelled to speak as the member who moved the motion to bring the question of privilege to this committee, to have it studied at this committee. And the reason that I brought that motion is because we know that PROC is the committee that the question of privilege that was raised would be brought to. And as I have said in the House, this is an important question that we need to look at, and one that we need to spend some time on, because the issue has come up in the last couple of years a couple of times. So we know that whatever we've done in the past is not enough to correct the situation. So it is a situation that we do need to turn our minds to at PROC, because we know that parliamentarians are working so hard, and oftentimes those that are working even harder, that maybe don't have the time to get here because they've taken an extra appointment or whatever, need to be assured that when they do make an attempt to get here, that they are unfettered, that they can get here so that they can exercise their vote on behalf of the constituents. So I first want to say that this is an important matter that we do have to look at, and that's why I brought forward the motion to bring it to this committee. Now, the current status of this is that the Speaker did make a ruling. The prima facie case, the question of privilege was there, but then there was an amendment to that motion, and the amendment was that it would take precedence at this committee, which the result of that would mean that we would stop what we are doing right now, and that motion would be discussed. It would circumvent what the business of this committee is. And then further to that, another sub-amendment, as I understand it, was passed, which put an end date as to the time in which this committee had to study that. And the point that I want to make about that is that I believe it's important that committees are the masters of their agendas. The committees know the work that's ahead of them, and they are the ones that should be organizing the order at which they study things and the priority with which they study. And I don't know of any other committee that doesn't do that. So the concern here is that we don't want to usurp the ability of a committee to determine what it is studying by having a motion brought from the House mandating where committees, the order in which they have to study things, and mandate to committees how things are to be done. So I just wanted to get that on record and to ensure that it's not, I did not bring the motion forward because I didn't think it was an important issue. It is an important issue. But I think that also equally important is that committees have to be the masters of their agendas, that committee members have to be able to speak and dialogue, and that the committee as a whole decide on what matters they're going to hear and the orders in which they're going to hear them.
Thank you. Mr. McGregor?
I just wanted to add, I think what Ms. Tassi brings forward is valid, but I would respond by saying that instructions are given to committees all the time by the House. The House is supreme and paramount in this, and indeed committees are creatures of the House. Yes, they get to organize their internal affairs, but when bills are passed at second reading, an instruction is given to a committee to commit further study. Furthermore, sometimes motions in the House instruct a committee to do studies on certain subjects. So, I would just offer my response to say that the House, there are many precedents where the House gives specific instructions to committees, and if the House so chooses through a majority vote, it can do that. And that's just what I'd like to add.
One quick thing in response. I think it's different for the House to say, we want you to study this, and for the House to dictate when you're going to study it and what deadline you're going to meet. So yes, the committees do study things, but if we start setting precedents where the House can dictate what things can be usurped when you're in the middle of a study, they say, drop that study, we want you to do this study. Now I think that we're embarking on dangerous territory. I think that the committees have to have that vote. They are the ones that are looking at the studies, and as a whole, they can discuss it and then determine the priority. But I understand what you're saying in terms of, yes, issues are directed to committees, and then then the committees do, in fact, have to take a look at the issues that the House directs them to take a look at. So I appreciate that.
Thank you both. Mr. Genuis. Mr.
Genuis, Mr. Berton? Yes, I just wanted to add my view. I'd like to ask my colleague why she is making this point right now. Why is she offended by the fact that the House may tell committees what to study and when, and if that's the will of the House, I think that there are many precedents demonstrating that that's hardly a first. But except for but the committee of which I'm vice chair, Transportation and Communications, I think we saw something much more worrisome. We received a letter signed by two ministers, the Minister of Transportation and the Minister of Fisheries, who strongly encouraged the committee to study a review of the Protection of Navigable Waters Act. And I think what they're trying to do is revisit decisions made by the previous government. So not only is the government, through two ministers, imposing a study upon a committee, but at the same time was imposing the conclusion of that study. And that is scandalous, Mr. Chairman. I think all committees should fight this possibility and do everything they can to avoid this type of thing. Unfortunately, when we receive such instructions as a committee, we know quite well that the government majority on the committee is going to support the minister's position in most cases, as well as cabinet decisions and recommendations. And that's precisely what happened. As a committee, we were forced, despite the opposition within the committee, to review this act on protecting navigable waters in order to reverse a decision made by the previous government.
So we also were oriented in terms of the committee's conclusions, and I can leave you to imagine what the recommendations that were proposed by the government in terms of the Protection of Navigable Waters Act. So I understand the point that my colleague was trying to make, but there's much more worrisome directives than those that come to the House. When it comes from the executive and we want to force committees to study subjects, even though these subjects were not even in the working plan, just to meet the request of the executive, that's much more worrisome when it comes from the House, Mr. Chair.
Monsieur Berthold. So I would say in response, so 2 points that you've asked me. So the first is there is a very clear difference between strongly encouraging or asking a committee to study something and mandating that the agenda of the committee. So yes, committees of course are listening to the House and saying, yes, we're going to take on that study and we'd like you to undertake that study. Absolutely, and that's the way the House works. And so that then we can go back to the House and give them information on the study. But for the House to have the ability to come here, stop what we're studying, and drop another study on top and tell us when the order in which we study, in other words, they determine our agenda, that is very different than the House saying, we want you to look upon this. So that's the first question. So the distinction between encouraging a study or asking a committee to undertake a study, which is what we're here for. That's what we entertain. That's what we do. As opposed to saying you're studying this and you're studying it now and you're going to have a report by June 29th. The second part is the reason why I brought it up. I'm bringing it up for two reasons. One is Mr. Genis brought it up today, but he's not the only one. It has been brought up over the past, since the 500 and whatever hour we're on. Over that time, this issue has been raised with respect to the question of privilege a number of times at this committee. And I think as the mover of the motion in the House, it's important that I go on record saying the importance of this question. I don't want it misunderstood that I don't think it's an important question. It is an important question. So to explain that, but also to offer a bit of concern with the way in which the motion was put forward, because I think some of the criticism that we're getting were actually that you're doing the exact same thing. So the mandating with dates, for example, in Mr. Sims' motion, I think that there was a date, and then we're criticized because there's a date, but then in your motion there's a date too. And I don't want to start getting nitpicky, because that's not what this is about. It's not about getting nitpicky, but I want to, or nitpicking, but I just want to go on record as saying the reason why I put that motion on and the concerns that I have with the motion that the Conservatives put forward in response. So does that answer your questions?
In part. And for the executive order pour commencer une étude, quand ça vient des
So to start a study, when it comes from the ministers, do you also think that the minister can require a committee to conduct a study? And this letter asks us to carry out a study, and it also recommends conclusions. I think that's even more worrisome. But that's a discussion about what happened. There's two types of orders, one that can come from the House, and we agree that there's two ways that can happen. When it comes from the House and all members, that's one way for the House to send work to committees, because the committees also have to feed the House with work. That's their role, so that we can make the right decisions. Sometimes the House will need some committees to study some issues, so that then we can then adopt legislation and do our work as parliamentarians. But when we get a letter from the executive, from the government, that's what I fear. So I'm just trying to draw a parallel between the requests coming from the House and those that are coming from ministers. It's one of the roles of the opposition. They have to underscore these issues and make them public, so that people can see there's a real difference between the work of parliamentarians and work in cabinets, or people have to work for the executive. And we're here for the legislative. Just to wrap up this small discussion.
I don't know I'm not on that committee. I have no knowledge.
I will show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just also to wrap this up, because I want to get back to Mr. Jennis's main arguments. But just on committees from page 994 of what's this book? O'Brien and Boss. There's whole paragraphs, but the studies are sometimes mandatory but are usually permissive. A mandatory instruction orders a committee to consider a specific matter, conduct a study in a particular way. So these are all possible. But Mr. Jennis, let's get back on track here.
Monsieur Bagnel, oui. Juste par un ordre de la Chambre.
By an order from the House? Yes.
The executive part.
No, not in
that.
Oui.
Merci.
Okay.
Mr. Jennis.
Okay.
Genuous.
Let the record show that the opposition House Leader just brought salad in, and I will be eating some of that salad. Now, for those watching at home, yes, salad.
Not word salad.
Yes,
okay?
yeah, yes. Vegetable salad, not word salad. Yes, would be welcome progress for this committee. Now, thank you, Ms. Tassi, for your intervention on the question of privilege. I maintain my view that the approach taken by the government on this was without precedent. It was not appropriate, and it was a demonstration by those who moved this motion in the House to adjourn the debate of bad faith with respect to the opposition. And none of the arguments that have been made have essentially addressed that aspect of it. Because it is perfectly allowable for members of the government to vote against the question of privilege, which is perhaps something that they don't want to do because it sounds like there's some acknowledgement of the importance of that. But the amendments are just that, amendments. The government members are welcome to vote against the amendments while still supporting the privilege motion. And in particular, the amendments that were mentioned were separate amendments. The amendment asking for precedence to be taken over other matters, and the amendment to set a timeline were separate amendments. One could conceivably support one and not the other, or neither, but still the main motion, or both and the main motion, or some other combination thereof. Now, so if the issues with the way in which this process was unfolding were purely with the motion, with the amendments proposed, not with the motion itself, not with the discussion of the issue, then that could have been brought up. Of course, what the government didn't do was bring in closure on these questions and then proceed to votes on the amendments, or just allow the debate to, which would have been probably the more proper thing to do, is allow the debate on the privilege question to unfold and then to collapse, and then follow it up with votes on the privilege motion, and then depending on what's passed in the House for Proc to proceed accordingly. But that's not what happened. The government moved to adjourn the debate without having that vote take place. And that was really the crux of the issue, right? That was the crux of the whole point of this example of the total loss of faith from the opposition in the government's willingness to play fair and respect the institutions. It was the fact that they sought to adjourn the debate. It wasn't that they opposed the amendment. If they wanted to oppose the amendment, that's fine. Well, I mean, I think that would be the wrong decision to make, and I would argue against it. But if they opposed the amendment, that's a reality. But they didn't do that. Instead, they tried to adjourn the debate, and then I think were quite rightly, that was addressed in response by the Speaker. Now, my colleague points out that a motion was moved at Proc here. But this is important. This is not the process by which privilege questions are adjudicated. The process is, and it's fundamental to the way privilege questions are adjudicated, is that a member raises the issue in the House. There is a finding of a prima facie case or not by the Speaker. Then there is a debate in the House. Then there is a vote on the question of privilege, which then sends it to Proc for study. That's how privilege questions are adjudicated. So, of course, yes, I could, move a study at the Library Committee of a issue of privilege. I could do that. And if the Library Committee wanted to study it, they could study it, right? But that would not replace the process that exists for questions of privilege. Now, that committee study, while important for the process of privilege, does not in any way negate the importance of also having the debate take place in the House and the vote in the House. The House is supposed to consider and vote on the question and then send it to Proc and say, yes, this is something that we want studied. It's important. We have the concern. So the committee then needs to proceed with it. That's how that question is adjudicated. Now, none of the points that Ms. Tassi made change the fact that the government tried to adjourn and therefore end the debate in the House on this question of privilege and prevent a vote. The fact of a separate proposal for a study of that question of privilege in no way replaced what happened or changed what happened in the House, which further establishes that the opposition cannot trust, in the present climate, the good faith of the leadership team on the government side with respect to matters of procedure. It's what makes the passage of this amendment so important. It is the insurance that we need in the absence. It'd probably be good insurance to have in any event, quite frankly, because anytime someone says, oh, we don't need to pass that, but we'll do it anyways, you might ask, well, wait a minute, why don't you just pass it? But especially in the current climate, it is important that we pass the motion that we pass the amendment because of these things that have happened in the House. Now, further to
Ms. Tassie's points. She talked, though, about the proper way in which the House does or does not, or can and cannot, instruct committees. Now, there are many motions that have been dealt with in this Parliament alone that deal with instructions to a committee. The most obvious example would be, I think it was actually the first NDP Opposition Day motion, which was to create a committee, a pay equity committee, and instruct it to do a study of a particular issue. Now, if I remember right, that Opposition Day motion did include a specific time as well. So it was not only giving an instruction with a timeline to a committee, but it was to create a committee for the purposes of doing a specific study on a specific timeline.
Electoral reform.
Yes, actually, very, very good point. A similar process happened. See, the NDP is all about creating new committees, right? That's, you know, they want to make government as big as possible, right? They are all about creating new committees. And so electoral reform was one, and the pay equity one was another. And both of these, now I'm not sure, Ms. Tassie, how you voted on those exactly, but I don't think there were any government members who voted against it. So either you voted in favor or abstained. I presume you voted in favor. Another example, an opposition a private member's motion that came from a government member, Motion 103, much discussed, so I've heard, that instructed, directed a committee to do a study and prescribed a certain number of calendar days by which it had to report back. And it's actually striking that it was calendar days as opposed to sitting days, because, you know, if those calendar days include the summer and so forth, it could mean a fairly limited number of sitting days available to that committee. And of course, the Heritage Committee has other business that it has going on, but when that instruction is given by the House, ultimately committees have delegated authority from the House of Commons, so of course we should be masters of our own domain, and especially I am concerned about cases where you have the executive improperly trying to direct parliamentary committees. But parliamentary committees are ultimately creations of the House. Their authority is delegated from the House, and the way in which they exercise that authority is by bringing questions, tabling reports in the House, receiving legislation from the House, which they then send back to the House. So these are examples of things that have happened, and again, M103 was a motion which every government member, if they were voting on it, voted in favor of it. We had a motion. Oh, my salad is here. Okay. We had a motion that was put forward by my colleague Arnold Viersen, asking the Health Committee to do a study, and I believe with a timeline associated with it, on the impact of violent sexual images on children. And that was a motion that passed on a voice vote, so there was no standing vote, but it passed on a voice vote with the support of all parties. And that was, again, another example of an instruction given to a committee by the House. And I don't think it's been voted on yet, but another Liberal member, David McGuinty, I spoke on it. He proposed a motion for a study involving the Ottawa River. And again, these are different studies that members can propose in the House to go to committee. And of course, a member can sub into a committee and propose that the committee do that study at the committee. But there is a precedent, and it's legitimate, and it's common, in fact, for the House to give some kind of instruction to members as well. So it is just not consistent with what I believe to be the voting record of Ms. Tassie. I assume you voted in favor of M103, in favor of the Pay Equity Committee, in favor of the Electoral Reform Committee, or at least some of them, because those were positions that all voting members of the government voted in favor of, which gave instructions to committees and had associated timelines.
And there were other ones that I've mentioned that had the support of government members, or in the other case of Mr. McGuinty's motion, came from government members. So it's interesting to try and square that with the argument that we don't want the House to be too directive of committees when we see this happening elsewhere. But at the end of the day, I think the crucial point in response is, that's, if you don't like that amendment, that's fine. Vote against the amendment. But instead what happened was this abusive process, this effort to adjourn debate in the middle of a privilege question, something that was entirely unprecedented in our history. Now, some other points that I want to talk about.
Do you want some time to eat your salad?
Maybe I'll keep talking for a few minutes. And, I got to make sure I get through this before this discussion wraps up. So,
Mr. Janis, just on that privilege motion, how long were they into the debate when could they have voted? Was there a request to have a vote, or they just adjourned? And how far into the debate was it, roughly? Because we were in committee here, so.
Okay. I don't know precisely, but it was relatively early in the discussion of it. I think there'd been, a handful of speeches given on it, but it was the discussion had been relatively short to that point. There wasn't an immediate call to a vote. My understanding is that there were still members interested in speaking on the question of privilege. But the government, of course, has the ability to propose closure on a question of privilege, and then the question of closure goes to a vote, and subsequent to that, there is a vote on the main motion. So, yes, I of course can't guarantee that we would have applauded the government if they brought in closure. I think it would have been premature to bring in closure because there were still members that wanted to speak to this important question of privilege, which needed to be debated in the House. My only point there was that it was an option available to the government that would have been, I think, under the circumstances at that juncture inappropriate, but much preferable in principle to what they did, which was to end the debate without a vote by having instead a vote on a different question, which was the proceeding to the orders of the day. So, having, I think, responded to that point, I want to just talk about this issue of modernization. Now, I think my colleague from Saskatchewan, who was speaking before me, Mr. Lekuski, very experienced member, talked about how it's not up to the government to modernize Parliament. Parliament must modernize itself. But I think as well, when we see a discussion paper and a proposal for unilateral modernization, we actually need to get into what is meant by the word modernization. It obviously is the kind of word that has a sort of positive connotation in our language. Nobody would say, I am against modernization, without qualification. It has the kind of connotation of we're moving in a good direction, we're moving forward. It's the same with language around reform. Modernization, reform, bringing the House into the 21st century. This is a favorite phrase of the House Leader. We're going to bring the House of Commons into the 21st century. So we know that words are being selected with an eye, 20th century. Well, yeah, one of my favorite moments from House. This is a bit of an aside, but I think members will enjoy it. So, Michael Chong, who sat beside me in a previous configuration, would have these beautifully technical heckles. Like, what about Section 52 of the Parliament of Canada Act or something? But there was the House leader, there was the Minister for Democratic Institutions, at one point said, we need to move forward from an electoral system that was designed in the 19th century. And he said, actually, it was designed in the 18th century. So I think it's important to be precise, regardless of what point we're trying to make. In any event, I think the House leader's language is to move it into the 21st century, not the 20th century. So, but actually, I think the point of the distinction is actually we're not entirely clear what either of them mean, right? What would be the difference between moving it into the 20th or the 21st century? I mean, why don't we just skip a step and move it into the 22nd century, right? I mean, it's about as clear, right? It's about as meaningful when you say that. What we know is that the government is wishing to rhetorically associate sort of positive feelings with the change that they want to make. And in reality, though, a lot of proposals for modernization, for reform, for moving into the 21st century can actually move in opposite directions. What for one person is modernization might be actually pulling an institution in the opposite direction from what for someone else would be modernization. And I think this speaks to actually a more fundamental problem in the way perhaps some liberals in general see the world, which is that the future is inevitably better than the past. So when we talk about moving into the future, about modernization, that inevitably what we're going to be doing in the future is better than what we're doing in the past, and what we're doing now is better than what we used to do. Whereas I think a more constructive notion of reform would say that we look at ideas on their merits, whether they are intellectual products of this century or the last century or an entirely different time and place. This is, I think the progressive tendency is to always presume that change is good and the future is better than the past. Perhaps a conservative tendency is to say, let's recognize the wisdom of the past and make reforms as necessary, but with deference to the institutions as they've existed in the past, and to make sure that we understand very carefully what we are changing. Maybe a good way of describing this tendency is, someone said to me once, if you buy a new house and you see a wall, and you don't know what the wall is for, you don't know if it's holding anything more important up, your first instinct should not be to knock that wall down. You should actually first know what it was there for before you knock down at the very least. There's nothing wrong with making changes, but you better have an understanding of what the original things were there for before you change them, right? And very clearly in the language of the government, we see this progressivist fallacy, which is that the future is always better than the present and the present is always better than the past. So modernization, change, that's always going to be good. Now, I have to ask, though, looking at some of these recent events, is a situation in which members can't make it to vote moving the House of Commons into the 21st century? I would argue that if we have a situation where it's harder for members to get to vote, that is a worse situation, not a better situation. If we have a situation in which government can limit debate by setting times in advance, by saying you can only talk for this long in the House and committee, I would argue that that is a negative change. You might say that that's moving us backwards, that that's not far from a modernization, that's a retreat, in a sense, from where we are now, if you're using that kind of progressivist language where you associate the trajectory of time always necessarily with improvement. But the kinds of changes that people have called reform in different times have pulled in different directions. And I think, we know roughly the history of this place, right? Which is that at one time, the emphasis of reform, originally, parliamentary reform modernization, was about strengthening the power of Parliament relative to the monarchy. And that was a process of reform. There was a period in the mid-20th century
when reform, modernization, improvement was seen as being the process of making the House of Commons more efficient for the passage of legislation. And this was a time when there was a dramatic growth in what government did, in the scope of activities that were covered by the government. So there was this concern among people with whether or not legislatures that had been essentially designed in a different time could keep pace with modern government, could pass the number of laws that were necessary in light of the changing way in which government was involved in people's lives. Government was more involved, so the perception was more laws needed to be passed. So, again, flowing from that was the sense that institutions needed to be modernized so that more laws could be passed. And that was perceived as reform, as improvement, as modernization. But those were changes that enhanced the power of the executive, enhanced the speed with which legislation could flow through. And then subsequent to that, there was another phase of discussion around reform. And at this later phase, suddenly there was this emerging concern about the role of members of parliament, about the ability of members of parliament to be involved in discussion. And so new ideas were proposed which relatively weakened the executive and strengthened the role of individual members of parliament in legislation, which gave them more opportunities to check the government, to challenge legislation, to slow it down, and to influence the direction of the policy process. This was the next phase of reform. And in all cases, in the midst of the times and the circumstances in which those discussions were taking place, they were understood, they were presented as modernization or as reform. But of course, what should be very clear is that they represent opposite impulses, both in some sense legitimate, but opposite. The one impulse, called reform, to make it easier for governments to pass legislation in keeping with the way in which the involvement of government in people's lives had changed from an earlier time, was about increasing the efficiency of the legislative process with the goal of passing more legislation, making it possible for the government to pass legislation. The other kind of change or reform or modernization was about giving ordinary members of parliament more power and influence and therefore ability to stand in the breach and say no when efforts were being made to pass legislation. So it doesn't really make sense to talk about sort of this gradual progress in our institutions when actually there was kind of a push and a pull on both sides of it, and yet both the push and the pull were called reform, were called modernization, were advanced in a way that were designed to reflect emerging realities and concerns. So maybe it doesn't actually make sense to speak of modernization. Maybe we should simply speak of ideas and whether or not those ideas are good ideas or bad ideas. And maybe we should debate the merits of those ideas without trying to arbitrarily attach these labels. On the other hand, in politics, we can accept perhaps that people are going to try and associate positive sounding terms like reform or modernization with their proposals. Actually, in the midst of the electoral reform, as it's come to be known conversation, I prefer to refer to it as discussions about possible changes to our electoral system, which I think was a neutral way of describing it. Electoral reform sort of implies that, you know, we've got these terrible retrograde institutions that desperately need to be fixed, and maybe that's the view of some people around the table about our first past the post system. But my preference in terms of describing the discussion was possible changes to our electoral system. But let's at least recognize, if we're not going to agree tonight that we should jettison these terms like modernization and reform, because we probably won't, I might even use them subsequently in debates when it's advantageous to my cause, but let's at least agree in principle that these are not value neutral terms. When the government House leader says we're trying to modernize the House of Commons. It doesn't actually explain to us whether her vision of modernization is one of, the more kind of 1950s, 60s, early 70s way of thinking about modernization versus the kind of 90s, early 2000s way of thinking about modernization and reform. When she doesn't actually tell us what kind of modernization reform we're talking about, it contributes to our perception on this side of the House that most of what we hear from the government on these issues, at least in the context of forums like Question Period, is something resembling a word salad. Because we don't actually know what she means by modernization. Although I could say, looking at the discussion paper, it looks like what she means by modernization is a dramatic weakening of the opposition and of private members. That's what it seems to me. And, let's call it that. Let's be more blunt about what that is. But let's not paper over it in the name of bringing the House of Commons into the 21st century. I mean, let's be clear, we're already here, right? It's 2017, as the Prime Minister is fond of saying. Well, I guess it was 2015 when he said that. But, it's the current year, as we've been told, right? Which is in the 21st century. Yes, it's, in the world of this committee, I suppose it isn't the current day, but it is the current year, at least, where, yes, for now. When I'm done these remarks, it may not be the current year, right?
For the record, Garnet, it has passed 550 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
On March 21st.
All right. Well, that's good. But
do you want me to just back in time, a few minutes?
If you want to make a comment, I don't mind.
Yeah, just a few minutes, because just back in time.
Yeah.
Just you have a salad, and the salad will be cold. So, you must eat it now. C'est bien notre débat sur le temps.
It's interesting to have this debate on our history, but let's go back to January 25th, 1969, when Mr. Trudeau, the Right Honourable Mr. Trudeau, in a passionate debate in the House, made a few interesting statements about his perception of the opposition. I'd like to read a few excerpts from his statements. We should encourage members of the opposition to leave. Every time they do, the IQ of the House increases significantly. If we used words like that today in the House, I don't think the Speaker would be very happy. I don't think the Speaker would let that fly. Now, let's get back to the debate. Mr. Trudeau, the Right Honourable Trudeau, Prime Minister, at the time, was unhappy with the opposition, and his best comment was this. I think that the members opposite will be happy to hear this. When you know where you come from, you know where you're going. The opposition seems to believe that it has nothing else to do than to speak. If there's a problem, we'll speak. If there's a challenge, we'll speak. If the government is moving too slowly, we'll talk. If there's a real problem somewhere in Canada, we'll talk about it. That's the only thing that the opposition has to do. It doesn't have to govern. All it has to do is speak. The best place to speak, if they want an audience, is, of course, Parliament. When they go home, when they're out of Parliament, when they're 50 yards from Parliament Hill, they're no longer MPs. They're just unknown people. I thought that that was relevant to the debate that we're having today. It has to do with our role. Sometimes certain prime ministers may think that the opposition is playing in Parliament. It's very diminutive. Maybe the prime ministers are having a 40s crisis, because at the time Mr. Trudeau was 49 years old. I think that our prime minister is currently about 45 years old. When you're going through a 40s crisis, you may not be happy with the opposition. I'd just like to give my colleague the opportunity to finish his salad, and I'm not talking about his speech. He's given an excellent speech. I just wanted to make that those comments about our history. When you're Prime Minister, it can become frustrating. We saw that today at the end of question period. The Prime Minister had the opportunity to answer the questions of all MPs without having to change the rules of the House. I'd like to remind everyone of that. He answered questions for about an hour of all MPs. Well, he answered. He quote-unquote answered. He read his talking points for about 45 minutes. The Prime Minister was able to do so without having to change the rules of the House. Thankfully, he'll be there for 4 other days of the week because he doesn't have the moral permission to not be there. But to get back to what I was saying, sometimes the opposition can seem to frustrate, can seem to bother for a government that's trying to implement its agenda, but that's the role of the opposition. The opposition's role is to reduce the arrogance that comes with power. When you take power, you can become arrogant because you can do all sorts of things with power, and if no one is monitoring us, it's easy to abuse of power. That's why the opposition is there, and that's why we're here tonight. That's why Garnet, my colleague, and all of us are here hour after hour to remind the government that the opposition has a role to play. The rules are such that the opposition should continue to oppose the government. And as my colleague was saying, this isn't something that we can give up.
Because one day the Liberals will no longer be in power. One day they'll be back in opposition, and I'm sure they will be the first to thank us for having fought this fight today, for having protected their rights. When the time comes for them, and I hope it's as soon as possible, and I'm sure they hope it's as far away as possible, but when they will be back in opposition. Thank you, Mr. Berthold and Mr. Janist. Are you finished eating? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Berthold. It was an excellent salad.
From getting cold by allowing me to. That was thoughtful of you. Yes, that was the joke. Yes, that was. Salads do get cold as well.
Yeah.
Moving right along, Mr. Chair, I wanted to maybe I'll. I would like to come back to this point on modernization, but I'll pick up on the point my colleague made here about Prime Minister answering questions in question period, because that is something that I spoke about in the context of going through the discussion paper, but the ground is somewhat different insofar as before I had made my initial comments on it, the Prime Minister had not yet, stood up after each question was posed by the opposition. I don't know if responded may even be too generous, but he did stand up after every question was posed by the opposition today, and this is something that the Liberals had promised in their.
Sorry to interrupt my friend, and I just wanted to make the point that the Prime Minister seemed to be able to do this without a single change to the standing orders. Isn't that remarkable? Anyways, I'll let my honourable friend continue.
Remarkable, yeah.
Remarkable.
Well, the interesting thing about our standing orders with respect to answering questions are, and I've only read them half a dozen times or so, but my sense is the standing orders that there's no reference to who ought to answer particular questions. It is presumed that the government speaks as a whole, and that when an opposition poses a question, with the exception of questions that can be asked to committee chairs,
with that exception, where people who are not members of the government, they could even be members of the opposition, respond to questions. But when questions are posed to the government responds. And you could ask a question about defense spending and have the Parliamentary Secretary for Sport answer it. And it is presumed in the context of question period that you might ask, well, why is that happening? But it is presumed that that person is speaking on behalf of the government. And that's why the standing orders have not traditionally prescribed a particular day or particular persons to be responding to particular questions. In fact, I think this week we had an important question posed to the Justice Minister. The Justice Minister may not have been mentioned in the asking of the question, but it was a question about judicial appointments, about the crisis we have in terms of appointments. And the Industry Minister, partway through that round of questions, I kind of saw the government House Leader kind of lean over and make some kind of a signal. And then the Industry Minister stood up and answered a question about appointments. And I thought that was a little bit strange, right? The Industry Minister is also responsible for economic development in Quebec and in other regions of the country. There's no economic development. He's fairly busy. I didn't know appointing judges was part of his job as well, but he was called upon to answer the question, which just illustrates in our standing orders that sometimes, maybe for reasons of strategy or reasons that are hard to comprehend, some members of the government answer questions that you don't expect them to. I know Minister Macaulay was eagerly trying to answer questions that others were answering, and members know how much we appreciate hearing the interventions of Minister Macaulay. But there's nothing to prevent the Prime Minister from standing up and answering every question. What's interesting, by the way, as he mentioned during the brief introduction to our guest speaker today, that he was also the Minister of Youth, and yet he doesn't answer questions that are asked about to the Minister of Youth. So the Prime Minister chooses to answer questions when he wishes, and not to answer questions when he wishes, even when they are posed directly to him, whether or not he is present in the House. Well, I suppose he doesn't answer questions when he's not present in the House, obviously, but when he's there, or he chooses to answer questions or not, whether or not they are posed to him. So the idea that somehow this was one of, I think, only 2 changes to the standing orders that were mentioned in the Liberal platform. But the idea that this is even an idea for the standing orders is a little bit strange. Yeah. The idea that the standing orders would prescribe on a given day every week the Prime Minister would answer questions strikes me as odd, because we do accept that there are going to be certain times when the Prime Minister might have to be gone for the entire week because of international travel, important meetings happening abroad, whatever the case may be. Perhaps he's on an island somewhere and just can't get back because there's no available commercial travel, right? That could be a situation that could prevent the Prime Minister from being here. That was funny. But then there might actually be commercial travel available, right? So the point is, we would accept that, yes, there are going to be some weeks where the Prime Minister can't be there for the entire week. So if you put it in the standing orders, the Prime Minister must be present in the House of Commons every Wednesday to answer all of the questions. Well, that would create some problems on the other hand. We expect the Prime Minister to be in question period more than he is, quite frankly. We would like him to be there more often than he is, but a schedule of a Prime Minister can fluctuate and be responsive to all kinds of different things. And that's why the standing orders don't prescribe who has to be there to answer what questions and what times. Now, so that's what's sort of strange about this whole discussion, even in the context of a debate about the standing orders. And what we've said all along is, if the Prime Minister wants to answer questions, he can go ahead and do that. He doesn't have to force this through the committee in the sort of aggressive way without the engagement of the opposition that he seems to be intent on doing. He can just get up and answer questions.
Quick question. I wonder if you know whether in the British system where they have that Prime Minister's question period, whether it's a convention or whether it's in the standing orders.
That I don't know, but I actually have a copy of the standing orders from the British House of Commons with me, so I can
read them into the record.
Find out for you. Yeah. These ones I'm somewhat less familiar with than the Canadian ones, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay. It seems I neglected to print off the table of contents, which seems like a minor oversight in 112 pages of standing orders.
It appears from the clerk that it might be a convention.
Oh, it's a convention. Yeah, so it's not even in the standing orders then.
Can I borrow those while you're?
Yeah, absolutely.
While you're talking.
You know, I presume, and I don't know, but I presume that in the British system there are times when the Prime Minister has to miss Prime Minister's questions, and perhaps they postpone them, or perhaps there's another minister who stands in and answers those questions for him. In fact, if I recall right, I think I have seen instances where there are ministers that there is a minister that is taking all the questions in a similar fashion to the way the Prime Minister normally does. So perhaps that does indicate, yes, that there are times when the Prime Minister cannot be president, and of course that's part of the reality of the job in the UK here and certainly anywhere else. But so that we have these conventions, right? These conventions about who answers questions, how those questions are answered, and it might be that over time, this Prime Minister will answer a question, will answer all of the questions most Wednesdays, and then we evolve a convention to the point where perhaps there's an expectation in subsequent governments that that convention continues, and then after it's been done by a number of successive governments, then it gets to the point where after a while, we forget whether or not it's actually prescribed in the rules or a convention. We just accept that as part of the environment in which we find ourselves. But it is not the kind of thing that would strike me as normal for the standing orders to rule on. Nonetheless, it seems that the Prime Minister, actually recognizing the reality that I just described, has embarked upon the creation of a convention in a legitimate way, by himself choosing to stand up after every question that the opposition poses on Wednesdays, except for, I guess, the one exception was the first time he intended to do this, there was a question to a vice chair of a committee that was responded by an NDP member who was the vice chair of the committee, and that can happen, of course. But I was struck listening to the words said by the Prime Minister in the House of Commons today, just the total absence of response. He was asked a number of very direct questions on matters of ethics, for example, and his typical response on these questions of ethics is to say, well, I'm going to answer questions from the Ethics Commissioner, which is effectively saying, sorry guys, I don't want to answer your questions. That is the only possible conclusion to draw when the Prime Minister of Canada stands up and says, I'd be happy to answer somebody else's questions implicitly, but not yours. Well, this is why we have question period. We're supposed to have it such that members can pose questions to the Prime Minister, and hopefully, in most cases, he actually feels somewhat bound to make an attempt at answering the question, rather than saying, I'll just go answer someone else's questions, but not yours. We had a direct question, actually it might have been Mr. McGregor himself who posed this question, about whether or not the Prime Minister thinks he should have a criminal record for his past marijuana use. And that's a legitimate question. The Prime Minister has said on the record that he smoked marijuana while being an elected member of Parliament, and while in fact voting for tougher sentences for those who use marijuana. But of course we know why he wouldn't want to answer the question. He wouldn't want to tell the House of Commons that he should have a criminal record, but he wouldn't want to, on the other hand, say that people shouldn't have a criminal record for using marijuana, given that that is currently the practice of his government, to
have it in place that criminal charges can be laid against those who use marijuana. And these were reasonable, simple, direct questions that were posed to the Prime Minister, and he didn't answer it. Now, some have proposed reforms to question period, which would actually require answers to questions, which would involve the Speaker policing the quality of responses and not just sort of general order and decorum. And that would be the sort of thing that clearly would require changes to the standing orders. So, hey, we can talk about that if we move forward in a way that reflects a consensus decision-making process. Sure, definitely, we can talk about that. We can talk about having the Speaker stand up and say to the Prime Minister, sorry, Mr. McGregor asked you a clear question about whether or not you should have a criminal record for your marijuana use. Now answer his question, right? Now that would be a real change if the Speaker could do that, and perhaps even a system in which if the Speaker didn't do that, it would be legitimate to raise a point of order in response to that after question period. Because right now, if you raise a point of order and say someone didn't answer a question or someone presented factually inaccurate information, the Speaker will, quite rightly according to our present rules, say that that's a point of debate. And you can't raise points of debate. You have to raise them as, you can raise points of debate as debate, but you cannot raise points of debate as points of order. But we could envision changes to the standing orders. And, there's some pros and cons to this, but we could envision changes to the standing orders, which would seek to require responses to questions and have some process by which that was adjudicated. But, of course, that's not in the discussion paper. Why? Because it's a discussion paper that comes from the government House Leader. And it would be a little bit hypocritical if the government House Leader proposed requiring people to actually answer questions in question period. What the revolution? If she believed in answering questions, that's actually something she could implement herself unilaterally. And we wouldn't mind in that particular case, right? But the issue is that, again, we see this discussion paper focusing on issues that are, in some cases, not even best adjudicated in the context of the standing orders, but certainly the kinds of questions that we would expect to be raised by somebody that is focused on the interests of the government in the context of that discussion, in the context of that interaction. So this is, I think, the reality coming out of our experience with two, quote-unquote, Prime Minister's question times that have unfolded before our eyes. I think, actually, the fact that these have happened very clearly make the points of the opposition, the points that clearly the Prime Minister can do this without changes to the standing orders. Clearly our conventions are that standing orders don't police who does and does not answer questions in general. And clearly the principal concern of opposition members is actually the quality of the responses, right? Sometimes if the Prime Minister has, if I was asking a question about a substantive policy question, and the Prime Minister was simply going to throw away the kind of non-answers that we got today, I would probably say I'd rather hear from the Parliamentary Secretary on that issue. If a Parliamentary Secretary knows the file and can answer the question, the Prime Minister should know these files and should be able to answer these questions. I know there was a justice issue, and I believe it was Wynn's Law. I could be wrong. There was a justice issue that the Prime Minister was asked in the town hall about, and he basically said, well, he didn't know the position, he trusted the Justice Minister. Well, what's the point of having Prime Minister's questions if the Prime Minister is going to say, and he hasn't said it in the context of the House, but he said it in the context of a town hall, I don't really know why we took that position, but it's something I trust my minister for. It's all well and good for the Prime Minister to trust his ministers, but he should be able to give a reasonable public account of the positions that his government has taken on issues, especially if they're positions that have presumably gone through some kind of a cabinet discussion process. And yet, this was a very important issue that was kind of sloughed off on the basis of, well, I trust the minister. So I think we have to be legitimately concerned about the quality of responses. And my perception so far is not that I was overly enamored by the quality of responses we were receiving initially, but that the quality of responses that we receive in these Prime Minister's question times is actually much lower. I mean, it's much more sort of narrow to a small set of talking points. We have the flagrant refusal to answer questions, for example, in the case of the ethics issues raised. And, you know, I'm not naive enough to think that these are problems that we could solve, all of them, through the standing orders. We cannot fully prescribe in the standing orders the degree of substantiveness that we would like to see from ministers in responses to questions. Ultimately, it's up to the public to consider and evaluate the quality of the responses given by the government and to take that information into consideration when they decide who to support in the next election. But if we're talking about changes to the standing orders, it is striking the kinds of changes, the direction of changes that we're talking about. And that brings me back to the point that I was making before Mr. McGregor jumped in, and that is this issue of modernization. What does modernization mean? If modernization means fewer answers, then I'm against it. If modernization means more power to the government, less power to the opposition, no power, in fact, to the opposition to hold them accountable, if modernization means the opposition doesn't have the ability to be involved in decisions about changes to the standing orders, if that's what modernization means, then I'm against modernization. But I'm for modernization if modernization means passing this amendment and having a constructive conversation, yes, having a conversation based on established ground rules that we agree on, having that conversation among members of Parliament, and working through that conversation to a conclusion that we can all get behind, that moves the standing orders in ways that we all agree. I guess I'm using some of that progressivist language in terms of moving it forward, but makes improvements, positive improvements to the standing orders that we all agree on, then that's the kind of modernization that I'm in favor of. Modernization that empowers individual members of Parliament, modernization that gives us a greater ability to bring forward and see debated and voted on private members' bills. Right now, it's a relatively small number of members of Parliament, even in a four-year Parliament, that actually have a chance to bring a private member's bill to a vote. If we're talking about changes that make it possible for more members of Parliament to do that, that's the kind of modernization that I'm in favor of. But I don't think anybody here on either side of these questions could say, you know, just based on the word, if they are for or against modernization. So I just think, like, as we try and come to constructive conclusions here, we should rightly be suspicious of the kind of wording that's used if it doesn't actually mean anything. We should use words that are clearly defined that mean something in the context of our discourse. I think that's a pretty fundamental thing for us to ask for when we're hearing proposals from the government House Leader. Now, one other thing that I don't think has been discussed thus far by anyone at this committee is the relationship between standing order changes in the House of Commons and the way in which those are done, and the Senate, and the relative power and influence of the House of Commons and the Senate. Because it's interesting, in the present time, we're seeing proposals for very dramatic changes to the way the House of Commons works and to the way the Senate works, both in the name of modernization. Now, what's striking to me, though, is how those changes actually move in opposite directions. And I don't know if anybody has dug into this or commented on this, but it was something that was obvious to me right away as a member of Parliament, because I was very involved in the debates around C-14, the government's euthanasia legislation. And right from the start, that process involved both the House of Commons and the Senate. And given the government's desire to move this forward quite quickly, the engagement and work with the Senate was quite important. So there was a joint committee of the House and the Senate that did an initial study on the question of euthanasia and reported back to the House, to both houses, a report. There was a dissenting report. And And then following on that, there was legislation that was brought forward. Now, the process was that legislation was brought forward in the House of Commons. It was debated. Eventually, the government invoked closure. And there was, time allocation. Then there was a vote on time allocation, a vote on the motion. It went to committee. There was a whole host of amendments proposed at committee. I think I proposed 13, 3 of which passed, the rest of which were rejected. But, you know, the changes that were accepted were fairly minor, and it didn't save the bill, not by a long shot from my perspective. I was able to propose 4 report stage amendments in the House, and they were all defeated. In and of itself, that was relatively rare. The standing orders provide for report stage amendments only in very rare cases. But because of the exceptional importance of this issue, the sensitivity of it, as well as the differences of opinion within different parties, I made a case to the Speaker, other members made a case to the Speaker, and he ruled that yes, you could have report stage amendments. So there were report stage amendments, there was a vote on those, and I was up all night sending emails to other members trying to encourage them to vote in favor of my amendments. And a few members of the government did vote in favor of my amendments, but I think at most there were 5 or 6 votes on the government side for any of the amendment proposals that I put forward. All of the opposition amendments on the floor of the House were defeated. The amendments were passed. C-14 was then passed at third reading. And this is the important point of contrast. Then C-14 was sent to the Senate. And there were a substantial number of amendments to C-14 that were passed in the Senate. One of which was very similar to an amendment that I had moved at report stage in the House and was defeated. The amendment dealt with people receiving information about palliative care options as part of the process leading up to them receiving euthanasia. The bill went back to the House of Commons. So the bill went through the House of Commons, a number of amendments, one of which was very substantial, that would have very dramatically liberalized the eligibility criteria, although I felt the eligibility criteria was quite ambiguous in any event, and it wasn't clear that there was actually that much substantive difference between the liberalization advocated by the Senate and the original version. Nonetheless, I think the perception was, and certainly linguistically, there was a significant liberalization of that process. Then this went back to the House. There was a motion in the House to concur in, well, to support some of the Senate amendments and not others. Now, what was striking right at that point was the government did not want to bring in some of those Senate amendments, in particular that dramatic, more liberalizing one, but they agreed to support some of the Senate amendments, including in particular the one that I had moved. Well, it's not the same, but a similar one to the one that I had moved and had been voted against at report stage. Understandably, the government understood that they wanted to get this legislation through the Senate. They couldn't, it wouldn't have been that strategic for them to just reject all of the Senate amendments. They wanted to reject some, but not all. This came back to the House. The government proposed this motion to concur, to support the Senate, some of the Senate amendments, not others, and then send the bill back in a somewhat amended form to the Senate. And that all happened. It all happened on one day. I think it was a Thursday, right before session was ending in June, and it and that motion passed. And I think at the time, all of the government members, if I remember right, all of the government members, perhaps with the exception of a small handful, but most of the government members voted in favor of that government motion to support some of those Senate amendments, even though those same members had voted against one of those amendments when it came from me at report stage. And then the revised version of C-14 went back to the Senate, and there was a proposal to re-amend it. That proposal was defeated, and then the bill was passed as it was, as it had been received from the House. C-14 was passed, and it went for royal assent, and it became law. So that's what happened. What is striking about that process is the fact that I, as an elected member of Parliament, had effectively much less leverage in that legislative process than a senator who moved that same amendment. And I think it's fairly clear, given that the government would not accept the amendment when it came from a member in the House, but did accept it ultimately when it came through the Senate, shows that very clearly. Government members, generally speaking, within the House, vote together. And there is an effort, further even from where we were at the time of the C-14 debate, to strengthen the centralization, and it's represented in this discussion paper, to strengthen the centralization of the structure in the House of Commons, to make it that much easier for the government to push through legislation without having the opportunity for extended interventions at committee, allowing the government to do programming and so on and so forth. So you have all these things that the government is doing which have a centralizing effect in the context of the House of Commons. At the same time, the discussion in the context of the Senate is the opposite. The government doesn't even have a government leader in the Senate. They have a government representative, which, to be fair, is for all intents and purposes likely the same thing. And I'm not an expert on the Senate, but it's clear that the emphasis with the Senate is on empowering individual senators to act more independently in a nonpartisan manner and to be able to deviate from what would be the direction of their party. And you have all these different groups in the Senate. We still have a conservative caucus in the Senate, but then you have these Senate liberals, which are supposedly independent. Depends on the day. Then you have the independent group, and then you have people that are independent, independent of the Senate, independent Senate liberals and the independent caucus. So it's confusing, obviously, but it is the kind of environment in which individual members in a House of 100 members can actually exert a lot of leverage, because if a member can, on an individual basis, persuade their colleagues to support something, then it can pass in the Senate, and then it puts a lot of pressure on the government to adopt all or some of those changes, as we saw happen with C-14. But if an individual member of the House of Commons puts forward an idea, an amendment to legislation, very likely the way things operate is that members will vote along party lines and that proposal will be shut down. So, I mean, we should be concerned about the roles of individual members of Parliament, but I think we should be particularly concerned if by these two forces of reform or modernization, which are actually opposite forces, the empowering of individuals within the Senate and the strengthening of efficiency of the center in the House of Commons, that we're actually increasing that disparity in terms of power and influence over the legislative process between members of the Senate and members of the House of Commons. Now, I think the Senate is important. I think the Senate has an important job to do, but it was striking to me as a new member of Parliament right away being involved in that C-14 debate and finding that actually appointed senators, people that were put there by a prime minister who did not have to win an election, in many cases who had never sought election, that those people actually had more influence over what kind of legislation ultimately became law. And that was clear in the instances of the amendments that we dealt with on C-14, that there was a greater influence there of the Senate members than of the House of Commons. So when we look at standing order changes and how we make those changes and who's involved in making those changes, we have to be particularly sensitive to the kinds of changes that are happening in the Senate if we want to ensure that we have an environment in which the elected House of Commons is the most important house. I think in principle, we would all accept the idea that the House of Commons, the elected house, should be the one whose influence, and not just the House as a whole over the Senate, but individual members of the House should have more of an influence over individual members of the Senate. Of course, some members have advocated the abolition of the Senate. Others might favor moving to an elected Senate. And those are larger debates that require changes to the Constitution. But there are impacts of what we do in the standing orders on the relative influence of the House and the Senate. And we need to be be cognizant of that in the discussion here.
Chair, could I just intercept for a minute? You know, I just feel it's important. I don't have the privilege of being at this committee a lot, and I've really appreciated this evening just being able to listen to the discussion and see everybody around the table putting in a lot of time and effort. And I know that this has gone on for a while. You, Chair, have put in a lot of time. And I guess I had talked in my intervention a few hours ago. I talked about kind of the genesis of this and how I'd heard from the House Leader that Ms. Chagger called me and told me that she was going to be introducing this discussion paper. One of the things I didn't get a chance to talk about was what had happened since then, whereby I guess Murray Rankin, the NDP House Leader, and I, together with our colleagues, realized that the government was in a little bit of maybe a bit of a difficult position, which we understood. It wasn't easy for them to be able to say, oh, we're just going to, maybe it's difficult for them to say we just are going to back away from this motion or we'll accept your amendment. And so we were thinking, what was a way that we could offer like an olive branch or a solution so it was kind of like a win-win, where we felt like we were being consulted and there would be some consensus, but the government also could say, okay, that's a good alternative. And so that's where we came. We looked, and I think some of the information we had was from some things that your clerks produced, which was really good, and then some of it was from, I think this is my letter. Yeah, some of it was just our own research, and so we did offer what you know. I know now we've got the what do you call it here? The SIMS point of order, SIMS procedure. Okay. We offered the Jean Chrétien model, which is actually, and I was just looking, it was under the House leadership of Don Boudreau. He was the House Leader from 1997 to 2002. Now, we know from when we were in government, House Leader for the government can be a very tough job, kind of thankless, and a lot of people are looking around you saying, you know what, I could do a much better job. It's just a fact. For Don Boudreau to be able to be House Leader, and in that time, that was during the time when the Jean Chrétien model of dealing with standing orders, where we saw it happen, I think is a real testament to what I think Liberals actually can do a very good job of, and that is kind of sometimes being that middle ground. And Jean Chrétien had made a number of promises for changes to the standing orders, and once he was elected, decided that this was the best model. So we thought this would be a good idea to offer to Ms. Chagger and to the Liberals. Just so you know, we've not heard anything back from her. We did send the letter out, obviously publicly, because we do want the public to know. They're watching what's going on in the House of Commons, and they're seeing votes being triggered. They're seeing debates. Now, the ones on privilege, those are very important ones, but they might see, like, what is this that a member now be heard? What's that about? We felt it was really important that the public knows that we're offering a sincere and a very credible option. We're not trying to say, you know what, we just want to see the Liberals burn no matter what. We want to actually come out of this where the House, and I mean, there's been so many good arguments, but where democracy is protected and where the standing orders, if they are changed in the way that has been done and again, using the report from your clerks, over 80% of the time. And you can take those changes out, major changes versus more minor changes, and that percentage would go up. But we're not being unreasonable, and I think this was the point that we've been trying to make. We're not being unreasonable with what we are asking for. So I do want my Liberal colleagues to know that this is a valid option. It's a reasonable option. It would be the Liberals would be seen, I think, by even those who voted for you and you believe have given you the mandate. You would be seen as being reasonable. You probably would be able to come to an agreement on some changes. I'm confident we would be able to. And my point, I've said, and I will say this again, you are expending a lot of political capital. And you expend capital, you don't get that back, and it doesn't just go into the thin air. So you can decide who's getting that capital when you give it up. You can deduce, you're smart people, you know that's going somewhere, and somebody's taking that. And I promise you, I'm pretty certain you're not getting a bunch of letters right now saying, boy, top priority in my house is change those standing orders. You know, it's like when we were in government, we changed pensions, the pension plan of MPs. It was something our Prime Minister felt was very important to do, that MPs pay their fair share to pensions. You know what? I didn't get one thank you at any door. I don't think any of us did. You know, but that's what he did. But I'm telling you, when you push through this, you're doing it at a huge cost. And a lot of the cost is, certainly your Prime Minister has worked hard and he's gathered that capital for you, but you guys have worked very hard, men and women have worked very hard to get that capital. So 2 points I want to make is we are offering a real solution, and we're even open if there's a counter offer, you know, if you don't want the Jean Chrétien model, but we haven't heard back. Just so you know, I haven't heard back on that. Murray hasn't heard back either. And the second point that I want to make is we're talking about being here in Proc and Proc's being tied up. And we are here in this room putting in a lot of time. But the things that are happening in the House of Commons with the votes that are being triggered, that's not going to end. And that's going to get more and more frustrating. But it literally is the only tool that we have available. And you know, when legislation is going through that you have a mandate to pass, we'll debate it, we'll put up a lot of speakers, but at the end of the day, your legislation passes. We don't obstruct it, we don't put frivolous motions or dilatory motions forward, because you have a mandate to legislate. And we do oppose it in the way we can, but you don't have a mandate to change the standing orders and to change the rules. So it is not going to get easier. And we recognize that you have the majority, you have more people, but you have to make sure you always win votes. You know, I remember this was a few years back when the opposition was not happy with what they considered a huge omnibus bill. I think it was about 400 pages, so it's a little bigger than yours. And they forced us literally, I don't know if anyone's told you about this, we had to vote for 26 hours in a row. Now, the difference was we were in government and we had to win every vote. The NDP and the Liberals didn't have to win every vote. So we had to sit for 26 hours. We had to have a system whereby every 5 hours there were a block of us, I think like maybe 10 at a time, could leave for, I think it was a 30-minute block. But that is not a lot of time. You've been literally sitting, you can't leave, and you're voting for 5 hours. And we could leave and go for a half-hour break. And the opposition, the NDP, they'd go sleep for 6 hours because they just had to have enough in the House, you know, to stand 5 if needed. They didn't have to win the votes. So this is not going to get better, and you will be spending and spending and spending your political capital, and you guys had a lot of it. So think about that. I know that we are working hard for your team. I know that you're doing what your leader and your leadership team has asked you to do, but there's a better way, and we're open to a better way. And, you know, once that's done, we can go back to the way we've been doing things in the House, where we have normal debates, normal opposition, normal votes, but this is not going to get better. As you said, we're ready to go to the wall for this, and we're doing it for all of us. So anyway, I wanted to just thank you. I wanted to get that on the record that we have put out a reasonable offer. I haven't heard anything back, and we really would like to resolve this, but we're not going to be giving up. It's too important.
Thank you for that update. And Mr. Genuis, you don't have too much time left. You got a lot of points to get in.
Yeah, I know, but I'm worried here. I've literally like worked through half of 2 pages, and I've got this whole stack over here. But there's,
What we could do is maybe we could make some kind of provision. Maybe Mr. Genuis could, maybe we could allow him sit with a reduced kind of quorum of just himself or something over the Easter weekend, and he could make all the points he'd like. You'd be willing to stay for him, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Do people agree to that?
You know,
David's in.
Yeah.
David is definitely in.
Yeah.
Offer, but you'll have to decline.
Dave and Garnett will stay here
well,
over Easter.
You know, if we could move immediately to a vote once everybody had left, I would be comfortable with that too.
You gave away my secret plan.
Oh, okay, all right, sure. Well, that's this is why, you know, we shouldn't make changes to the rules without thinking through all the possible implications, though, right? So sometimes things can come up. I want to thank our House Leader for excellent work and that intervention, and maybe just, I don't know if this has been done yet today, but recognize all the staff here. In particular, we have my friend Sean Murphy is here, who the Liberals wouldn't recognize him. He's the guy who does all the great work for us in the lobby. So this is the guy you want to put on your dartboard when we're doing very effective things in the House, because he's the guy who's plotting it all out. And I don't know why he's here, because he works so hard all day in the House, but now he just back for more here at. He came for the salad.
I know why he's here.
Fair enough. He came for the salad. Okay.
Sorry, just while you're on that, and the interpreters and the House of Commons staff and the technicians here, big hand for all of them. They're staying late. Researcher and clerk. Clerks.
Actually, because the interpreters has to interpret.
Merci.
You didn't recognize, and that's yourself.
Yes.
You know, through this whole thing, you know, you've been, it's been the hardest job of all has been yours. We've all, you know, staff can rotate in and out, members of the committee are able to rotate in and out, but you are the chair and you're not able to do that. You've had some days where you've been here 15 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Going.
And we'll turn it over to Mr. Genuith so he doesn't lose any more time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good that you're being recognized, because as I like coming back to, part of this is about preserving your ability as a private member to bring back at some point that excellent bill on FASD, and hopefully we'll get that passed. Oui, merci beaucoup.
I would like to thank the interpreters. I know it isn't easy to interpret when I'm speaking French.
The balance between the House and the Senate. And just to say, I don't think any member here would disagree in principle that the democratically elected House should, in a certain sense, be the primary decision-making House. And the purpose of the Senate is to provide that review, sober second thought, propose amendments, send those amendments back to the House for consideration. But if we found ourselves in a situation where a person who was deciding, would I rather be a member of the elected House or a member of the Senate, and they thought, well, I would prefer the Senate because then I'll have more influence on policy, that would be a very unfortunate situation. And it would actually have the potential to create all kinds of other sort of perverse incentives, where members of the House of Commons would be, through their behavior in the House of Commons, seeking appointment to the Senate. And yet, we find ourselves in a situation, I think already, because of the desire of the Prime Minister to create a nonpartisan Senate, but effectively through these standing order changes imposed unilaterally, a more partisan House of Commons, then the role of the member in the House of Commons is weakened and more likely to be subsumed into the role of the party, while the role of the senator is strengthened. And, I mean, I've described a case example, Bill C-14, in which effectively the same amendment became law because it passed in the Senate, even though it was rejected in the House of Commons. There's other examples. We had a change made in the Senate, I would argue a positive change, but nonetheless a change that happened in the Senate
that to, I believe it was C4, which was the government's legislation with respect to unions. And the amendment in the Senate was designed to protect the right of workers to have a secret ballot. And, of course, the House of Commons, the opposition took that position, but it wasn't passed, and yet it passed in the Senate, even though Conservatives don't have a majority of the Senate. That was a good amendment that passed in the Senate. So while we're seeing this trend towards a more nonpartisan Senate, let's make sure we are strengthening and not weakening the roles of members of Parliament. And unfortunately, we see through all of the changes proposed in the standing orders, I think, an effort to relatively weaken the role of members of Parliament and strengthen the role of the government. Now, if we proceed under a framework established by the amendment, or under a different model, because as our House Leader has discussed, there's a range of different ways in which we could have this discussion that ensure that there is a consensus of parties. It could happen at this committee in the form of the motion with the amendment. It could happen in a different forum set up specifically for that purpose. But it is important that we ensure the protection of the role of private members. And there's all kinds of ideas that are not at all touched on in this discussion paper that I think actually...
Mr. Jennings, just this is a good time. I just want a couple things I forgot. Someone has left an iPad on the corner of the desk there. If it's no one here, the clerk will take it at the end of the day, if anyone knows who that is. And the other thing is, as for all our other late meetings, the buses will run half an hour after the meeting. So if you leave here, you can get to the bus within half an hour. It'll take you to the parking lots. Sorry, and I didn't want to interrupt too much because I'm really excited to get to that book.
Yes. Yes. So I have a copy in front of me of the complete stories of Flannery O'Connor, which are always germane, I think, to our understanding of this issue, but more broadly the human condition and how that informs our discussion of these issues. But I don't know if I'll have time to get to Flannery O'Connor this evening. Members may have to wait for a subsequent intervention on.
You could do it while you're here in the Easter break.
Perhaps, yes, yes. And if during the Easter break members are interested in preparing themselves for that intervention, I would certainly recommend this volume, The Complete Stories by Flannery O'Connor. So be prepared. But before I proceed to that, I wanted to now shift to talk about some of those kinds of changes to the standing orders that would empower.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Boy, this is. Do I have permission? Is that okay?
Okay, Mr. Genius?
Under the Sims model, yeah.
Sims protocol?
Yes, that's right. Okay. I only do that to get my name out there, I suppose. I'm beginning to think I do, subconsciously. But not only that, but wait till you hear this one. I've got a better example than that. He talked about a book that, the quote was, a book that is germane to the conversation. I, too, would like to talk about a book that is germane to the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn your attention to Turning Parliament Inside Out, Practical Ideas for Reforming Canada's Democracy. It's coming out in a couple of months. It's edited by Michael Chong, Scott Sims, and Kennedy Stewart, by the way. I don't know what the camera is, but tell us about him.
And it's not even hot up.
Okay, since we're on national television, this is total self-promotion, by the way. This is total. I might as well be on the shopping channel at this point.
Where can one buy this book, and how much does it cost?
You can go to Amazon.ca. You can search under Turning Parliament Inside Out. I'd like to thank the beautiful publishers at Douglas and McIntyre for doing this, for helping us out with this. It's coming out, like I say, in May and June, and you can pre-order now. It's good stuff. We have authors. We have authors from throughout Parliament, and I would just like to list the authors, if that's okay. If you just give me just a couple seconds. As I mentioned, Michael Chong, myself, and Kennedy Stewart have edited, and here are the authors. We have 3 forewords to the book: Ed Broadbent, Preston Manning, and Bob Ray. 3 of them. And we also have I'll go through the chapters. We have a consensus opinion on all 4 words from all colors. It's a veritable rainbow. So here you have in number 1, Westminster Parliamentary Democracy, where some MPs are more equal than others, by Elizabeth May, leader of the Green Party. How to Fix Question Period, Ideas for Reform by Michael Cooper, brand new member of Parliament who's been here already. Empowering the Backbench, the Story of Electronic Petitions by Kennedy Stewart. And we talked about his drive to change the standing orders on e-petitions, and he has a chapter on that in this book. Rebalancing Power in Ottawa, Committee Reform by Michael Chong, a current leadership candidate, Michael Chong. Speaking in Parliament by Nathan Cullen. We also have Breaking the Parliamentary Glass Ceiling by newly elected Anita Vandenbeld, Liberal MP, just not far from here. Social Media, Social Movements and Young Voter Engagement, Nikki Ashton, MP in Manitoba. And finally, last but maybe least, but by no means least, Chapter 8, Introducing the Assembly of the Federation, the House of Sober First Thought by Scott Sims. And the conclusion, of course, Michael, myself, and Kennedy. Once again, that is Turning Parliament Inside Out. You can get it at Amazon.ca.
Well, after that shameless self-promotion, I think
that is the biggest example of shameless self-promotion I've seen in a very long time. And to that, I apologize to my colleagues. But the quote came up that this is germane. This book is germane to the conversation. I thought this too was germane. So, colleagues, thank you so very much for giving me this time. And the proceeds, by the way, thank you very much. The proceeds are going to Samara. A good group. Yes.
Monsieur le Président.
Yes. Samara, the Democratic. Monsieur Berthold.
Samara, not to us, by the way. It's going to them.
Monsieur Berthold.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, pour poursuivre.
Mr. Chair, just to add to the Amazon self-promotion, I also have a very good book that comes from the Library of Parliament. You'll find in the Library of Parliament this wonderful book that I would like to talk about tonight. However, my colleague is so articulate, I probably won't have the opportunity to talk about it tonight. I would like at some point to talk about this book where you find a number of strategies that the government uses to bypass our rules. And the book is entitled The Prince of Machiavel. When I'll have the opportunity, I'd like to tell you about this fascinating book.
David, and talk about it.
I would be remiss if I didn't plug my book, The Fight for Canada's Principled Foreign Policy, which is available on Amazon. All the proceeds go to me, though, not to any worthy organization. But the royalties aren't that significant. And you know, we're all trying to get by on an MP's salary, right? So yes.
Topic.
Yes, I felt the need to reply to the comments, even if they may be straight a little bit. But I look forward to reading the book, Mr. Sims. And yes, it seems like in the writing of the book you've been able to achieve some consensus, which is a good example for the House of Commons. Now, I was sort of heading in a direction of wanting to suggest some of the kinds of changes that perhaps would come forward from a discussion that was proceeding on the basis of consensus, on the basis of including the full range of parliamentary voices, that wasn't just reflecting the perspectives of the government in the discussion, which is precisely what we're concerned is going to happen if we proceed in the way that the government intends to do so without the amendment. Because there are many changes that would, to coin a phrase, modernize the House of Commons, whatever is meant by that, but more seriously, that could improve the functioning of the House of Commons, and especially in a way that, perhaps in a way that isn't about advantaging or disadvantaging any particular player, but just achieves
those kind of Pareto improvements. In other words, that it makes things either better or not any worse from everybody's perspective. There probably are ways of achieving some of those kinds of changes through consensus. And certainly doing something that I think the public would want us to do, which is strengthen the role of private members. So there are a few issues in particular with how we handle private members' business. Now, I think that it would be a worthwhile principle to work towards that basically in a four-year parliament, every member of parliament has an opportunity to bring forward a private member's bill to a vote. We're not there yet because of the limitations of the schedule, the fact that there's only 1 hour of private members' business a day for the time that we're sitting. And I shouldn't say every member of parliament, of course, but every member of parliament who is eligible to bring forward a private member's bill. Because as happens in our current environment, at the beginning, there's a draw, and some will win, some will lose. Some will sing the blues. Those who are early on will have an opportunity to bring forward a bill that reflects their priorities, and others will not. Some are on the basis of a random draw more equal than others. Now, it's hard to imagine, any fairer way of doing it, given the way the schedule currently functions, than having a draw. But measures that could be brought forward that would allow us to work through more of that draw, have more members of parliament have the opportunity to bring forward bills that reflect their priorities, I think these things would be positive. And we can look at ways of changing either the way the schedule operates or more creative solutions that would create the conditions for more private members' bills to come forward for debate in the House. Now, one of them is to have a distinction made between private members' bills and private members' motions. Right now, when matters are debated in the House, whether it's a private member's bill or a private member's motion, there are 2 hours that are allocated for that bill or motion at second reading, not at the same time, 2 separate hours, and then we proceed to a vote. Now, this certainly makes sense on legislation. When even that a bill would pass on to a second reading vote with only 2 hours of debate, that's much less debate than government legislation receives. Of course, we wouldn't want to extend the number of hours because that would further reduce the number of private members' bills that could be brought forward. But I think we wouldn't want to reduce the number of hours either. We wouldn't want to increase it, but we wouldn't want to reduce. I think 2 hours is about right for private members' bills. But then we have a lot of private members' motions that come forward. And these are statements of the House that are not binding on the government in any way. And many of them have some symbolic significance. We see private members' motions that suggest a study, that are matters of recognition for in particular communities. Maybe they create a heritage month, maybe they create a commemorative day, these kinds of motions. And in many cases, we have private members' motions that have a substantial amount of support within the House. And so an option would be, and there may be pros and cons to this, but an option would be to say that private members' motions only receive 1 hour of debate, not 2. Private members' bills receive 2 hours of debate before going to a second reading vote and then proceeding on from there. But private members' motions are voted on after a single hour of debate. The effect of doing that would be we could make it substantially further down the list. Of course, it would depend on how many private members' motions versus bills were proposed. Maybe it would create a bit of an incentive for members to propose substantive legislation as opposed to motions. There's nothing wrong with doing motions, of course, but it is an avenue that allows members to actually propose changes to laws, not just motions. So having that reduced amount of time for debate on private members' motions, not on bills, simply on motions, would create the conditions that would allow more members of Parliament to bring forward private members, either motions or bills,
because it would allow the House then to work through further of the list. Now, that's the kind of idea that isn't going to be proposed in a government-dominated process, but might be something worthy of consideration in a more consensus-driven process. Yeah, I'm open to that.
Just a quick comment for my friend and colleague. I just wanted to point out the irony of the problem of their particular suggestion, that both Conservative and NDP members have changed the standing orders in recent years by a simple majority vote at a private member's motion. So I'm not sure if the member is advocating for the ability to change the standing orders with a single hour of debate.
Right, fair enough. I think that and I think, and I just want to put out ideas there that should provoke discussion about how we consider the role of private members. And I'm not going to endorse any of these specifically. And I think perhaps an appropriate modification would be motions that do not include, because this is the curious thing about motions, right? Motions are in one sense, you can think of them as one of the less important things we do because they're not binding on the actions of government in terms of policy. On the other hand, if they involve an instruction to a committee or a change to the rules of the House, that is done through a motion, and that's in some sense one of the most important things we do because it underlines, it impacts that substructure of democracy. So you might want to, if you were changing the number of hours allocated to certain kinds of bills or motions vis-a-vis private members' business, you might want to say that there would be certain distinctions between motions that made certain kinds of changes and didn't make certain kinds of changes, or that did involve instructions to committee or didn't involve instructions to committee. Those are the kinds of distinctions that could be made. But there are certain kinds of recognition or commemorative motions that come forward that potentially could be dealt with in a single hour, and that would create more of an opportunity to then proceed with more bills to be brought forward. That's just one idea, but here's another idea, and maybe this will get more support from Mr. Graham. What if we had a system in which all members of Parliament put forward a bill that they were interested in, and then in some secret ballot format, members of Parliament could choose a certain...
Sorry, we just thank the opposition House Leader for coming tonight and spending quite a while here. Thank you.
Great to
for
be
your
here.
presence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Good job. Happy to be here. Thank you. Keep going.
Just congratulate you on finding a way of marrying open list proportional with motions. So.
Yeah. No. So the kind of system, and I just want to put it on the record as an idea because I think you're sort of maybe anticipating this, but where you have all members of Parliament who wish to put forward certain legislative ideas, and then you would select a certain number of bills to go forward for debate, not on the basis of a draw, but on the basis of what individual members selected for being interested in. Now, the risk with that is if you did it just with the whole House together, there's a risk that government members would only select government bills, and therefore private members' business would become another avenue simply for having government legislation brought forward. So you'd have to look for ways of balancing that out. That would be something really interesting then if members submitted legislative proposals but did so anonymously, and then on the basis of secret ballot, you had private members choose a certain number of those bills that they would like to see go forward. The effect of that would be, then we would be prioritizing bills that were most likely to get support in the House. So we would have then, the top 20 ideas from members of Parliament, not on the basis of a draw, but on the basis of the popularity of those ideas, be put forward, debated, and very likely passed. So it would create an opportunity to more quickly move forward with ideas that reflected, not necessarily even that had the support of the cabinet, but that reflected the kinds of things that members were interested in seeing. It would probably make sense in the context of that vote for the selection of private members' business to exclude the people who are also excluded from bringing forward private members' bills. So it is actually an expression of the will of private members in terms of what kinds of legislative initiatives they would be interested in seeing.
that's just one idea, and I don't think you would want to eliminate the draw process as well, but it would create an opportunity for even a member that did very poorly in the draw, but who had a good idea that for good legislation that would actually get support in the House to move that forward. Did you want to?
Yeah, just very quickly. A very interesting idea. And there was a similar topic of debate in the Standing Order 51 debate. We had a lot of interesting discussions on the private members' bills. But what I would say would probably happen is we'd have a tremendous number of heritage months, heritage weeks, and heritage days, and no substantive bills would probably get through, because the ones that everybody agrees to would all float to the top, and the ones that actually require serious debate would be very hard pressed to get there. So just food for thought.
So I don't know if that would be the outcome, because if I had a list of bills in front of me that I could choose to bring forward for debate, I might say, there's a group on there that I agree with, but I don't necessarily think are the principal priority, where there's other bills that I agree with and I think are a major priority because they have a significant practical effect on people's lives. My inclination would be to select the ones that I agreed with and I thought had the greatest substantive impact, not the ones that... So it shouldn't just be a ballot that says which of these you agree with and selects the ones to go forward on that basis, but it should also be a measure of the ones that members of Parliament think are important to bring forward. And at the end of the day, if members of individual private members, not part of the cabinet, or not parliamentary secretaries, from that pool thought that certain bills that involved heritage months were the most important ones, then that would be their decision. I suspect that though that would show a good representation of what not just parliamentarians but also Canadians considered a priority if you went through that kind of a process. It's something that would be worth trying, and certainly something that would be worth discussing in committee. And actually, this is sort of already happening. We're already having a bit of a back and forth discussion about, okay, here's an idea. How would it work in practice? What are the pitfalls? What are the problems? And this speaks to the value of a consensus process, one that can be driven by ideas from all sides. And I have ideas about the standing orders, but I don't think I have all the answers. And I might have ideas that Mr. Graham or others, same party, different party, would identify problems with and make me go back and say, actually, yeah, those are problems. Maybe we shouldn't proceed in that direction. But that's why it's important that the standing order changes not just be dictated by one person, whether that person is the House Leader or whether that person is me. The changes that we make to the standing order should reflect the collective wisdom of all parties and should reflect an appropriate balance of interests between different parties and within parties. Now, another option for how we handle private members' business is simply to schedule additional hours of private members' business on top of the days we already have. And we could put provisions into the standing orders to facilitate the use of what are informally called autopilot motions that mean that you can't have quorum calls, that you can't have certain other kinds of motions brought forward to ensure that when we're adding hours to the day, we're not creating an additional burden on MPs who aren't able to be there, or staff members, those kinds of things. But we are creating a venue for more debate on private members' bills for those who want to be a part of that. And it would be possible for that to be put in place in a way that would allow more private members' bills to be debated. The government has talked about, from their perspective, Fridays aren't that productive because there's not that much time for government orders. Well, maybe we could just do a series of private members' bills on Fridays. Perhaps that would be a way of getting around their concern, but also facilitating more use of private members' bills. The other thing that's interesting to me about the way private members' business works is that if a bill comes forward, if I want to put forward a bill in the House on a particular issue, I have to wait till my turn before, I can propose that bill in the House, obviously. I can have some discussion of it. We have first reading. Before it goes to debate at second reading and a vote, I have to wait my turn on the list. But one thing I can do is I can advocate for a senator coming back to the Senate. I can advocate for a senator to put forward a similar bill. It could be debated in the Senate. If it passes the Senate, if it doesn't pass the Senate, too bad. But if it does pass the Senate, well, if it doesn't pass the Senate, it was probably going to be too bad anyways, right? Because even if it made it out of the House, it would have to go through the Senate. But if it passes the Senate first, then it jumps to the front of the line effectively in the House of Commons if there is someone who is prepared to sponsor it. So I can work through the Senate and jump the line effectively on a private member's bill.
You can already do that.
We can already do that, exactly. What that means, though, again, this is an instance in which effectively the influence of the Senate outweighs the influence of the House of Commons, because the timing effectively by which members of Parliament bring forward legislation in the House is significantly informed by their ability to get support for their legislative proposal in the Senate. So this is an unusual situation, and if we allocated more time for private members' bills, or if we explored some of the solutions that I've proposed as possible options, it enhances the potential role for members of Parliament to bring forward private members' bills, and it introduces a greater ability for them to do so without the situation in which members of Parliament might never be able to bring them forward. One of my predecessors, and I read out some of his comments on this particular issue, but one of my predecessors for the riding I represent, Ken Epp, represented my riding from 1993 to 2008. I think it was only actually in his final term as a member of Parliament that he was able to have a private member's bill go to a vote at second reading. And actually, he was still far enough down the order of precedence that it went to a vote at second reading. It passed. It went to a committee. And we had an election. This was a minority parliament, so it was a shorter parliament. But we had an election when the bill was at committee, and he had decided that he wasn't, for a variety of reasons, planning on running again. So that someone would go through a 15-year career as a member of Parliament and, multiple parliaments, and just, luck of the draw, not have an opportunity to ever take their bill the full distance. I mean, I think that raises some questions. Right? That's something that's probably rather unfortunate. So we should look at ways of empowering private members to be more engaged in the legislative process with their own bills. It may not be easy to adjust things so that we get I think it's about 260 members that are eligible to participate in proposing private members' bills. I think we're not going to get to that number overnight by one little change or that little change, but to try and have a goal that in a 4-year period, every member of Parliament has an opportunity to at least see legislation go to a second reading debate. I think that's a reasonable goal to work towards, but something that is not going to move forward under the framework established by this study, one in which effectively it is the process is defined in strictly partisan terms, and all of the control rests with the government majority. I'll say as well, just in terms of the process that we follow here, the Chrétien model that our House Leader talked about for going through consideration of changes to the standing orders, it would involve the appointment of individuals. My understanding of it is it would involve the appointment of individuals to that committee who would then be on that committee and not be able to be pulled back from that committee at will. Whereas the study happening at Proc still means that individuals can be pulled off that committee by their respective whips. And that creates some issues if members of Parliament were at any point to want to pursue a more independent approach to what they were doing than the powers that be in the case of their parties were interested in seeing.
Garnet?
Yes.
Sorry, just while you're on private members' business, I don't usually intervene as the chair, but it's something I really feel passionately about, and that is private members' business is only, as you said, 2 hours debate, and in fact, in some of your models, you're keeping that, but your people are government business can go 2, 3, 4 days, and from my perspective, a bill is a bill is a bill, and so it has the same result in Canada in the end if it gets through the whole system. So you've got one set of bills that only gets 2 hours of debate, and the others that can get a lot more scrutiny. So I've always had an issue with that over the years. The other thing I wanted to mention was that something else Proc looked at earlier, and we thought we may or may not come back to later, and that is the which would give more time for debate of private members' bills. So another thing on your list is that Westminster and Australia have a second parliament, a second House of Commons, as it were. What?
Debating chamber.
Yeah, another debating chamber. And so it gives a lot more time for more private members' bills or more people to debate government bills. And the ultimate vote and everything is in the main chamber, but you've got a lot more time because it runs concurrent with the main chamber. And that's something the committee, those members that are here that are on the regular committee, thought would take some extensive study, but this is a very timely time to do that study because they're building another House of Commons in the West Block. We still have one here that in theory, if people decided that was the way to go, then structurally it'd be relatively easy to do at this time in our Parliament's history.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think those are great points, and great points for consideration. Because yes, in principle, a bill is a bill is a bill, and I know one of the things that this Parliament has dealt with, prospective changes to the Canadian anthem, is one that went through very quickly, and it's the kind of thing that I think Canadians were just kind of jumping on to the fact that was happening right when it was finishing up in the House of Commons, and obviously particular circumstances involved there, but a very important piece of legislation, and the kind of thing that you would want to have sufficient time for public awareness and discussion and consideration of, and part of the problem is now we hear arguments from the government in response to private members' bills that, recognizing that reality of more limited time available for the debate, actually try and delegitimize the private members' bill channel completely. There was a bill that I spoke on recently from my colleague Stephen Blaney dealing with drunk driving, and basically the parliamentary secretary said, and I'm not quoting him exactly, but something to the effect of, well, this is a very complicated area of law that requires engagement with the provinces, and therefore a government-led initiative is more appropriate here. Well, it's troubling to me that something could be rejected that's, in my view, at least a good bill. It was supported by the government at second reading, but would be rejected on the basis that, well, it's complicated, so it should be a government-led initiative. I think private members should be able to bring forward complicated legislative changes that deal with important areas of law, and yes, there should be time for debate on those. Of course, what private members, the structure doesn't allow us to the flexibility, though, to recognize that some types of initiatives need more debate than others, and we recognize this with government bills.
Programming is.
Well, that's the principle behind programming, but obviously the problem of programming is who's doing it. I mean, I have no problem with a schedule being set out on the basis of agreement, right? And that's what happens now, and that's what I've said I think is important. But there is no sense in which there is a committee or an agreement to allocate different amounts of time for different private members' bills depending on how much time is needed. And maybe that could be a role for a secondary chamber where you'd have the first hour of debate in a primary chamber, and then you'd have a secondary chamber further debate with more wide open parameters on private members' legislation. There would be a lot of possible ways of doing that, but create a venue in which there is that scrutiny. I mean, in fairness, the thing about private members' bills is they still go through that committee study.
and there's no limits to the breadth of the study the committee can do. Of course, there is one rule in the standing orders that's unique for private members' bills, which is that they are automatically referred back from committee after a certain amount of time, and that's to prevent committees from, basically ragging the puck on legislation and then effectively preventing it from being considered that way. The committee has to deal with private members' legislation, or it will be sort of dealt with automatically according to the provisions of that standing order. But the point is that there is still a committee study phase, which can and should be very, very detailed. It might be worth making the point that any private members' bills that makes it through that process and gets all the way to third reading, at least at that point, you should be allocating more debate. But my concern about allocating more debate to private members' bills is that done in a way that reduces the number of private members' bills that can come forward? I would be all for looking for ways to allocate more time for private members' bills for debate on each one, provided that we're not doing it in a way that reduces the number of private members' bills that can be brought forward. Because I would actually like to see us go in the opposite direction and try and increase the number of private members' bills that can come forward, so that, as I've said, we don't have people that have long parliamentary careers and yet never have an opportunity to bring forward their own legislation. But I think this is a good discussion. This is an area that we should be discussing and moving forward with, and I sincerely hope that we'll have the opportunity to do that at some point on a basis that reflects the direction we want to see, that reflects the involvement of all parties and the involvement of members in different kinds of positions who are considering that. Now, I wanted to make some comments with respect to the standing orders on the issue of emergency debates as well, because there is a provision for members to bring forward requests for emergency debate, and then the Speaker makes those decisions. I think perhaps we could provide greater clarity on what circumstances are met by the requirements of that emergency debate, but also we had a situation happen in the House on Tuesday where I wanted to bring forward a request for emergency debate on an important question on Syria, and basically because of concurrence motions and other motions that were brought forward, there was no opportunity to bring forward that request for an emergency debate, because the discussion of motions went right up until question period, and then at that point the standing orders say, and I raised a point of order on this, but the Speaker's interpretation of Standing Order 52 was that there is an automatic, it's Standing Order 52 in conjunction with Standing Order 30, that it automatically reverts to government orders after question period on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So if concurrence motions take you, or other aspects of routine proceedings take you all the way to question period, then a request for emergency debate disappears. But emergency debates are supposed to be just that, emergency debates. They're supposed to reflect emergent situations. So it is a problem when members of Parliament are not able to make those requests for emergency debate. And it's actually interesting the way the standing orders are written. They give preference to the introduction of government bills, because they say that if you don't get to a particular item for discussion, if standing orders have proceeded past introduction of government, gotta get this right. If routine proceedings have proceeded past introduction of government bills, then you automatically revert to government orders after 3 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But if you haven't yet got to introduction of government bills, you can still proceed with introduction of government bills after 3 o'clock, at which point it automatically reverts to government orders. So already within the standing orders, you sort of have this preferencing of the introduction of government bills over the introduction of private members' bills, just in the way that those are set up. So these are aspects of our standing orders already where I would say, yes, we can have reform or improvement or modernization, however you want to see it. But I would see that reform moving in a direction that empowers members, and in the case of the particular situation I'm talking about with respect to emergency debates. You know, I think we can do a better job of clarifying in the standing orders the circumstances for emergency debates and take note debates, because we have these foreign policy crises like what's happening in Syria, the terrible chemical weapons attack, the response by the United States, and then the ensuing questions back and forth of the engagement of the engagement of different powers with each other and how those escalating tensions are happening. And I believe that it is so important for our system of responsible government, for the strength of our institutions, that when we are confronted with major foreign policy crises, that we have a debate about it in the House of Commons, an emergency debate, a take-note debate. There often isn't legislation that directly involves these instances, right? What's happening in Syria isn't something that, okay, all of a sudden we're going to pass legislation on it, but it is the kind of thing where members should be standing up in the House of Commons and discussing what they believe. It's an important exercise in terms of the health of our democracy, in terms of showing the world that in Canada, even major decisions on foreign policy issues in the midst of crisis are made through deliberation in the House of Commons, and it also helps inform the government, and it forces the government to justify whatever they are doing in some way in the House of Commons. It's striking, I think, for members who have looked at World War II history, how engaged the House of Commons was and how important House of Commons debate was, that immediately when we became Prime Minister and in the midst of the crisis that involved on, I think it was early May 1940, Winston Churchill called the House of Commons, and it was important for him to address the House of Commons, and it served as, I think, a stark contrast, a way of showing this is the kind of society we are, that values our parliamentary institutions, and yet in the midst of all that has been going on, we haven't had a debate on Syria. There have been, not recently, not in response to recent events, and I don't think we've had, in particular, we've had debates about Canadian military deployment in response to Daesh, but we have not had a debate about, broadly speaking, the Canadian response to the civil war in Syria yet this Parliament. And I think we should, and that's why I put in the request for an emergency debate, and yet one that likely now we will not have an opportunity to move forward with, because we didn't have routine proceedings today, and then tomorrow, of course, the granting of an emergency debate would take us till midnight on Holy Thursday, which creates all kinds of other potential issues, since most members are probably already planning on going back to their ridings if they haven't already. So we'll miss that opportunity, but it's an opportunity that shouldn't have been missed, because this is a critical issue, and I actually moved in the House to have unanimous consent to allow us to revert to requests for emergency debate, and unfortunately that unanimous consent was denied. By who knows, but it was denied, and I don't think this speaks to the need to reform the process around emergency debates. Ideally, it should be almost automatic that when something of the magnitude that happened in Syria happens, that there is a debate that takes place in the House of Commons. That should be part of who we are, a nation that debates these issues when they come up and has members of Parliament engaged in that conversation. And one of the other things about the standing orders that I think is often sort of missed is we have speaking lists, and every member knows this, that when they wish to speak, they have that discussion with some staffers within their party who provides their name as part of a speaking list, and there are presumed speaking spots. There's a presumed speaking rotation between different parties. And actually the impact of it is that so-called minor parties, non-recognized parties, I should say, like the Bloc and the Greens, they're not on that list. So generally speaking, their only ability to participate in debate is through questions and comments, or if other members are prepared to share those spots with them. But there's no provision in the standing orders for speaking lists. The standing orders are actually very clear about prescribing a completely different model. The same goes for question period for statements by members, but also for debates. The way they are supposed to work is that members, similar to what we do during questions and comments, members stand up and whoever stands first, the speaker calls upon that person, and then that person proceeds to give a speech. And now, we can see perhaps the value of some degree of coordination, but the effect of the current system by imposing party lists is it does introduce a substantial difference between members of recognized and members of non-recognized parties. And arguably that, that may be a surprise to some people when you consider the fact that all of us are elected members of Parliament, elected here by Canadians to serve the constituencies that have elected us. So a change to the way that party lists operate, I mean, at least it would make sense to not have that dramatic dissonance between what the standing orders say and what actually happens in practice. I mean, it's a pretty striking dissonance when, in fact, oftentimes what happens is sometimes there might be another member who's standing up, usually perhaps because they're trying to get the attention of the speaker for questions and comments. But then the speaker will say, resuming debate, and then call on a member who at that moment is sitting down. He will ignore members that are standing up and call on a member who is sitting down. Now that has become our practice, informally, but that is not what the standing orders say, and of course as the very wise and accomplished former Speaker Scheer said in the last Parliament, that the practice of using lists doesn't in any way change the standing orders. The standing orders still are that during statements by members, during question period, during speeches, and it can happen, an individual member can stand up, seek to get the eye of the speaker, and be called on by the speaker, and pose a question, make a statement, give a speech. But these are aspects of our standing orders that can be discussed, I think. Perhaps it would be logical to discuss changes to the standing orders which would, in some sense, recognize the informal practice while introducing limits to that informal practice that do actually protect the rights of members. So to acknowledge that yes, oftentimes the speaker will refer to a list, but that they won't always refer to a list, or that perhaps there should be certain points in time where they do not use a list. So to sort of recognize that reality but prescribe cases in which it would not apply, I think would go a long way to providing a greater level of protection for individual members. Again, these are changes to the standing orders that would be worth discussing, would have the potential to strengthen or at least protect the role of the private member in this process. The use of speaker lists, as well, the use of speaker lists, I think, can have the effect of reducing the engagement that members have in debates that are happening, because it allows members to show up, 2 minutes before their speech, give the speech, and then leave. Whereas if in order to speak you need to get the attention of the speaker, you've got to be in the House for a longer period of time. You've got to be there, standing up to get the speaker's attention, trying to get his or her attention, and maybe you've got to try to do that a few times before you actually get the speaker's attention. And with the lists in place, you don't have to do that. But without lists, or at least with some modification, you would perhaps have more engagement by members in terms of listening to speeches that are given and making remarks that align with that kind of idealized deliberative model that I talked about at the beginning, in which there is a back and forth. There is not just a kind of a reading into the record of a preset message. Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Sims wanted to make a brief comment, which I'm
sorry, I just on that point. Thank you for that, because it reminds me of an episode that happened. I think you were here then. You may have been on staff at that point, but it was when Mark Warawa was attempting to get to his feet to be heard in Standing Order 31, and I remember he was struggling to have his voice heard at SO 31s because due to the subject matter. This is more of a question than it is because I can't remember at that time, and I know you were around at that time, but I think he was recognized eventually. It was one of those things where I guess he had struggled to get to his feet each and every time someone stood up on a list, and he stood up, and I think finally Speaker Scheer did recognize him, if I'm not mistaken, and I can't remember what came of that. I'm just asking if he remembers that.
Yeah, certainly. I'd be happy to just go back over the excellent work done by Speaker Scheer on that.
Sorry, I wasn't doing it disparagingly or in a partisan way, because I thought it was a very interesting thing because it taught the whole House about, in fact, this going from the list does not exist in the standing orders. Therefore, he keeps standing up, and at some point, he's going to have to be recognized.
Yeah. So the process was this member had, through the processes that we all know exist, sought the agreement of others to move forward with an SO 31, and he was discouraged from doing the SO 31 on that subject. He raised a point of order to the Speaker. Other members made interventions in support of his intervention, saying that yes, he should be able to bring this forward. The Speaker took that under advisement, and then the Speaker ruled that, the ruling was that there was no breach of order because he hadn't been denied the right to speak. Effectively, he still had the right to speak. Yeah. The fact that that he was not put on a party list did not deny him the right to speak. And there were other proposals for changes that were put forward. I think the now Prime Minister, then leader of the third party, had said we should work through SO 31s on the basis of an alphabetical list. But the Speaker said no, because that would formalize the list, and the list isn't in the standing orders. Instead, we can call on whomever. So I recall two instances, one with an SO 31 and one with a question, where government members, at the time Conservative government, were called on who were not part of the list. It was quite interesting with the question. It was a question that was posed by Leon Benoit, who represented part of, though not most of, what is now my current riding. And the camera immediately cut to the member who was next on the list. The camera cut to because I was watching question period, as I always did. The camera cut to the member who was on the list, and he began reading his question. And I think he was a good way more than halfway through it before he realized that the camera was that although the camera had been on him, of course he would have no way of knowing where the camera was, but that there was another member who was actually asking a question, and that was a backbench question to the government. So that happened once, and there was an SO 31 given by Mark Warwa as well. So we have seen instances of this. I don't know that we've seen instances of this in this Parliament. There may have hypothetically been a member who tried to get the floor and was not given the floor, but I wouldn't want to go into details of that incident.
David Graham?
Yeah. I just had a very, very quick comment. It reminded me of something that's a little bit aside, but I want to make sure it gets in the record somewhere before I forget. That is, I want tally lights on the cameras in the chamber. It's something that's very easy to do. It's where the red light comes on to indicate which camera is live at that time. The multimedia guys can do it. It's come up numerous times over the years. It's never been acted on. I'm just going to get it on the record as it's now 5:52 p.m., 552 hours p.m., and we're supposed to finish for the day. So I wanted to get that on the record so we can discuss it again in the future.
Are we done already?
We are already.
No, he just gave his introduction.
But remember, you're going to be here for Easter, so. Okay. David, what hour are we at?
My math, and I could be wrong, math was not always my strongest subject, is that it's 552:02. And I don't know if that's AM or PM.
Okay, so I'd like to thank all the staff again that are
over there who's good at math. I mean, it'd help with the budget next time.
All the staff that have stayed late.
In calculus, I get lost.
The buses will run for another half hour. Mr. Genius will have the floor tomorrow morning, so he's lots of time to get the rest of his
Thank you.
Points across. So we'll now suspend till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, in this room, 23D. It will be televised. Thank you, everyone.